gentlemen, it is my great privilege and distinct honor to introduce the 44th President of the United States of America,
Okay. Obama. That's not quite right. Obama. That's okay. Obama. A terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. But that's okay. Obama. Obama.
Obama. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Market Madness Monday, and it's Bloody Monday, a bloody affair. It's Market Monday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ambies. I am Hasan Piker. I am live. I am alive. We got a lot going on. I'm back. We're smoking on that 401k pack. Everyone's gonna eat the bug. You will own nothing and be happy. Are you ready for the new world order? Is what I gotta say. Okay? That's it. Actually, you know what? I want to play it now. Goddamn, because it's such a banger. Hold on. I need to play it. Yeah. But, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, regardless. Because the new world order is upon us, jawohl! It's happening! This is Klaus Schwab!
You must give more of your rights away. Your sacrifice is the only remedy for the real pandemic. We must prepare an angrier world. As Agenda 2030 is unfurled. You will eat the bombs sitting in the metaverse. You will comply and it will get worse. Are you ready for the new world order? No more human rights or borders. We own you. Your father's own daughters. We fight you. Feeling your problems, then blame you. Learning for everything we do. Get better, together, you're coming soon. If you don't stop us, we're screwed.
The agenda is quite clear! No more burgers! Yeah, except the agenda is quite clear. And it turns out the real man who would do this was Donald Trump. Catching up on content, the Phineas and Fear Pod and the Zora interview were both fantastic. Dude, I have been pumping, dude. I've been pumping so much. Okay, my loins have bared fruit. Let me tell you something. I need to pump less. I've been pumping too hard. There's too much content to keep up with. I'm not even able to promote because the rapid clip in which I am dishing out new bangers back to back to back is actually insane. Let me tell you something. Personal news time. Ended the broadcast last night. No more fit checks. Dude, it's one day. calm down. Okay? Yeah, I didn't post a fit check today. I just got off the goddamn plane. I'm on like 2.5 hours of sleep, barely. And you're like, wow, I can't believe I didn't do a fit check today. Yeah, I didn't. Okay? You'll be fine. You'll be okay. Anyway, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. As you guys know, maybe some of you weren't in here because you're weekend warriors and you're not at work. So you don't watch me and you only watch me at work. But this weekend I flew to Washington, D.C. And then I flew to New York City, the Istanbul of America, under the rulership and the protectorate of Eric Adams. That's right. I went to D.C. to speak at a Palestinian demonstration. Then I flew to New York City from D.C. to link up with Zohran Mamdani. It was fantastic. Hopefully that video will be out soon, I suspect. Spent the day with the next mayor of New York type beat, No fit check day. A day will live in infamy. We'll never forget. Okay. Well, you will forget. How are you not tired, bro? Are you good? I am tired. Of course I'm tired. It's impossible for me not to be tired. How would I not? What do you mean? I'm tired. That story is goated, yes. I'm a big fan of Queens now, actually. Queens was sick. So, hung out with Zohran Mamdani for like 3 hours. We just went through the mean streets of Astoria, and it was amazing. It was an amazing experience. I ate so many donuts. Here's a fun little clip from Boomer about what it looked like, at least in the beginning.
Trying to build as you walk in the door, and how do you grow that coalition?
No, it's a great question, and it speaks to our commitment to not just win the race, but to build a coalition that can govern. And it's easy to look at Eric Adams now and see him as a caricature of a Republican cop and forget how he ran in 2021. He ran in 2021 telling New Yorkers that they didn't have to choose between safety or justice. And there was a large constituency that voted for him that was interested.
I can't believe he put mouth noises on it too. You're so nasty with it, Boomer. Anyway, Zohran seems like such a gem. I hope he wins and you can celebrate with him. I hope so too. Anyway, I had Bangladeshi food, which was incredible, excellent. This was a real cultural exchange, We linked up. We met a bunch of unks and aunties from Bangladesh, and we had some Yemeni coffee, some Yemeni tea. It was incredible stuff. It was fantastic, and Zohran is a really, really spectacular individual. Met a lot of you guys over the weekend. That was also fun. I feel like maybe I wasn't. I hope I didn't come across like short or angry. I was a little tired. I hope that people that met me didn't feel like, damn, this guy's a real asshole. That's something I worry about. But it is because I was just, I was pumping. I was nonstop pumping. Anyway, after I ended the broadcast, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Subtle sponsor, haha clean. No, it's not a sponsor. That's so annoying that everyone thinks it's a sponsor. God damn it. They got so much free ads off of that. Yeah, I ended the broadcast yesterday. Wait, what happened? What? Is my mic fine? Hello? Hello? Mic degradation glitch. It's fine now? Is it fine now? Anyway, as I was saying, so wait, it's back? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? I don't understand. Why is this happening? It keeps happening randomly. Wait, let me hear what this sounds like. Right into the broadcast. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Oh, that's weird. What is happening? Sounds like your cable's fucked. I don't think it's my cable. Is it happening again? Is it still going on? Well, I just unplugged the dude. What the fuck, man? It's a bit random. It's not a cable. It's a digital artifact sound. Something in the software. Oh, I just got back home. Why are there issues, man? Why are there issues? NVIDIA glitch. It's the new drivers. Okay, well, it's going to happen. It's going to happen today until I fix it. But I'm not going to be able to actually change this situation unless it becomes like really, really annoying. Everybody always has like wonderful suggestions like, hey man, just reset your audio interface, restart your computer. It's like, I just started streaming, big dog. I can't do any of those things. Okay, calm down. All right, it might happen a little bit. All right. Stock market's crashing. My computer is crashing. Apparently, everything is crashing. But as I was saying, end of the broadcast last night, hung out with some friends in New York. Saw all the boys, or at least all of the boys that could make it. Brace, Noah, Dylan Saba, Adam, Felix. It was great. I brought Lolo there too. Hung out with them a little bit. And yeah, it was a great time. Great combos. And I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep at all after that. We spoke. We hung out like late into the night. Then I couldn't really sleep at that point because of the coffee that Zoran made me drink at 9 p.m. because I'm a baby. I usually don't drink coffee after like 6 p.m. Like I try not to drink anything caffeinated after like 6 p.m. But since I was drinking coffee at like 9 p.m. and then tea at 9 p.m., it just like cooked me and I couldn't sleep. So I just... What? Did it happen again? Robot voice again? Shit. Ay, that's so freaking annoying, dude. I'm sorry. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know. You're just gonna have to get used to it, and I know no one's gonna get used to it. And everyone's going to be really annoying about it. Oh, yeah. Oh, mamma mia. Fuck. Stream's over. Pack it up. Anyway, yeah, I didn't go to sleep. I went directly to the airport at JFK, JetBlue. I have so many gripes with JetBlue, okay? I have so many gripes with JetBlue, and I need to explain this to you. First of all, I'm doing Mint because I'm balling, okay? First and foremost, Mint is business. Normally, LAX to JFK or like Los Angeles to New York, there's no lie flat, right? JetBlue's Mint, on the other hand, does have lie flat, which is really good because I have to sleep, okay? Problem is, JetBlue, on the other hand, literally skimps out on something so key that I know you guys have probably experienced if you've ever flown with them. Okay? They literally do not hire baggage handlers. Like, I know for a fact that this is not a coincidence. They do not hire enough baggage handlers. I know for a fucking fact, because every other aspect of JetBlue is fine, right? It's fine. It's whatever. There's a basic like cattle feeling that you have no matter what, when you're flying domestically in general, regardless of if you're flying business or economy. And that part is all right. Okay, that part is all right. Who cares? It's just you got to do it. All right. If we are going to experience the fucking marvels of technological achievement and be able to fly cross country with ease, yes, they're going to treat us like shit. There's not much you can do about it. There's just nothing you can do about it in the process. Yes, it's going to be robotic for a little bit. Oh my God, this stream is going to be so fucking annoying. Oh my God, I'm gonna Brian kill me. I'm gonna Brian kill me. I'm so annoyed. I'm so fucking annoyed. It's like, you know what? I'm just gonna update the Rodecaster. Let's see how it happens. Let's see how it works. Let's see if it just completely bricks my microphone in the process. It probably will, by the way. Hello. Okay, there we go. We're back, and I hope that there's no issues this time. Hopefully it works. Hopefully that there are no issues. We'll see. There might be. I'm actually kind of surprised that that worked, because usually when you update the Rodecaster Pro, when you update Rodecaster Pro under normal circumstances, Rodecaster Pro 2 rarely ever updates perfectly. It almost always has issues. So it's like shocking. It's shocking that it worked out this time. In any case, all right. Chat is right. No, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? Say sorry? No, suck my dick. I'm gonna end the broadcast. I swear to God, I'm just gonna end it. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Chat is not right. Chat is fucking wrong. Okay? Like, what do you think? The expectation is that, like, the Rodecaster wasn't going to update and then I was just going to fucking not speak the entire stream? Are you stupid? No, I was just going to fucking switch off to something else if the Rodecaster didn't update. Shut up! Stop arguing with me. I'm back in LA. It's Market Monday Madness. I can't believe it. I'm streaming every fucking day. And y'all act as though I haven't streamed yesterday and you're desperate for my attention. Is it because I did IRL and I couldn't respond to chat as much? Is that what it is? If I end this broadcast, the Great Depression will start. You understand? Crazy things happen when I'm not live, and crazy things are happening even when I am live. So calm down, okay? Constitutional crisis over. Constitutional crisis over. Illegally deported man demands return to the U.S. Court order to return to the U.S. Measles is back. Get in now. Dude, isn't that sick? We have historic diseases that we had damn near eradicated due to vaccines. They're making a comeback. Complete financial collapse of the global system. And also the American administration is actively running in the direction of becoming is already doing like fascism. Welcome back 1920s and 1930s at the same time. It's sick. It's fantastic. It's very cool. I love living through history. I love living through historic periods. It's fantastic. Get some banger off, blast off memes. Dude, you just sent me an Instagram link. Does anyone have a freaking blast off meme? Does anyone have a blast off meme? Explaining the Trump tariff equation. I have explained it so many times. Well, not the mathematical side of it, but I've explained to you how stupid the tariff structure is and how silly it is, why it's dumb. Why it's dumb to do it. I feel like I'm gonna keep having to explain it over and over again because like there's just new people, I guess. You know what I mean? People that are just tuning in maybe. But I do feel like you know, I'm gonna be repeating myself quite a bit as I usually do. Why is the expectation any different today as opposed to any other day? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, like I said, it is Market Madness Monday. Instability galore. Trump is winning. So much winning. They're going to say, Mr. President, we've won too much. Please, no more winning. But I'm going to make you win again. I'm going to say, you're going to beg me, Mr. President, no more winning, please. But I'm going to keep saying, we're going to win more. We're going to win more and more. So much more winning than you've ever encountered, ever assumed, ever wanted. This is exactly the kind of winning that you're going to get. So there's a lot happening here. Hasan was right. Misgift says, I hate Trump. That's so funny.
Chap. I fucking hate. I hate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump so much. Hasan was right the whole time. Asmongold was wrong. I fucking hate Donald Trump. I hate him so much.
Yo.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know what you were. I don't know what anybody was thinking. Yeah. Isn't it crazy that not only is Donald Trump bad on this side, like bad for the economy in the short term, especially for those with like wealth in the stock market, which is the biggest no-no you can ever engage in. Like the entire point of the American presidency is that stocks always go up under your watch. Stocks never go down. Stocks always go up. And then everybody shuts the fuck up about it, right? They're like, well, we're making money. Right? But what I find really strange about this is that these guys are not even aware of how bad Donald Trump truly is. Like they're not even aware of all of the other stuff that Donald Trump is doing, like the mass deportations, the erosion of the First Amendment, the erosion of due process. It is kind of funny to see like all these dudes coming out and being like, yeah, I think we might have fucked up a little bit. Like Miskiff didn't endorse Donald Trump, you know, but Aiden Ross certainly did. Look at Aiden Ross and DJ Academics having a conversation now that his stock portfolio is taking a major hit.
People are getting killed. Me too.
Yeah, we all are.
You look at your shit?
Bro, holy fuck, it's so bad.
Nah, I mean, how much you lost? Be honest.
8 figures. It's almost
damn.
Like, yeah.
You over here like, fuck it, Kamala, come back to me. You over here singing the song like the Kanye Bianca song.
It's bad, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
It'll get better, bro.
I know.
It'll get better.
It's bad, though. It will get better.
Yeah, look. Look. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not. Tide is turning. XQC is now saying he never endorsed Trump. Him being there with Eldon and shaking hands with Trump was not an implied endorsement, he said. What happened, dude? What happened? Maybe this shit was not a meme. What's going on, dude? This is the beginning. Okay, hold on. We got to play who has the meme? Who has the so much winning meme? We got to play it again. We got to play it again. He had a fucking Trump shirt on, I know. Where's the so much winning meme that I keep playing? We have to play it again. Who has it? Someone has it.
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore.
Not this one. I want the other one. The one that organizer memes made. I love that one. That one's my favorite.
The president, it's too much, and I'll
yeah, this is the one. So much,
you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much. Please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore.
One of the funniest parts about all of this shit is that like the Tim Pools of the world and the Trump dick riders of the world are like, Donald Trump is eradicating billionaires and their wealth right now. $7 trillion. Pee-pee poofed overnight. $7 trillion in market value gone. Okay? Couple things that I must maintain here. One, money is the most fake it's ever been. It will never be more fake than it is at this very moment. That's number one. The entire global financial structure is just, it's all maintained through confidence. Okay? It is so crazy. That's number one. Number two, Number two, money is the fakest it's ever been. That's number one. Number two, the idea for leftist values and socialists is not just to like fuck everyone's 401ks or their nest eggs or whatever. The entire point is uplifting the working class. It's not about, like, leftists do not want to nuke the entire planet. Okay? That's not the point. And a lot of these fucking dumbasses on the right don't comprehend that. They're like, oh, I thought this is what you wanted. It's like, no, dude, no. We want everyone to have basic amenities, to have their basic needs met, because we have the power and we have the abundance to be able to do this. We have the surplus to be able to do this. Okay? It's not about just like fucking over rich people a little bit for the first time ever, while simultaneously, for no discernible reason, doing that and fucking over the working poor spectacularly more. You know what I mean? That's not the point. The point is to actually build a manufacturing hub with good paying jobs where you know, people can buy a house, okay? Fix the housing market. Those are the things that we're supposed to be doing. This is not like the point isn't just to be like, haha, $6 trillion of fake value eroded overnight. Lol. It's like, okay, so did people's like retirement funds. You know what I mean? Sağ ol babacığım. Tamam, bırak. Eyvallah. It's such a funny attitude that like some of these Republicans have, which is like, they're just that's what they think. That's what they think is going on. What they think is going on is like, oh, well, you know, rich people are upset, so this is good. To be fair, it is kind of funny. It is. Especially if you like, you're looking at your 401k, it's not so funny, but then you're looking and you're thinking about like how much more value has wiped out from infinitely wealthier people, and that resentment obviously exists within you, and you look at that and you're like, okay, not the worst thing. Obviously, they will recover from this in ways that you will not be able to. So, you know, I am cautious in the way that I cover this, because on the one hand, it's like, haha, it's funny, but also on the other hand, it's not so funny, because what is yet to come is going to fuck every normal person a lot worse than it screws over the super wealthy. Because they'll always be like, wealth is a relative concept. You're only as wealthy as your wealth is still, at the end of the day, determined by how others who don't have that kind of wealth. Like it's a proximity thing, right? So they will, under this new structure, still maintain their position, still maintain their status, still be wealthy, just not as wealthy, I guess, right? Yeah, exactly. You're only as wealthy as others are poor. That's just how it kind of works. So that's why I'm like, you know, on the one hand, I think it's very funny because it's like another moment of vindication. Something that I said was incredibly stupid that people seemingly did not listen to. I kept saying like universal tariffs. As a tariff liker, as a tariff enjoyer, as a trade protectionist appreciator, I think what Donald Trump is doing is very stupid. And lo and behold, it was, right? Yeah, not just rich people, not rich, but I do have money in stock and bonds. I'm losing the very little wealth security I have. Sucks. No, I know. I'm that's why I'm saying, on the one hand, there's a little bit of catharsis in seeing like a guy like Aiden Ross be like, oh my God, I lost like $10 million overnight, right? But also on the other hand, you look at your own fucking situation, you look at your portfolio and you're like, well, he can lose 10 million. I can't. So it's a weird circumstance, knowing full well that like they can rebound from that, right? They can recover from that. Whereas you are not going to be able to recover from that. So on the one hand, like I see the catharsis, I see the resentment that a lot of people hold and why it's like kind of funny. But also on the other hand, I recognize how damaging this is. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Law, only 62% of Americans have stock. That's an insane number of people. And also, it doesn't even matter because here's the reality, and this is something that I've talked about quite a bit. The way that it works is the gains in the stock market are privatized. They are up there at the tippy top, okay? It's consolidated. Wealth is consolidated at the top. The top 10% of the stock market owns 90% of all of the stocks, okay? In the United States of America. The bottom 90% is the 62% you're talking about. The bottom 90% is literally they only own 10% of the stocks. The way this works is when the stock market's doing well, they're doing really good. You're doing all right in comparison. But when it's doing poorly, those losses are socialized. So when the stock market does poorly, you're fucked because companies start engaging in layoffs. You might get a recession. You might get a depression, right? So it's really fucking, it's awful. It's an awful situation overall. And it's not like this government or any government, as a matter of fact, in the United States of America has ever historically looked at economic downturn periods and said, we got to save the working poor. Fuck the wealthy. We got to save the working poor instead. That has never happened. So that's also another scary circumstance. It's another scary thing to look at. So it's not about the actual losses, but the effects of those losses of the stock market downturn. Yes. For the average American, you would not care about your 401k if you had a reliable pension program and also Social Security that could keep you afloat. You'd be like, okay, this is extra money on the side. Great. Okay. The only reason why you feel like you have a vested interest in the stock market doing well is because you don't have those things. And we have basically financialized that aspect of people's retirement already. Something I talk about quite a bit. This is the reason why. And it's a very clever, very insidious method of making you feel like you have a vested interest in the stock market doing well. It is crazy to me that most people don't recognize this. That is precisely the reason why the dude working at the fucking kitchen, like a chef, under normal circumstances, who's not like super caked up, is still going, I'm checking the stocks. It's doing well. So I guess my president is doing right by me. It's like, bro, that's not for you. That's only there to make you feel like it is for you, right? And the unfortunate reality is, of course, you can't do anything about it because in the absence, this is why I say, like, while I personally am, of course, very much against capital accumulation, I understand that even as a leftist, like, you have to have a retirement fund, right? Like, being a socialist, being a moral socialist doesn't mean that you work till you die. Being a moral socialist doesn't mean you can't have some kind of security, some kind of protection for your future. This is something that I've talked about quite a bit. I would never urge you not to have a 401k, for example. But for many people, I think, especially people that are just entering the market, or have entered it and have been working for like a decade or whatever and have been trying to cultivate a retirement fund for themselves, those people know they're never retiring at this point unless something changes dramatically. And things are changing dramatically, except in the direction that hurts them, in the direction that hurts the average American, and not in a direction that helps the average American. You know, lol, look at Richie Rich over here. I only have a 01k. Yeah. No more 401ks, only 205, 201ks. Maybe a 101k after this week. Who knows? So let's get into it. Donald Trump created a process in which the Bloody Market Monday has taken place. I truly thought about staying behind in New York just to get a better read on Wall Street, but I wanted to be back here with my family, so I had to run back. And a lot of weird shit happened apparently because I was half asleep on the plane, but like checking the reports, and it seems like there was also an error in the reporting that caused the markets to bounce back up because people were so desperate. Okay. in the midst of this chaos, there was a brief moment where someone misunderstood what Trump was saying or what Trump's team was saying, and they literally reported it incorrectly, and it caused the markets to rebound because people were like, oh my God, thank God. Okay, the tariffs are a lie. Haha, it's fine. Yeah, here it is. This absolute comedy. The market was blood red today. Then an unattributed rumor was started on X and there was a consideration of a 90-day tariff pause. The market turned green. Then 5 minutes later, the White House denied the rumor. The market became red again. What are we doing? It is a fucking clown show that one guy, and it's not even fake news, by the way. It wasn't even a fake news situation. It was that Bloomberg account, and it's not even a real Bloomberg account. It's just like Walter Bloomberg or something. And he just like makes it seem as though he's directly reporting from the Bloomberg terminal. Like he just tweets like he is a Bloomberg terminal. And ironically enough, he misunderstood what the fucking dude was saying. He just simply, it wasn't even like, I don't think Walter Bloomberg, this guy, I don't think that he was reporting this because he wanted to misinform the public. I think he was reporting this because he's a fucking blue checkmark account that wants to be first to market and misunderstood what Hassett was saying. Because Hassett basically said something along the lines of like, you know, when I'm asked a question and I say, yeah, no. That's kind of how he replied to a question, as far as I understand. And he misinterpreted it. And because it's a fucking Twitter blue checkmark account, he went first to market with it. And when that happened, it fucking blew up. It blew up. It's so crazy. This is everything that I talk about. This is precisely what I talk about in terms of like misinformation and how stupid it is. Remember who posted fake Hassett headlines in Bloomberg style? Reuters reported on it, chat. Reuters, as in fake news from a fucking unverified, silly ass Twitter account caused actual financial newsrooms to literally go to market with the fucking bullshit. It is crazy. This is the world we live in today. Do you understand how psychotic that is? CNBC reported on it. Instantly, the markets flipped and everyone was like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. The tariffs are just fake. He was just joking. 90-day pause. We have confidence in the market again. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Donald Trump's White House comes back and says, fuck you. That's not what we meant, bitch. It's fake news. We're going to make the market scream. Here it is.
Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, you know, I think that the president is going to decide what the president's going to decide.
Yeah, he said, yep, I think the president's going to, that's it. That's the reason. This is a misinterpretation of this from a blue checkmark Twitter account that wanted to be first to market and fucking pump the goddamn tweet and get clout and maybe like $35 in Twitter revenue. That is the reason why almost $1 billion of value came back to the market over this one key piece of misinformation.
Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, you know, I think that the president is going to.
Oh my God. 3.5 trillion. 3.5 trillion over. Oh my God. Oh my God. I thought it was billions. I didn't realize it was fucking. Oh my God. I apologize, chatters. I was on the plane while this was happening. And I was like in and out of sleeping. So I didn't even realize. And then it fucking dipped again when the White House said this is not correct. Insane market action right now. Market exploded on a headline attributed to Kevin Hassett. And now nobody can figure out where it came from. And the markets are diving again. An 8% surge and a 3.5% plunge in a matter of seconds. One, money is so fake. I'm telling you right now, I'm begging you to understand, this is the most fake money has ever been. This is, ironically enough, the contradictions of capitalism in full display. Okay? This right here is the problem with the financialized capitalist global economy. This is it. This is it. a little bit of misinformation in times of instability can cause market movements like this. I never want to hear any fucking economist or any expert tell me that this is a rational process ever again. Oh, supply demand. Look at the supply demand. All of this shit is fake. It's all about confidence. Nobody fucking fully understands the fundamentals, and the fundamentals don't even matter. It just doesn't matter. You cannot have a situation where a madman can single-handedly wipe out $7 trillion of fucking value over the course of a couple days, only to have it bounce back for 3.5 trillion because the people are so desperate for a return to normalcy that they fucking cope and believe a random Twitter blue checkmark account who did not understand the point that this dude was making and heard his transition word where he used yep for a brief moment, for literally half of a second, and that brought back $3.5 trillion in value. Money is fake. It's the most fake it's ever been, and it will only get more fake. This is why I always used to fucking tell you that the only difference between cryptocurrencies and the fucking stock market is at least that there is like some assets that you can associate within the stock market, and at least historically the stock market was based on fundamentals. It was always unstable, it was always gambling, but at least there was like a little bit less gambling. Okay? Cryptocurrency is like playing roulette with a blindfold on, whereas the stock market is like playing blackjack. Okay? The odds are more in your favor in that process. And there's a method, there's a rule book to it, but it's still fucking gambling. It's very cool that everything in our economy, every single company in our economy works in the casino. How amazing. How amazing. And all of this stuff would not happen if this wasn't the perfect storm of, one, automation, because there are so many trades that are happening in an automated process, and because so many people were incredibly fucking desperate to hear a sense of normalcy. Now, the last part that I want to maintain, the last part that I want to mention here about this entire process being a fucking casino is that Donald Trump bankrupted his casino. He literally bankrupted his casino. He's bankrupting the casino again. What is happening? But this time it's the global casino. Oh my God. This is literally the same shit. The guy who fucking had 6 bankruptcies, 6 fucking bankruptcies, including bankrupting a fucking casino, is bankrupting the global casino.
Thank you very much.
And now he's over here sucking the cock of Benjamin Netanyahu, a war criminal. Holy fuck!
Mr. President, I want to first thank you for inviting me again to the White House. You've been a remarkable friend of the State of Israel. You stand by us. You're standing.
I don't know if you guys saw the tweets of people on the timeline being like, please, I hope Jews do control this entire system. Please fix it. I saw people posting being like, oh my God, I've never wished for the Jews to be in control of the global financial marketplace until this very moment. Please, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, sir, please control it. Please fix it.
I just want you to know from the heart, it's deeply, deeply appreciated. As you said, we had the opportunity to talk today about many subjects. First, if I can mention tariffs.
Yeah, this fucking piece of shit came here to do his laundry. Okay, that's why he's here.
I said to the president a very simple thing. We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to also eliminate trade barriers, a variety of trade barriers that have been put up unnecessarily. And I think Israel can serve as a model for many countries who ought to do the same. I recognize the position of the United States. It says, we're allowing other countries to put tariffs on us, but we don't put tariffs on them. And, I'm a free trade champion, and free trade has to be fair trade. And I think that's basically the position that you have put forward, Mr. President. We are going to eliminate the tariffs, and rapidly. I had the opportunity to speak.
What is this? No matter what happens, just remember it's the Jews.
We talked about how we could affect this quickly, and I hope to bring a solution very quickly. We're not talking about intentions.
Dude.
We're not talking about,
That's just cope, okay? You can't say Nazis are coping today, okay? They simultaneously are like, oh yeah, Jews are these all-powerful magic money people that are controlling the global financial market. Look at the Rothschild family or whatever. And then simultaneously, this fucking Christian guy is just dunking on the global financial market, and it's like, well, it's the Jews again. It's the Jews again. They did this somehow. It's like, come on, man. You think they would let this happen? Are you crazy? if they had motion like that?
Steve Witkoff, was President Trump's very able representative, helped us get a deal that got 25 out. We're working now on another deal that we hope will succeed. And we're committed to getting all the hostages out, but also eliminating.
God, I hate this piece of shit so much. I hate him so much. He's such a fucking monster. God damn it. Also, Donald Trump put his chair in again, by the way. Look at fucking Russia Today, loving it. Netanyahu inside the White House. Trump's helps with the chair again. He's got to be doing it on purpose, right? Like, there's no shot.
Countries that might be amenable and are amenable to accepting Palestinians of their free choice if they choose to go there. And I think that's the second thing. But the hostages came right on top. We also discussed the situation in Syria. We've had neighborly relations with Turkey that have deteriorated, and we don't want to see Syria being used by anyone, including Turkey, as a base for attack in Israel. Turkey is a country that has a great relationship with the United States. The president has a relationship with the leader of Turkey. We discussed how we can avoid this conflict in a variety of ways, and I think we can't have a better interlocutor than the President of the United States for this purpose. And of course, we also discussed Iran. Look, we're both united in the goal that Iran does not ever get nuclear weapons. If it can be done diplomatically in a full way, the way it was done in Libya, I think that would be a good thing. But whatever happens, we have to make sure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. That's the end of my speech.
Mr. President, just to add to that, we're having direct talks with.
I can't stand how fucking arrogant Israel is overall, and especially Benjamin Netanyahu is. There's no way people look at this and think like, no, this is valid actually. Like if I'm a fucking random dude in Arkansas and already have like anti-Semitism in my mind, and I see shit like this, I see Donald Trump putting the fucking chair up for Benjamin Netanyahu. I see Donald Trump fucking making my 401k scream, and then turn around and glad handle fucking Benjamin Netanyahu as he just sits there in the most entitled, arrogant fashion and be like, yes, we are going to do a very important deals, like we can bomb whoever we want, all this shit. I'm telling you, there's no way, there's no return from that.
Ripped off and taken advantage of by many countries over the years, and can't do it anymore. We just can't do it anymore. We can't be the stupid people anymore. And it's all because of the people that sat in the seat right here. Not your seat, but this seat. They allowed things to happen to our country that they shouldn't have allowed to happen on trade and other things, many other things. I mean, look at what's happened with our last president, where he allowed millions of people to come into our country with an open border. Who would want an open border? How stupid is that? But he allowed millions and millions of people, and of the millions, and I think it was 21 million people, but let's say 3 of them were serious criminals, serious murderers and drug dealers and gang members and people from jails. All the jails emptied out right into our country, right along the open border on Mexico, generally the Mexico. They came in from Canada too, by the way, a lot. But generally speaking, on the southern border.
And what a shame it is that we are now working very hard to get them out, get the criminals out, get the murderers out, the drug dealers, the mentally insane, get them out. They dropped the mentally insane in our country too. And this was all done by the Biden administration. It's a disgrace that we have to work so hard. And then we have judges that try and protect these people. But they didn't protect us when the people were being let in. But to get them out is never easy with these people. So I think we're doing a great job. The border is the best it's ever been. It's even as strong as it was. I had a great, solid border. I think it might even be tougher right now and stronger. So people are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. We have a legal process, and we have that moving along properly because we need people to come into our country, but we want people that can love our country and cherish our country. So that's where we are. And with that, any questions? Well, we're not looking at that. We have many, many countries that are coming to negotiate deals with us, and they're going to be fair deals. And in certain cases, they're going to be paying substantial tariffs. There'll be fair deals. As you know, I spoke this morning with the Prime Minister of Japan, and we had a very good conversation. They're coming. And I said, one thing, you're going to have to open up your country because we sold no cars, like 0 cars in Japan. And they sold millions of cars into our country. They don't really take our agriculture, a little bit of it just to keep us slightly happy, but they don't take what they're supposed to be taking. So we have a great relationship with Japan. We're going to keep it that way, but they're coming in to meet, and other countries are coming in. With China, as you know, against my statement, they put a 34% tariff on above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year they'd make on us on trade, and it shouldn't be that way. And I have a great relationship with President Xi. I hope it's going to stay that way. I have great respect for China. But they can't do this with just, we're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do this, what I'm doing. And I'll tell you what, it's an honor to do it because we have been just destroyed, what they've done to our system. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. And the reason is that people allowed it to get that way. So we'll be talking to China. We'll be talking to a lot of different countries. And I think, you know, if we can make a really fair deal and a good deal for the United States, not a good deal for others. This is America first. It's now America first. And we didn't put America first. We put America last. The people that were in the Oval Office put America last, and we're not going to stand for it.
He's actively destroying the country. He's actively destroying the global economy. He's destroying everything. He is literally, dude, look, I am not a spiritual person at all, okay? But you got the fucking 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. You have pestilence, RFK Jr., bringing back measles like it was, like it fell out of fashion, and the trend has created it once again. It's fashionable again, okay? You got fucking Donald Trump, a false presenter of Christendom, destroying the global economy for no discernible reason, for no real reason. I'm fucking the economy because I'm bored, okay? That's what he's doing. And also simultaneously undermining the remaining protections that average citizens have against government overreach, destroying it. It is crazy. It's end time shit. What are we doing?
Very end.
How do all these evangelicals not recognize that this is like real end time shit?
And, so there are a lot of things outside of tariffs, but tariffs are very important. But there are a lot of things like opening up countries that were totally closed. China is essentially a closed country. In fact, it is a closed country. And what they do is they charge tariffs so that if you sell cars,
every day I think to myself that this is going to recover because there's too much vested interest, that like the Fed is going to bail them out. But like even if they lowered even if they lowered interest rates, I don't even know if you could bail him out in this process. Like, he is accelerating a recession in an effort. Let's say he's trying to trigger a recession with the hopes that the Fed will bail him out. Okay, let's say that that's the goal here, because that I feel like that's like that's one of the things that that he could be trying to do. But even then, like, what do you do? What do you do in that process? Like, that's not gonna work. It doesn't make sense. Wait, what the hell? The video broke. Now the video broke. Oh my God, the video broke. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, nothing works, dude. Nothing works. My microphone didn't work when I first started. Nothing is working. Oh my God. Oh my God. The Chinese beam hit it.
Because a lot of people are asking the Houthis. We've been very tough and very successful militarily. We've really damaged them badly. These were people shooting down ships and other things, by the way, flying objects like airplanes.
I gotta pee.
We've put a major hurt on the Houthis, which nobody's been able to do. We've really hit them hard, and it's every night, night after night, and we've gotten many of their leaders and their experts. They're experts on missiles. I mean, they actually make missiles. Nobody thought that, but they make missiles. They're highly sophisticated and they're very tough, but they've been very badly damaged. Nobody else was able to do that but us. Pete, you want to discuss that, please?
Yes, sir. It's been a bad 3 weeks for the Houthis, and it's about to get worse. It's been a devastating campaign, whether it's underground facilities, weapons manufacturing, bunkers, troops in the open, air defense assets. We are not going to relent, and it's only to get more unrelenting until the Houthis declare they will stop shooting at our ships. And we've been very clear at the Iranians as well. They should not continue to provide support to the Houthis, and that message has been made very clear. So we have a lot more options and a lot more pressure to apply, and we know, because we see the reports, how devastating this campaign has been in them, and we will not relent.
We have a great military. There's no military like our military, and despite Biden having given a lot, but nevertheless a pretty small piece, but it was a lot of our military away in Afghanistan, and one of the dumbest situations, I think, and maybe the most embarrassing
It was Biden that was dumb. You, sir, are brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for the $1 billion in defense of Israel's genocide by bombing the poorest nation on the planet. You are so sick. Is this recent? It's live.
Where they're parading trucks that are armor plated.
Yeah, the Houthis are hurting, dude. Far from being cowed by U.S. airstrikes, Yemen's Houthis may be relishing them.
We have a tremendous
it's so good, Mr. President. Please keep bombing Yemen, and also please keep bombing the financial markets. You're doing so well, Mr. President. You are a special boy.
Essentially approved a budget, which is in the facility.
It would be so funny if after all of this, he removed only Israel's tariffs. That would be fucking amazing. Donald Trump literally is just like, Donald Trump does not care. He is actively trying to make everyone go, oh, okay, I guess Israel, the Jewish state, is in control of America. Never mind. The relationship is not the other way around. He's just like, yeah, that's right. I'm doing this. They're powerful money people. That's why I'm doing it. I'm revoking the tariffs.
It had nothing to do with
only on Israel.
And they had $100 in the bank, and they give her $2 billion. Many of those cases, all that stuff is going to be cut out. But we are getting a very, very
Ekonomi bu kadar kötü gitmesinin nedeni nasıl kapitalistlere bağladın? Abi kime bağlayayım? Nasıl kime bağlayayım? Kim şu anda? Kapitalist değil mi Donald Trump? Salak mısın?
Anything that we have ordered, and it's in many ways too bad that we have to do it, because hopefully we're not going to have to use it. But the military is very, very powerful, and it's going to remain that way. Yes, Queen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about Iran, because this is the first time we hear that the U.S. is having a direct contact with Iran.
I think I'm gonna. By the way, I've never read this. I've never read this book, but I've seen it be recommended quite a bit.
We're dealing with them directly.
I've never read this book personally, but I've seen it be recommended quite a bit. And obviously, like, I've read pieces from this book, but it's beginning to feel a lot like this in the United States of America. And I might have to go back on my old ways and maybe read a goddamn book for once, because a lot of the things that Donald Trump is doing, because like the USSR was obviously forced to be dissolved, right? But there was a lot of spectacular failures along the way that led to the collapse. This book goes into that directly. On the one hand, you get Pizza Hut and Pepsi. On the other hand, you have to liberalize your markets, and you do that by collaborating with Western with Western analysts, and as the regime is falling apart, all of the people with power that collaborate with Western authorities on the matter make out like fucking bandits. A shock doctrine, if you will. One of the guys that is responsible for this, for the record, is ironically a dude who's very woke now, but played a formative role in all of this happening to the USSR. His name is Jeffrey Sachs. Friend of the show. Wait, Trump responds to the EU offer says not enough?
Over the years, I always say it was formed to really do damage to the United States in trade. That's the reason it was formed. It was formed with all of the countries from Europe, I guess most of them, not all of them, but most of them. And they formed together to create a little bit of a monopoly situation, to create a unified force.
It's beginning to feel a lot like the collapse, the internal collapse of the USSR.
The same countries.
But this time it's not being accelerated by outside forces, like Western capitalist forces that wanted this to happen. And instead, it's just happening because we're bored.
Where they paid NATO, because most of these nations weren't even paying. We were paying for NATO, so we're paying them to guard them militarily, and they're screwing us on trade. So that's not a good combination. So now...
What is this?
It's really turned around. It's the
Trump may
opposite.
escalate the Libya-style regime change war. Regional diplomatic sources say preparations are underway for a ground operation. Oh my God.
Like Japan in that sense. They don't take our agricultural product. They don't take anything practically. And yet millions of cars in a year, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, BMWs. They're sending millions and millions of cars into the U.S., but we don't have a car that's been sold to the European Union or other places, but let's go for the European Union. And it's not going to be that way. It's got to be fair, reciprocal. It's got to be fair. It's not fair. We have a deficit with the European Union of $350 billion, and it's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons and one of the ways that that can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they need it. They're going to have to buy it from us. They can buy it. We can knock off $350 billion in 1 week. They have to buy and commit to buy a like amount of energy. And we have that. You know, we have more energy than any country in the world. I don't know if you know.
Dude. He was asked if the EU zero tariffs enough. His answer, not enough. He also waved away suggestions that U.S. trading partners would go to China. They want to be in the arms of the U.S. Yeah, because the tariffs are not about tariffs. They're not real tariffs. Well, Trump is instituting real tariffs, and the counter tariffs, the retaliatory tariffs, are real. But the reason why he instituted tariffs to begin with were not because those countries had tariffs. It's because of a trade deficit that we have. And Donald Trump doesn't understand why America has a trade deficit. It is a trade-off so that the United States of America gets to maintain the global currency in which global trade happens with the dollar. This is the responsibility. This is what happens. America is the largest consumption engine on the planet, and also simultaneously, all of the fucking trade is done on the US dollar. This is how we dominate the fucking planet. He's like, oh, this trade deficit is fucked up. It's fucked up. We got to fix the trade deficit. Who's going to buy American-made products in much poorer nations, you fucking idiot? You have the SWIFT system. 80% of all trade happening is literally controlled by America, okay? And that is partially as a consequence of the way that we have designed the global market. It's partially a consequence of our trade deficits with these countries. It is fucking crazy. It's crazy. He doesn't understand it. How does he not understand this? You're the president.
Crazy.
Twice
the first
now.
Week. They said eggs have quadrupled in price. I said, I just got here. Tell me about it. And Brooke Rollins and our team did a great job. And eggs are down now 79%, and they're all over the place. And this was a problem that somebody else would have taken a long time to cure. We have energy is down. We have interest rates are down. We have groceries, meaning food is down. We have everything is down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. Energy looks like it's going to be in the $2.50 a gallon range, and maybe below that for a car. So for gasoline. So we're really doing amazing. I mean, we're cutting prices because prices got so high people couldn't live. I mean, the prices for groceries, the prices for standard groceries, standard things were going through the roof. They couldn't live. And now those prices are coming down. So call them groceries, but that's down, energy's down, and interest rates are down.
The only reason why I don't think Yanis Varoufakis' analysis is correct is because I think he's falling into the trap of thinking that Donald Trump and his administration are actually moving in this direction deliberately and with a clear goal in mind. Okay? Yanis Varoufakis believes that Donald Trump is trying to devalue the dollar, okay, and create some semblance of trade parity that will boost manufacturing in the long term in the United States of America. The issue, on the other hand, is that there is none of the underlying reasons, the skeletons are not there for there to be any sort of parity whatsoever, because there's no manufacturing here. Not only is there no manufacturing in the United States of America, there's no way to boost manufacturing. Without centrally planned economies, you will never be able to quickly develop the infrastructure necessary to become a competitor to China. And even if you had the ideological backing and the money, which America does certainly have the money to do this, okay?
It's a tough place in the world.
Even if you had the ideological backing and the money, which you don't have the actual interest in doing this, you don't have the time, like physically. You don't have it. This would take at least a fucking decade.
Well, I can't really say that, but I think it'll be...
So on the one hand, while I understand Yanis Varoufakis is trying to make sense of it all and trying to read the tea leaves and say that like Donald Trump wants to, you know, create a more even process on the global stage so that there's like at least more American manufacturing. There's no fucking American manufacturing. And there's no appetite from the labor aristocracy to go and work at these jobs anyway. And also, Donald Trump would not make it so that these jobs are actually well-paying, high-benefit jobs regardless. And he has no interest in fixing some of the other affordability crisis points that pressure Americans every single day. Most importantly, the housing market. So he is the worst guy to do this. He's the worst guy to do this.
Unbelievable distress. They said no. I said all of them. I said, did they ever wink at you like, you'll be okay? You're going to be okay? No, they didn't do that. They'd slap us. The hatred is unbelievable.
I think you're both wrong. I think he's just justifying his tax rate increases revenues without calling it tax hike, which is what tariffs are. No, I've said that. I think there are a couple top-line agenda points here that Donald Trump has openly mentioned.
Is bad, but pipes are worse, and the stories I heard were incredible. But I just said, was there any sign of potential love or affection? And there were none whatsoever. It was amazing to me. There was nothing like, here, take this, it's a little extra meal or something. They lived like hell. I don't know. They were amazing to me because they seemed to be pretty normal. They weren't scarred, but I guarantee underneath they have to be scarred. And one was there for 356 days. Another was there for about 180 days, you know, a long time. These are people that have been...
Did Giannis really say Trump is doing this for good? No, Giannis thinks it's going to fail, but I think he thinks that the Trump administration has like some intelligence behind these decisions. I don't think so.
That you feel are farther along in getting their tariffs lowered?
I think there are many that want to get rid of tariffs right now. European Union, I mean, as badly as they've treated us, they've brought their car tariffs essentially off. I guess they brought it down to 2.5, and I hear maybe to nothing. But it's not only tariffs, it's non-monetary tariffs. It's tariffs where they put things on that make it impossible for you to sell a car. It's not a money thing. They make it so difficult. The
he wants to dominate. He wants to basically do something that, like, technically an international trade is illegal, but there is no way to escalate these disputes to an international body like the World Trade Organization. So he basically wants to dominate whatever decisions governments are making that maintain their sovereignty. Like, for example, you don't want hormone-infused American meats? Well, fuck you. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have your own personal regulatory body that has decided that, like, American meat is substandard quality and cannot be sold in your markets? Well, guess what? It's going to be sold in your markets. You're going to take our bleached chicken, as a matter of fact, by force. That's what is going on here. That's what the point is. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to, 1, decouple America and the rest of the world from China. 2, he's trying to forcibly fix trade deficits by forcing these countries to violate their own sovereignty and purchase American products without even actually beefing up the manufacturing side in the United States of America. So I don't even think that there is a capability to fucking send all of this shit to the rest of the world. He wants to undermine the World Trade Organization and rebuild it in his own vision, even though, ironically, that is the point. That is what happened initially. But then China took advantage of that situation by, developing quite rapidly. And here we are. None of it has anything to do with, like, real tariffs. It's not. It's if you are stuck on the word tariff, you'd be lost in the sauce. I think those are the top line goals of this administration. The only way this would work is if, like, the dangerous instability that Donald Trump presents from his position of authority is met with the resentment that, like, European powers have towards Chinese administration, the Chinese administration, and therefore they go, okay, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Those guys are literally Chinese. At least these dudes are white and dangerous. It's the evil that I know versus the scary Chinese. So I'm going to go with the evil that I know. And they just capitulate to Donald Trump's insanity somehow, which still fucks them over. Which still completely fucks them over in the process. No, it quite literally, like, the European trade policy right now is a Nick Mullen bit. You're literally Chinese, is what they're saying to the other side of the trade equation. They're just going, you're Chinese.
Our country will have to reset the table, because no other president would be willing to do what I'm doing or to even go through it. Now, I don't mind going through it because I see a beautiful picture at the end, but we are making tremendous progress with a lot of countries, and the countries that really took advantage of us are now saying, please negotiate. You know why? Because they're getting beaten badly because of what's happening. They're getting beaten badly. They're being devalued as countries. But it's the only chance we're going to have to reset the table on trade. And when we do, we're going to come out unbelievably well. We're going to have a strong country economically again. And we're going to have those factories that are empty all over the United States. We've lost 90,000 plants and factories. Think of this. 90,000. You wouldn't think it's possible. 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA, which was, by the way, the worst trade deal ever developed, ever had by any country anywhere, NAFTA. And I terminated NAFTA. Everybody said it would be impossible. And I terminated it through Congress. We terminated it. You had to get it through Congress. It was a trap. It was a horrible thing. And we got it done.
What is that? Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy that this keeps breaking.
They cheat like crazy.
Nothing
Canada
works anymore.
cheats,
America
Mexico
no
cheats.
longer
It's one of
dominant.
those things.
Nothing
But
works.
We are resetting a table, and we're going to have great trade, and we're going to have a very strong country. Our country is going to be at a level that is as maybe never been, or maybe, you know, our country was the strongest, believe it or not, from 1870 to 1913. You know why? It was all tariff-based.
Oh my God! Oh my God! He's so
Then in
stupid.
1913, some genius
He's so
came up with the
stupid.
idea of, let's
1870 to
charge the people of our
1913
country, not
is
foreign
not comparable
countries that are
to
ripping off our
2025. You're so fucking stupid. Why are you like this? How can someone? How can someone say such stupid things?
We had meetings, we had committees.
It's so dumb. You know, you okay, Donald Trump knows this is a dumb comparison. You know why? Because just a couple weeks ago he went, everything's computer. What do you think that is? Everything's computer. You said it yourself. Everything's computer. You think it's the same? You think was everything computer in 1879? No, nothing was computer. Everything's computer now.
Help Israel a lot. You know, we give Israel $4 billion a year. That's a lot. Congratulations, by the way. That's pretty good. But we give Israel billions of dollars a year. Billions. It's one of the highest of, and we give a lot of countries money. You wouldn't believe if I said we give Afghanistan a lot of money. Do you? Because that was a Biden deal, another Biden deal. Not only did he embarrass us with that, but they give them billions of dollars, Afghanistan, right? So, but no, we take good care of our friends, and we don't take care of our enemies.
If
We're
they
not
would
taking care of our
lower
enemies
Israel
anymore,
tariffs. He
but
said
we do
maybe
take care
not.
of our friends.
The IDF is fighting again in the Gaza Strip. I myself might be called up in a month. Do you think that's the way to pressure Hamas to get to a deal? And do you think blocking humanitarian aid is also an effective pressure?
Well, you know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in, but you know, having a peace force like the United States there, controlling and owning the Gaza Strip would be a good thing. Because right now, all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems. And if you take the people, the Palestinians, and move them around to different countries, and you have plenty of countries that will do that, and you really have a freedom zone. You call it the freedom zone, a free zone, a zone where people aren't going to be killed every day. That's a hell of a place. It's a, you know what I call it, a great location that nobody wants to live in, because they really don't. And when they had when they have good living, real living, where Hamas and all of the problems they have, the level of death on the Gaza Strip is just incredible. And I've said it. I don't understand why Israel ever gave it up. Israel owned it. It wasn't this man, so I can say it. He wouldn't have given it up. I know him very well. There's no way. They took oceanfront property and they gave it to people for peace. How did that work out? Not good.
Is the immigration, Mr. President?
He loves it. He's such a vile dog, dude. They're both such evil fucks. He's talking about mass ethnic displacement, the Nakba as oceanfront property, purging millions of people, 750,000 in 1948, to a tiny area known as the Gaza Strip, as giving them graciously oceanfront property.
And any other place, including in arenas of battle, I mean, whether it's Ukraine or Syria or any other place, people could leave. Gaza was the only place where they locked them in. We didn't lock them in. They're locked in. And what is wrong with giving people a choice? Now, we've been talking, including over lunch, about some countries, I won't go into them right now, that are saying, you know, if Gazans want to leave, we want to take them in. And I think this is the right thing to do. If you give, you know, it's going to take years to rebuild Gaza. In the meantime, people can have an option. The president has a vision. Countries are responding to that vision. We're working on it. I hope we'll have good news for you.
I will say, people really do love that vision. It's a long-term vision, but so importantly is to have that be a safe field, because you're right smack in the middle of the Middle East. You're right along Israel. It should have never, ever been given away. It shouldn't have been given away.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? They were there. Who's giving it away?
They promised peace, but that didn't work out too well, because it's one of the most dangerous.
They were there before Israel. Oh my God.
Gaza is one of the most dangerous
Oh, he's
places
talking about
in the world.
2005?
So they gave it away for a good intention, and it didn't work out that way. And a lot of people like my concept, but, you know, there are other concepts that I like, too. And there's some concepts I don't like. You know what I don't like? The way it is now. Because right now it's a dangerous death trap, Gaza. Yeah.
The concept he's describing is final solution ethnic cleansing.
Do you still plan to meet with him? Could that happen in Saudi Arabia? And maybe you could elaborate as well a little bit on not providing tariffs on Russia, sir.
So
I want to see what Asmongold's chat is saying about this.
Tariffs with Russia.
By America being dominated by a foreign
They're at a
leader.
war, and I'm not
Let's
happy
see.
about what's going on.
Let's see what the fuck they're up to.
With the bombing, because they're bombing
Let's
like
see how
crazy
based
right
they
now.
think
They're bombing. I don't know
Two-Faced
what's happening
Netanyahu.
there. That's not a good situation. So we're meeting with Russia, we're meeting with Ukraine, and we're getting sort of close. But I'm not happy with all the bombing that's going on in the last week or so.
Okay, they don't like
Horrible.
it. They don't like
It's a
it.
horrible thing.
They don't like it either.
Thing.
Hasan literally checking your chat. What a bozo. I like to fucking see what the other side is saying. Maybe you guys can learn a lesson from that as well.
Advantage of for 40, 50, 60 years. And the reason we got ripped off and the way they did it was tariffs. They would charge tariffs, massive numbers of dollars. And when you look at China, when I took over, it was at $507 billion they were making. I call it
People will be like, Hasan wants to be in an echo chamber. And then when I step outside of the echo chamber, they go, Hasan is stepping outside of the echo chamber. It's a crash out. No, dude, I want to know what you guys are thinking.
$7 billion that
We all live in this country together. I got to know what y'all are up to.
and we were very, very tough on them because
Asman fans hate you, but got you on the other screen. I know, that's kind of funny.
then when Biden came in, he let him get away with murder. He had no idea. I'll tell you what, that man had no idea what was happening, whether it was the border or China or anything else. He had no idea what was going on. And they went wild. China went wild. And the money they make is ridiculous, okay? It's just not going to happen. And hopefully we'll get along with China. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's okay too. But we can't let that continue because that's an abuse. They abused.
Why are you tapping the glass? I'm not. I'm trying to look from afar. But they recognize that I'm looking from afar, and they realize that they're being observed like zoo animals.
I'm surprised they'd allow that.
And then they start acting out.
To happen. But we are going to bring great trade, and we're going to be fair to other countries. And I will say this: virtually every country wants to negotiate. If I didn't do what I did over the last couple of weeks, you wouldn't have anybody wants to negotiate. We would have gone to these countries, you want to talk? And they were, well, we don't want to talk. Now they're coming to us. They're offering things like even Bibi, and this is unrelated because it's a different kind of a relationship, but he started off our conversation today that he's cutting all of the tariffs, he's cutting everything. He's going to get down to a free base. He's going to do things that, in all fairness, other countries, if they said that, would have never even thought about doing it. Now they're offering things to us that we would have never even thought of asking them for because they're experiencing a lot of hurt. And the hurt is that they've taken advantage of us and we finally fought back. Tariffs will make this country very rich. We're rich anyway, but we're rich in a certain way. We have $36 trillion in debt. I want to get rid of it. And we can do it quickly with proper deals. So when countries don't allow us to sell our product, but we allow them to sell their product, when they charge us massive amounts of money for the privilege of going into their country, those days are over. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sir?
Me?
Yeah. He sounds so
Thank
surprised.
You, Mr. President. On Iran, two questions, please. First, you can give us more details about where the meeting on Saturday is going to
I can't tell you that. I can just tell you there's a major meeting going on between us and Iran, and that'll take place on Saturday, and it's at top level.
And the second question about this. A lot of people think that those talks are not going to lead anywhere because the Iranians will never give up their nuclear program.
I think that's a possibility, too.
If diplomacy fails, is the United States, under your leadership, ready to take military action to destroy the Iranian nuclear program and remove this threat?
I think if the talks aren't successful with Iran, I think Iran is going to be in great danger. And I hate to say it, great danger, because they can't have a nuclear weapon.
So is that a yes?
You know, it's not a complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is. Can't have it. Right now we have countries that have nuclear power that shouldn't have it, but I'm sure we'll be able to negotiate out of that too as part of this later on down the line. But Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if the talks aren't successful, I actually think it'll be a very bad day for Iran if that's the case. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, was October 7th the death blow of the two-state solution, and would you consider classifying the Palestinian Authority as a terrorist organization for its continued pay-for-slay terror financing payments?
So October 7th was a horrible day that some people, they deny it. Now, I can't believe they deny it from the standpoint of it. They do it because they think it's good politically. But October, I've seen the tapes. I've seen things that you don't want to see. October 7th was a horrible day, and it will go down as one of the really bad days in the history of the world. It was a horrible, horrible thing that happened. And they grabbed some of these people. I'll give you an example. When I was with the 10 hostages a few weeks ago, I said, so how many are there? 59.
I saw this. We'll get to that in a second.
So we can get 59. They sort of knew the territory pretty good. And I said, how are they doing? They said, well, only 24 are living, the rest are dead. And these are young people largely. Young people don't die. You know, young people have an amazing ability to live. They can live through horrible things. But these are young people. And when they said that 24 are living and the rest are dead. And, you know, I've had parents come up, Israeli parents largely. We have some Americans, and I guess we have one left. Alex, we have the one left. But I've had Israeli parents come up to me at events and say, my son is there. I said, well, how's he doing? Well, he's dead. But would you do the biggest favors
That is
ever?
insane.
His body back home.
How is he doing? Well, he's dead.
About a young dead boy.
He has such
and
a
young
fucking
dead
insane
girl.
way with words, man. This is like such an insane way to talk about. Such an insane way to talk about things. Oh my God. No tact.
But I was surprised. They said, sir, my son is dead. It is just as important to bring that body back home. I asked that question as if he were alive. So you have a lot of them dead, and we'll be able to bring them back. But it's a horrible thing that's happened. These are largely young people. Some old ones too, frankly. And those people have lived in hell. When they came off, the second group that came out, they looked like they just got out of a concentration camp. They looked exactly like the pictures that I'd see from the 1940s, the concentration camps. And then they got a little bit better, you know. But that second group, those people came out, and I said, this is unbelievable. We're going back into a chapter in history that is one of the worst ever. It's really very bad. Okay?
American manufacturing fully up to speed in response to these tariffs. What happens in the meantime?
Well,
Should Americans be prepared potentially for years of disruption?
We have now $7 trillion. Think of this, $7 trillion of commitments from companies wanting to go in, from Apple to many, many companies.
That takes time.
Many from Taiwan. What?
It takes time to
Of course it takes time. Well, are you asking me a question, or are you telling me? Yeah, it takes time. You know, you got to build a thing called a factory. You have to build your energy. You have to do a lot of things. I'm giving them energy. You know, we're going to let
Why
them
are they
build
jumping
their own
topics and completely
power
ignoring the
plants.
genocide?
Their
Why
own-
do you think?
Essentially,
Because both
they're
of
gonna be in
them
charge
know
of
that
the
it's a
power
genocide
plant
and like
because
it.
Our power is not reliable enough. You have a grid that's old and susceptible to a lot of things, including bombing and weather and a lot of other things. And we're going to give them record timing in terms of approvals of electric plants. Most of them want to build electric plants. We need massive amounts of electricity if we're going to compete with China and others. And interestingly, we're way ahead right now in the AI race with China. But the way we lose that race is if we can't give them electric. But we have more plants being built. We have everything. We're doing so great. And we want to keep it that way. And tariffs will be an important part of it. But one of the other things, Lee Zeldin's doing a fantastic job, head of environmental protection. And he's doing very rapid approvals for people to get, for big companies that are going to build a plant that's going to cost billions of dollars. And we're going to get them their approvals. They have to be environmentally perfect, everything good, but they're going to be in record time, a matter of months versus a matter of many, many years. Okay? Go ahead.
Turkey claims it will stabilize the situation in Syria.
Turkey?
Yeah. Israel doesn't want Turkey to influence it in Syria. What do you think? Do you think Turkey's influence in Syria can actually make it a better, more peaceful country, or vice versa?
Well, I have great relations with a man named Erdogan. Have you heard of him?
No.
And I happen to like him, and he likes me, and I know the press will get very angry. He likes Erdogan, but I do, and he likes me, and we've never had a problem, and we've gone through a lot, and we've never had a problem. We've always got, as you remember, we got our minister back from Turkey. You remember that? And this was a big deal at the time, and we got him back. And I told the prime minister, I said, just, Bibi, if you have a problem with Turkey, I really think I'm going to be able to work it out. You know, I have a very, very good relationship with Turkey and with their leader, and I think we'll be able to work it out. So I hope that's not going to be a problem. I don't think it will be a problem. Now, with that being said, I believe it was Turkey, and I said that to him. I said it. I said, congratulations. You've done what nobody's been able to do in 2,000 years. You've taken over Syria with different names, but same thing. I said, you've taken it over. He's taken it over through surrogates. He goes, no, it was not me. I said, it was you. But that's okay. You don't have to say, well, it sort of maybe was me. Okay. But what he did, look, he's a tough guy, and he's very smart. And he did something that nobody was able to do. You know, you got to hand it to him. Any problem that you have with Turkey, I think I can solve. I mean, as long as you're reasonable. You have to be reasonable. We have to be reasonable. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
The Syrian case is a particularly interesting one because the Turkish government and its actions are advancing the interests of NATO and advancing the interests of the United States, as Donald Trump is pointing out here, in Syria specifically. But Israel also is the American client state. So we are quite literally, once again, in Syria, funding both belligerents, okay? Funding both sides, and they're fighting one another. It makes no sense. For those of you who don't know what happened in Syria, Israel has obviously been relentlessly bombing Syria, and one of the one of the last rounds of bombing was where Israel struck some Syrian facilities where Turkish engineers were, and apparently killed a bunch of Turkish engineers, Turkish nationals. The thing is, both of these regional powers have interest in dominating Syria, and they have also they're getting the go-ahead from the United States of America. Which is a unique predicament because, like I said, that was fake news. Oh, come on, dude. Marwan, the Syrian goat, you're so fucking annoying every time I talk about Syria, dude. Every time, dude. Every time. Yeah, Israel's not bombing Syria. Is that a fake news? Or Turkey doesn't have coalition forces in Syria? You act like Turkey didn't play a formative role in taking out the Assad regime in Syria. Why do you always say this? Why do you always say this? If they're acting like no Turkish people actually got fucking killed in the process, it is probably to save face. Okay? That's it. Because once again, both sides are funded by the United States of America. Both sides are operating at the behest of the United States' grand vision, its grand plan, its grand design in the region. Okay? That's it. That's it. There is a reason why there are there's a reason why there are so many there's so much social capital that Erdogan can expend in the process of dominating its political opposition in the country right now without the American government saying anything about it. And that is because he has played the role of a loyal servant and undermined a significant logistical hub for Iran because of a incredibly weak tyrant that allowed virtually every country that would let him keep power into Syria and operate through Syria to create a direct pathway from Iran to Lebanon. This was a major issue for Israel and therefore a major issue for the United States of America. It's not like Assad was personally invested in, I don't know, the liberation of Palestinians or whatever. That was not the case at all. But given his weaknesses, he gladly agreed to Russia using Syria as a warm water port in exchange for dominating all of the opposition forces, and same with Iran. The whole Syrian, the last round of the Assad regime's collapse that happened seemingly overnight happened because Turkey's coalition forces alongside the HDS were able to very swiftly overtake the entire country. And in the process, destroy one logistical hub that worked, that played a formative role in allowing Iranian weapons to expediently go to Lebanon into the hands of Hezbollah. The ISIS guy will agree to letting Russia in too if he ever wants his airspace. Would you say it's accurate that Turkey wants to turn Syria into client state and Israel wants to balkanize Syria into one or multiple client states? I think Israel wants more. I think Israel wants Syrian territory. That's what I think. And I think Turkey also wants to turn Syria into a client state, maybe like a Belarus style situation. And it's two of America's attack dogs in the region competing with one another for pieces of Syria, like larger control over Syria. The smart play would be to leave it in the hands of Erdogan. From a pure American standpoint, I'm not saying it's the appropriate thing to do, but the smart play for the United States of America would be to give it to Erdogan rather than Israel, because a lot of the Islamist forces, like the fundamentalist forces, a lot of the Sunni population also carry a shit ton of resentment towards Israel, but they actually fucking love Erdogan. Therefore, if your goal was to maintain stability in Syria and allow Syria to no longer be no longer be in the hands of Iran in any capacity whatsoever, without more destabilization, it would be to turn it into a Belarus for Turkey. But Israel doesn't want that because Israel wants more land. Israel wants more territory. This is the reason why they're fighting against each other in Syria right now. Obviously, the moral thing to do would be to allow Syria to have a full democratic process, but that's never going to fucking happen. America does not care about the autonomy or the livelihoods of the Syrian population, let alone its own population. These guys don't even care about Americans. Why the fuck would they care about Syrians? You know what I mean? But yeah, Israel has been, for the last couple of days, been posting shit like this. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan tells Reuters Turkey wants no confrontation with Israel and Syria. Ultimately, actions mean more than words. We'll wait and see how things play out. Israel will prevent the establishment of Turkish air bases or naval bases in Syria, says senior official. If Turkey crosses red lines, Israel will take action, he says. It sounds like Israel is now threatening to start a new war with Turkey over Syria. Present Israeli leadership is committed to total war against all its neighbors in addition to a final solution to the Gaza problem. They are becoming something like Imperial Japan or Nazi Germany. Not becoming something like Imperial Japan or Nazi Germany. They are Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany. They literally are. I don't think that it'll get to this point, though, even though, as you guys know, I don't make predictions anymore. You know, I've learned my fucking lesson. But both of these sides are ultimately America's lapdogs, okay? Turkey is America's servant. It's a NATO nation. It's got American nukes inside of American military bases in Turkey. That's not going away anytime soon. That is precisely the reason why no matter how much Erdogan plays both sides, turns out it turns around and collaborates with Russia, collaborates with China, it still doesn't fucking matter. Ultimately, Turkey is still an extension of American empire. Okay, Turkey as a state, Turkey as a state, serves the interests of America first and foremost. That much should be clear to every single person, especially after what took place in Syria. Middle East, Israel and Turkey already agreed not to fight law. Yeah, Israel always and Turkey always. Two notorious regional actors that actually play ball with deconfliction. Notoriously. Turkey and Russia have violated their own deconfliction lines over and over again. And Israel is a notorious serial line avoider and line crosser. These are two of the most unstable nations in the region. What are you talking about? This means nothing until Donald Trump says it's done. We're partitioning the country to give you a piece here. Southern Syria is yours. Israel, Turkey, shut the fuck up. They get to have their operations there. The rest of Syria is yours. Until that is solidified by the United States of America, this means nothing, okay? Their own personal back and forth is inconsequential, is utterly inconsequential due to their track record in the region, due to their serial overstepping of these sorts of red lines and boundaries. Why do you think it's okay to split up people's land like pizza? You think I think it's okay? Are you stupid? Did you not hear what I said? No, I don't think it's okay to fucking partition Syria and balkanize it to give pieces of it to Israel and the rest to Turkish control. No, I think it's insane that we're doing it. Hello? There is so much. This is yet another instance where it's like, nope, doesn't matter what your worldview is. Are you offering analysis? Well, to me, it sounds a lot like justification. It's like, no, I'm telling you what is going on. I'm trying to explain to you what the plan is here and what the personal motivations or the personal ambitions of these two American client states are in terms of dominating Syria. I am in no way, shape, or form endorsing this. Okay? Yeah, 69% literacy rate in the United States of America. Of course, this is an unfortunate byproduct of such realities. where people just don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay. Yes, the conversation ended with Prime Minister, war criminal Netanyahu. We're going to get back to explaining the markets screaming red bloody murder and numerous other subjects that I have yet to discuss today. There's a lot going on, so we shall get right to it. Let's get back to the global markets getting absolutely cumstered and dumpstered.
Get to the news. The markets are reeling once again from worries that President Trump's tariffs could cause a global recession. Markets from Asia to Europe suffered steep losses overnight, including a 13% drop in Hong Kong's index. In the picture here, we're sorry to say at home, it's just as grim. Before trading even opened today, just think about this, the S&P, the Dow, and NASDAQ all suffered sharp losses in recent days, hitting many Americans' retirement accounts. Caitlin Huey-Burns is at the White House, where the president does insist the tariffs are a good thing. Caitlin, good morning. We heard the president say sometimes you got to take some medicine.
Good morning. Well, the president's message to Americans was essentially hang tough. But that may not be easy with even bigger tariffs coming down the pike and also could increase the price of everyday goods. But the president made clear just last night that he's not planning to change course.
President Trump is preparing Americans for potentially more market pain ahead, as even steeper tariffs are set to take effect later this week.
I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something.
Speaking on Air Force One Sunday, he defended his trade policy and downplayed last week's Wall Street drop, the worst in 5 years.
What's going to happen with the market, I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger.
The 10% baseline tariff on a majority of imports went into effect Saturday, and the larger reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries kick in Wednesday.
There is no postponing. They are definitely going to stay in place for days and weeks.
Administration officials said Sunday more than 50 countries have reached out to the White House to try to negotiate.
They're dying to make a deal, but I said we're not going to have deficits with your country.
President Trump, who spent the weekend golfing at his club in Florida, says he spoke to a handful of world leaders from Europe and Asia this weekend, including Vietnam, which is facing one of the highest tariffs at 46% and provides the U.S. with things like computers, clothing, and shoes. Trump wrote on social media that Vietnam would cut their tariffs down to zero if they can come to an agreement with the U.S.
If you look at that.
But Democrats warn Trump's tariff policies will have consequences.
If we head into a recession, it will be the Trump recession. He will completely own it.
The president is scheduled to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu later today here at the White House, where the 17% planned tariffs on Israel will surely come up, as well as the war in Gaza.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much.
The warning signs are flashing red. Stocks are in freefall. Money is pouring into safe havens instead. Traders navigating markets thrown into turmoil by a volatile US president.
We have a predictably unpredictable leader of the free world who announced he was going to do something that everybody was expecting, but he did it in a way that upset the global world order. It was indiscriminate. It was wide-ranging. So what does that cause? Massive uncertainty. And when you get massive uncertainty, you get a markdown in prices. And you see this huge fall in indices.
And this is what massive uncertainty looks like. This is Wall Street's VIX index, also known as the fear gauge. It measures how much traders are willing to pay for insurance against price swings. It tells us how much volatility they're expecting in the US stock market over the next 30 days. And things, well, they haven't been this volatile since the pandemic back in 2020, and before that, the financial crisis of 2008. And both of them were followed by recessions. So more volatility to come, as if we haven't had enough of that already. Donald Trump announced his sweeping tariffs policy last Wednesday, and whatever cautious optimism traders may have had was...
From what I can tell is people are not even buying U.S. bonds, which normally people will get when selling stocks. The entire reason why the market's like closed even is because, from what I understand, the moment of misinformation that that people were incredibly desperate to hear, that they just like grabbed on to a moment of hope.
Swiftly shattered. Stock markets across the world plummeted. And after a brief respite over the weekend,
We got one guide.
well, they're still falling.
gotta
Here in
pee.
London, the FTSE 100 in the blue, that was down 4.38% today, while Germany's DAX in the yellow fell 4.26%. And Asian markets fared even worse. China's Shanghai Composite Index lost 7% on Monday, its worst day in 5 years. And this shows us how things have moved since Trump was elected. But let's set it all in a wider context. For the FTSE 100, we have seen bigger falls than this. Black Monday back in 1987 being the big one, but it does rank among them. And things haven't even bottomed out yet. In fact, they could still get worse.
The really, really bad scenarios of a full-blown global trade war with multiple retaliation is not priced by markets currently. The FTSE 100 is only 5% lower than it was on January the 1st. That's not the sort of stock market fall you would expect to see in a full-blown trade war.
Trump's first presidency gave us a president who cared about the success of stock markets. Well, those very markets have given his tariff policy a clear vote of no confidence. And still, he's not backing down. For Trump, this is the storm before the calm. He says he is willing to weather it to the very end. But markets are hoping he might still change course.
I mean, he's not going to weather shit. We're acting like this is incredibly consequential for him. It seems like he's relying on his cult to stay loyal to his agenda. He don't give a fuck.
We are following the breaking news of President Trump threatening to slap
Oh, yeah, he wants to do 50% tariffs now.
China with additional tariffs. Let's go live to CNN senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak. So, Kevin, what is the president saying about this potential escalation here?
Yeah, and it's a major escalation in this tit-for-tat tariff war between Washington and Beijing. Remember, Pam, last week President Trump applied that 35% reciprocal tariff on China. China retaliated, applying its own 34% tariff on the United States. Now President Trump saying this: if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April the 8th, the United States will impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. He goes on to say that additionally, all talks with China concerning their requested meetings with us will be terminated. And I just want to break down the math for you here, Pamela, because remember, President Trump had already applied a 20% tariff on China for its role in the fentanyl crisis. He applied that 34% reciprocal tariff last week. That goes into effect later this week. Now he's threatening this additional 50% retaliatory tariff on China, this tit for tat back and forth. That would bring the total tariffs on China by the United States to 104%, which is a huge number. China, the world's second largest economy, one of the United States' largest trading partners. This could have a serious effect for American consumers, given the amount of goods that come into the United States. And I think just as we have seen today, the market's clearly looking for some kind of off-ramp here, for some kind of easing on the part of the president. This shows that the president is very much committed to this tariff plan, exactly not what the markets were looking for, Pamela.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And, you know, the White House has been talking about how all these countries, more than 50 countries, have come and you know, reached out to the president wanting to negotiate. But the White House is also sending these mixed messages on whether the president is willing to negotiate. Where do things stand on that front?
Yeah, it seems to be this, that the president is willing to talk to these countries about potential trade deals, but that the bar will be very high for him to lift these tariffs. That seems to be the combination of what you're hearing from White House advisors today. We do know this morning that the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Japan, that country looking to ease up some of the tariffs on them, saying that they will be sending a high-level delegation to the United States to talk about trade. The president will also discuss this with the Prime Minister of Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu later today, he imposed a 17% tariff on Israel last week, but in a way that's a cautionary tale. Remember, Netanyahu lifted customs duties on U.S. imports to Israel, but the president went ahead with that tariff anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's absolutely right. Kevin Lipchak, thank you so much. Wolf?
All right, Pamela, I want to get some more of the breaking news right now. Joining us, Democratic Congressman Mike Quigley of Illinois. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. First of all, what do you make of the president's decision to escalate his trade war once again? Do you see any chance for an off-ramp before this gets a whole lot worse?
I don't see it coming from the President of the United States. You talk about a very strange world we live in. I'm, the liberal Democrat from Chicago, agreeing with headlines from the Wall Street Journal, the dumbest trade war in history.
Okay, first of all, that's not surprising, given the state of the modern Democratic Party. Okay? There are very few headlines that the average Democrat would disagree from the Wall Street Journal. Like, there's not a lot of disagreement there. Secondly, this is one of the few instances where, in theory, trade protectionism is appropriate, but what Trump is doing is not that. So I guess technically all sides that are against Trump in this process are kind of in the right. So even though under normal circumstances, like there isn't a lot of ideological disagreements between the average Democrat and the Wall Street Journal editorial board, this is one of the few moments where they are correct. I think there's a real ideological divide between someone like myself and all of these guys, and even we are all still looking at the situation and going, well, this is really stupid. Because it is. It is stupid.
Very concerned, as are my constituents, with extraordinary cost increases, a recession, and the volatility in the markets that create uncertainty and great economic peril for our country. I think the bigger concern right now is it's part of a larger issue where this country, through the president, thinks that we can stand alone. 4% of the world's population, we're going to be less secure financially, and we're going to be more vulnerable in every other way from threats from across the seas.
I do want to start by talking about this sort of tit-for-tat trade war between the US and China. Obviously, a lot of threats in the air between both countries. Donald Trump now threatening to slap an additional 50% tariff on China if China does not pull back its 34% tariff hike. Just explain to us the potential consequences and which economy stands to lose more from this escalating trade war.
Well, it's hard to know which is going to lose more, but it's easy to tell you which consumers will lose more, and that's us, right? I mean, we consume in the United States and throughout the West huge amounts of Chinese goods for everyday life. Think about, just to take the most basic example, an iPhone, which now markets at what, $1,100.
You want to know what's ironic about all this? Democrats and Republicans alike have participated in the anti-China hawkery. So this is yet another instance where they look like fucking hypocrites, technically. Luckily, they are sheltered from the consequences of looking like hypocrites after being China hawks and then being like, but everything they make is good and we love them and our complex trade relationship is intertwined with our values and our everyday mode of existence. Like, this is great. Like, we love China, actually. Normally, most Americans, if Donald Trump was taking appropriate measures rather than this fucking insane belligerent way that he's going about this quote unquote trade war, this would make Democrats look really bad, because the average American would be like, so I don't get it. You guys said China was bad and I believed you for for the longest time, but now you're saying China not so bad? Like, what the fuck's happening here? So it's another situation where like the Democrats technically look hypocritical, but it doesn't really matter in this circumstance because Donald Trump's actions are so consequential in the negative direction that most people are too worried about their pocketbooks to recognize the inherent hypocrisy here.
Dollars for the newest models of them. And if you ended up doing the 50% hike on components, you're probably adding another $500 or so to that. And of course, there's everything you're looking at Walmart and much of what you're looking at on Amazon. So these would flow through. What really sort of struck me about President Trump's Truth Social posting, which was just less than an hour ago, was if you know much about the Chinese structure and about Xi Jinping, the idea of setting him a deadline to back down in 24 hours, he's not going to do that. He's not going to end up looking weaker to Donald Trump. And it's just not in the DNA of the Chinese leadership right now, because he will think that will transfer to the confrontation over Taiwan or something else. So I don't think the ultimatum strategy is likely to work.
And David, we had Rahm Emanuel on last week, and he said the irony here is here's a president who campaigned on ending all wars, and he's starting one. And he said, no, it's not a combat war involving F-16s or anything like that, but it's a trade war. And if you think about one of the purposes that free trade or any type of trade relations and trade alliances serves is to hopefully avoid physical wars as well. And you have a president now who has fired his U.S. cybersecurity chief, cyber command chief, because of a conspiracy theorist apparently reportedly coming to the White House and suggesting he's not loyal. You have a president who continues to conflate friend and foe and saying that even our friends are treating us worse than our foes. Just give us a sense of where that puts us in terms of security risks here in the United States.
Sure. Well, first of all, I mean, just any reading of the history of the past century is trade conflict can frequently spill into military conflict. We've seen that happen time and time again. It was the source of the War of 1812 with Britain, right? But you also saw elements of that in World War I and so forth. Separate and apart from the history lesson here, the conflation of our adversaries with our allies is bound to come back and haunt the United States, I think. What is our greatest military strength as a country?
Once again, like, can't drop the China hawkery while simultaneously saying we need China for our cheap commodities. Like, it's just an incomprehensible worldview. It's almost as incomprehensible as Donald Trump's. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump's actions are stupid, but at least his worldview does make sense. His worldview is at the very least consistent. He's anti-China. He wants to remove, he wants to decouple the United States and hopefully the rest of the world from their over-reliance on Chinese manufacturing. He's taking an initiative that is insane, right? And seemingly not doing anything that needs to be done before you even try this decoupling. But at least it's like in the direction of fuck China. These guys, on the other hand, are also saying fuck China while simultaneously saying, but we need China. Every part of this, everyone is wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, Trump is consistent, but insane. These guys are inconsistent, insane, I guess.
Beyond our nuclear weapons, which you can't really go use. And the answer is, it's our alliance system. Who is it that we have tariffed heavily in the course of this? Japan and South Korea, who are linchpin.
Like, is the argument here that if we just instituted broad tariffs just on China and no one else, that this would be fine? Okay. is the argument that we should also institute incredibly high tariffs on Indonesia or Bangladesh or Vietnam, because those are secondary markets for manufacturing that engage in Chinese manufacturing as well. Because in that situation, we are tariffing allies. We're implementing a penalty on our allies, but we're doing that at the behest of decoupling the world from China, or at least the United States from China. So which is it? What is it? What's happening there? This doesn't make any sense.
Pins of the effort to contain Chinese expansion, to say nothing of North Korea. Why poison that relationship? I don't know. And if the president turned around and said, well, this is about trade, not about politics, go explain what we heard over the weekend about why it was that he did not put any tariff penalties on Russia. Yeah. Because we're in the middle of a negotiation for peace in Ukraine. By the way, there are tariffs that were put on Ukraine. So obviously politics has entered into the setting of these tariffs, and yet not with our main allies in Europe or Asia.
All right, David Sanger, live for us there. Thank you.
Volatility and whiplash on Wall Street amid deepening economic uncertainty and growing global anxiety.
Yeah, U.S. markets opened deep in the red once again following Donald Trump's escalating trade war, but they have been fluctuating wildly for the past several hours.
Why do you think they're being inconsistent? I don't know, but I feel like it. I feel like what they're saying is pretty close to reality. The top line argument that Donald Trump's actions are irresponsible and seemingly for no good reason is correct. The underlying anti-China hawkery, on the other hand, makes no sense if your argument is that decoupling from China and trying to tariff both our allies and our enemies alike is stupid. Well, you can't say that then. I just described to you why that's a silly argument to make. Either you're like, why are we have this complex trade relationship and over-reliance on Chinese manufacturing. Maybe the best attitude here is not to destabilize global trade in its entirety, but instead to continue forming better relations with a major power, okay, and learn to coexist instead of constantly banging on the war drums, whether it be trade war drums or cold war drums or even hot war drums, if it ever came to that. Like, instead of looking at it like that, which will never happen, of course, America will never take a stand like that, regardless of how much we rely on Chinese cheap commodities. Why learn to coexist with an expansionist nation? That's so funny, dude. Dude, if you think China is an expansionist nation, what the fuck is America? Like, what are you saying? We are the expansionist nation. We've expanded to the entire globe. What are you talking about? Especially in this day and age, right now, at this very moment. Like, it's a fucking ridiculous argument to make. Like, the hypothetical of China overtaking Taiwan, which America recognizes as a part of China, is the expansionist attitude that China is demonstrating. Meanwhile, you're talking about America that has 800 military bases all around the globe. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it. What do you mean? The question you should be asking, I guess, this question should be directed at the fucking Chinese leadership. And no, that's not just Trump. Trump didn't build the military bases.
Here's a look at where things stand right now. The Dow down about 700 points or so. We actually saw it briefly in the green, up about 800 points at one point today. That was because of an unfounded rumor, but now obviously solidly in the red. And it's been red arrows all day for European stocks as well, after Asian markets closed down sharply earlier. But the president is showing no signs of retreating, urging Americans not to be, quote, weak or stupid and panic.
And he's now threatening to impose new 50% tariffs on China following Beijing's retaliatory tariffs last week. The White House, meantime, is downplaying the growing economic concerns.
The market will find a bottom. It will be soon. And from there, we're going to have a bullish boom.
There doesn't have to be a recession. Who knows how the market is going to react.
Yeah. Who knows? Well, I think the market is reacting. I don't think you can say who knows how the market is going to react when the market is reacting. The very reason why you're on NBC News talking about who knows how the market is reacting is because we all know how the market has been reacting. It's more so a consequence of like where the bottom is and what that will look like. Who knows where the bottom is and what will happen when we reach it? That's the real question.
In a day, in a week.
You need to reset the power of the United States of America and reset it against all our allies and our enemies alike.
It's a strategy to create a golden age in America for the Americans.
Things are so bad that Dow jumped 800 points on a hallucination that the tariffs were over. Like over Twitter. If that doesn't tell you things are horrible, I don't know what to tell you. This man right here going, yep, no. That one part where he said, yeah, no, Trump is going to do what he's going to do. In response to a question about whether or not there would be a 90-day pause on tariffs, caused $3 trillion worth of value to come back to the stock market because a guy heard that, misunderstood it, wanted to be first to market on fucking Twitter, and then Reuters went along with it too. Like every mainstream outlet went along with it. Like, think about how insane this is, man. Can you give me a paywall link for this? An anonymous Twitter account sent markets reeling today. How are you going to tell me that the stock market is any different than a shit coin at this point? Like, this is insane. Everything is held together by confidence. And everything that Trump is doing is undermining said confidence. It's creating unimaginable instability and volatility, which will allow some people to make money in the short term, but that is not long-term stability. The stock market is a vibes casino. Why are you against stock market dumping? Isn't this taking from the rich? Brother, I don't care about that at all. I care about the actual consequences that it will have on the material realities of working class Americans and working class people all around the world. What the fuck are you talking about? Lighting the top 1%'s money on fire in a way where they will be able to recover from this, but you won't because your retirement is also set on fire in the process, is not exactly a great redistribution of wealth and resources. Hello? What are you talking about? How about we take $6 trillion of value and reallocate it into redistributive policies in the form of wealth taxes? Don't you think that that would have been a much better use of the fake money that we're talking about? No, we can't do that. God forbid that's what happened in the process. That would be terrifying. We could never do that. No, it's actually awesome that we're just like burning money on fire. Fake money. Fake value that existed is no longer in existence. This somehow is the only way to fuck over the rich. Meanwhile, you're getting fucked over way harder than the rich. 2/3 of Americans adults own stocks. Yeah, I mean, but it's nothing, okay? The problem is the top 1% own 50% of all the stocks. The bottom 50% own 1% of the stocks. So when the stock market is doing well, the top 1% are doing fantastic. But when the stock market is doing poorly, yeah, the top 1% also lose trillions of dollars sometimes of value, billions of dollars in value. But that $1 billion of value being lost for the bottom 50% of wealth is incredibly consequential, way more consequential than what it looks like for the top 1%. And it's not just the market in and of itself, because that's just your retirement fund perishing overnight. Okay? Your retirement fund perishes overnight. That sucks. It's shitty. But that's just the beginning of the hurt. The implications for the overall economy are far more dire, far more consequential for average everyday Americans. The cost of living skyrocketing is a direct consequence of these tariffs, which can be seen as a universal regressive sales tax, which harms the working poor, are far worse than the impacts that it will have for the wealthy. He was right about repeating himself. Yes, I'm going to describe this probably 1,000,000 times over, because as I've said time and time again, tariffs are an entry fee. American importers start paying said entry fee. There's retaliatory tariffs on the other side as well, which makes it less likely for these countries to also get goods from American exporters. Okay? When the cost of living goes up, people can't purchase the things that they would normally purchase. Their purchasing power goes down. When purchasing power goes down, companies start laying off workers because they no longer can grow. Okay? They no longer can maintain. They no longer can grow. They start laying off workers. That creates a depressive spiral. First through a recession and then through depression. Because when people are laid off, they have even less purchasing power and less demand overall. This is what I'm talking about in terms of Trump's actions in the short term and in the long term, destroying the American economy. Monday's trading action was bizarre in many ways, but one specific mystery about a misleading headline that sent stocks ping-ponging all over the place highlights just how fragmented and expensive access to breaking financial news can be, even at times when it really matters to retail investors. The U.S. stock market did indeed go bananas this morning thanks to a headline that falsely claimed White House advisor Kevin Hassett had said President Donald Trump was considering a 90-day pause in tariffs. Here's the video. It's really funny. This is literally how it started. Let's watch.
Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, I think that the president is going to decide what the president's going to decide. There are more than 50 countries in negotiation with the president. We've got the prime minister of Israel coming today. We've had a reach out overnight from Taiwan. And but I would urge everyone, especially Bill, to ease off the rhetoric a little bit. The fact is that say 10% baseline tariff is on 14% of GDP. That's about how much trade we have, how many imports. And so 86% of GDP is affected by the deregulation and the tax cuts and everything else. And even if you think, and I think a lot of us at the White House think that these economic responses are exaggerated by critics, even if you think that there will be some negative effect from the trade side, that's still a small share of GDP. And so the idea that it's going to be a nuclear winter or something like that is completely irresponsible rhetoric.
Yeah, he started out by saying, yeah, Trump is going to do what he's going to do. That's it. That minor yeah is all it took. That minor yeah, when he was responding, not implying that Trump is indeed putting a 90-day fucking pause on tariffs, was all it took for this one Twitter account that wanted to be first to market and get as much clout as possible to create this incredibly unstable situation. CNBC anchors read out the headlines on air as they tried to explain why markets had started to soar. In all, the S&P 500 rallied nearly 6% from where it had been trading right before the mystery headline. Hasanabi is crying inside. Why? Are you okay? I'm crying inside. Stop being parasocial. Why the fuck would I be crying inside? I cover real genocide every single day, okay? Babies getting murdered every goddamn day. This right here is a sad and scary moment, but a moment of vindication regardless. for months, almost a year, I've been talking about how this was going to inevitably happen if Trump actually implemented this, saying there's no way he could potentially go through with this without any sort of scrutiny. And here we are. No one fucking knows what tariffs are until it's far too late. No one knows the impact of policies until it slams them in the fucking head. It's so goddamn annoying. Yeah. It just took 4 minutes, by the way. 4 minutes for $3.5 trillion to get into the market to that tweet. Yeah. The White House said within the hour that no one knew about the supposed plan, a rare chance to properly use the term fake news. Stocks sold off by the same amount they'd rallied and then seesawed around for a while. By mid-afternoon, they were basically flat for the day. So where exactly did the headline come from? That's a tougher question to answer than you'd think. The obvious point of contagion was the Walter Bloomberg account using the X handle Delta I1 using a capital I instead of an L, which says it's based in Switzerland. This is not a guy named Walter Bloomberg, nor does he write from Bloomberg. This account's entire deal is just reposting financial newswire headlines. Here's a post via screen grab since the account has since deleted the post. As you can see, it came at 10:13 a.m. and really made the rounds within the next 30 minutes or so. So did someone posting as Walter Bloomberg make up a headline to save the market, to cash out, or just to introduce some chaos into the day? If so, it'd be a little strange for the account to keep posting. Mostly because that type of thing seems actionable. It also seems like it'd be a bad idea for the account to attract this type of scrutiny. As we said, it basically just copies financial breaking news headlines from news wires, and those wires often come with an extremely pricey subscription. If Hasan had done an exclusive interview about major U.S. policy decisions, he did not, probably. Only a major financial news service would have been able to get that exclusive access. The news wires don't just offer one uniform news feed either. While we aren't 100% up to speed on the latest business models, some news wires have been known to deliver news feeds to different subscribers at different speeds. This is reasonable to an extent because not all professional subscribers can use the same level of access. So it does seem possible that some experimental headline writing product or a budget subscription published a bad headline that was then picked up by the Walter Bloomberg account. There's also one less than obvious analog with reality that could have been misinterpreted by an overzealous headline writer or ahem, LLM. In a Fox and Friends interview, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett stalled by saying, yep, before saying the president is going to decide what the president is going to decide. This was obviously not confirmation. Especially because he then argued that observers are overreacting to the tariff news. Another problem with that explanation is that the interview happened nearly 2 hours before Delta One published the headline. Whoever's running the account isn't helping solving the mystery either. When asked by one of his followers, he cited both Reuters and CNBC as the source of the headline. Remember, though, the CNBC anchors seem to be reading his post. One of his screen grab resources shows a Reuters Newswire headline, but that was from 10:23 a.m. and cites CNBC. Now, it's not great if CNBC flashed a headline because one of their anchors wrote a social media post that turned out to be nonsense. In their defense, however, markets had already started to take off before they read it. So it's starting to look like the main thing we've learned today is the influence of Delta One account and its 849,000 followers. Are that many traders really following an aggregator to save money? Or are markets just so hyper-responsive that even an ex-anon account can cause a 6% swing? Things get even weirder. An account called Hammer Capital posted the same headline at 10:11 a.m. That's before the post from Walter Bloomberg or CNBC or any other sources we found. Hammer Capital's been on Twitter since March 2021, and we're including a screen grab of his post below in case it's deleted. We've contacted both him and Walter Bloomberg for comment. That was through DMs, though, so it's unclear whether we'll have much success. We've also contacted Reuters. They haven't responded, but did publish an advisory story withdrawn on Hass's comment on tariff pause. In that retraction, Reuters said it originally published a story because of CNBC. We've contacted CNBC for comment, and we will update anything with anything we hear. Anyway, the market has been zigzagging all over the place since this morning. That's presumably because some traders think the U.S. president can be swayed by market reactions to fake news. Or as the Quantian account puts it, so we bounced 8% on a fake headline, sold off when people realized it was fake, and then bounced again when it occurred to people that if we bounced that much on a fake headline, imagine how much we'd bounce on a hypothetical real one. Money is fake. The stock market is gambling, and it's a casino that is built around confidence in the stock market, at least reacting in a normal way, in a rational way, when human beings are obviously irrational. This heightens the contradictions of over-relying on finance like this. And this story in and of itself is a perfect demonstration that this is an untenable, unmanageable system. And here we are. It is so crazy that we have shitcoinified the stock market. In some ways, it always was. But this is the most shitcoin. It's the most like shitcoin version of the stock market. Bill Ackman on December 21st context. Bill is warning of an economic nuclear winter now. This is what he said in December 2024.
We're stepping into, I would say, the most pro-growth, pro-business, pro-American administration.
Bill A. Pac-Man, dude. Bill Smokes Crack Man.
I've perhaps seen in my my adult lifetime. Certainly, we just had a nice little ceremony, and CEOs of broad array of big American companies, and I would say everyone is incredibly enthusiastic, really about a new administration that's about efficiency, removing the impediments to growth, deregulation. We're stepping into, I would say, the most
deregulation, pro-growth. Did you see Peter Navarro just straight up rejected Vietnam's offer to drop its tariffs to zero? Peter Navarro says Vietnam's 0% tariffs offer is not enough. It's the non-tariff cheating that matters. Yeah. This is a perfect analog for a non-existing problem that we have decided is real in an effort to enforce whatever agenda that we personally have. Okay? It's perfectly analogous to deportations. Mass deportations have to happen. Why? Because of a problem that we made up. The problem is that undocumented migrants are doing a lot of crimes and they're very violent and they have to be deported from this country. When in reality, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens, and also the ones that do engage in any sort of criminal activity do get swiftly processed through the system and either get deported or are sent to prison. But when you make up a problem in a system that is working to push for an agenda of mass deportations, obviously you're going to fucking deport a bunch of people who haven't done any crimes whatsoever. And the same analog is here. The real reason is not tariffs that Vietnam imposes upon the United States of America. The real problem here is, one, Vietnam being a secondary manufacturing hub for Chinese manufacturing, and also our overarching interest in decoupling U.S. trade from China in an effort to do better Cold War against China. Because obviously, if we rely on China, we can't fight China more effectively, more efficiently. And last but not least, it is the trade deficit that we have with these other countries. The reason why the global economy is designed in this way is so that they make cheap goods that we can purchase for cheap. It obviously displaces a lot of the American labor force, and the bounties of it are cheap, accessible treats. It's the treat economy, okay? And when I say treats, I mean literally treats, because agricultural output food is already expensive and is hit by inflation. It's not so bad that like Americans will fucking scream bloody murder, but the things that Americans need, like shelter, healthcare, food, those things are either succumb to hyperinflation over the past couple of decades, or are steadily increasing in prices, whereas commodities, treats, televisions, things of that nature, are unironically the only thing that has maintained some semblance of price stability and are relatively low. That's why I say it's the treat economy. The treat economy is incredibly important for American stability because it's the only bounty of American empire. That's the only thing. Here it is. Trump's tariffs explosively open up what is the central contradiction of 21st century capitalism. Internationally differentiated rates of exploitation are the only means through which the whole reproduces itself at all. Tariffs unintentionally manifest this reality in prices. There it is. How much would an iPhone cost if Apple were forced to make it in America? In the $30,000 to $100,000 range. And no, this is not a typo. I think this is an exaggeration. Okay. In fact, if Apple were forced to solely manufacture the iPhone in America, there's a good argument that it would not be able to manufacture it any at all. And if they could somehow successfully make the manufacturing transition, capacity would likely be constrained to just a few million units a year. Technically reduced in price when comparing how expensive electronics were in the past compared to the average wage. Yes. So the reality is, as I've explained over and over again, this is not about tariffs at all. This is not even about other barriers of trade at all, because the major barrier of trade is one that we have enforced in perpetuity, which is to dominate these countries either through direct war and sometimes even fucking genocidal actions, or to consistently debt trap them into making sure that they cannot develop evenly in a way that would put them at some kind of wage parity with the United States of America. Okay? That is the real reason for these trade deficits. In exchange for cheap commodities, they trade on the dollar. And that's how we maintain control over the global marketplace, because all of the transactions that are being made on the global marketplace, 80% of them is done with the dollar. And every dollar that is being every time a dollar is used, it still goes all the way back to the United States of America and then back to the two parties that are trading with one another, even if they are not fucking trading with America directly. This is an incredibly, incredibly important tool for the American empire. This is why Donald Trump also is like terrified of BRICS and the de-dollarization of the economy. Ironically enough, the only reason why there is any sort of secondary market against the dollar is also directly our same mechanisms of enforcing any sort of domination over the global South. We have purposely kept so many countries as poor as they possibly can be, underdeveloped, in an effort to continue dominating them, in an effort to continue giving them free products so that their agricultural businesses cannot develop, for example, because they can never compete with like free fucking grain, right? Or the process in which we destabilize these countries through not US aid alone, but also through the IMF and World Bank by offering them conditional loans that can only be used with foreign capital, that come with a bunch of setbacks that make sure that they cannot use any of the marginal profits they generate from this process back on social safety nets and expanding on their infrastructure, developing their infrastructure. Okay? All of these are ways in which we've basically pushed away, through hyper-exploitation, basically pushed away the entirety of the global South, forcing them through sanctions and also this economic domination to go and collaborate with a different hegemonic power that has grown in the process. That is China. We did this. And now we complain. There was a very instructive set of articles that came out from Bloomberg and Foreign Policy magazine and numerous other Western institutions that saw the writing on the wall a long time ago. With the One Belt, One Road initiative that China implemented, a lot of Americans will say, oh, well, Chinese are doing the debt trap that we did as well, like the IMF and World Bank did. No, they offered better loans. They offered no conditions. They even forgave loans without anything else in mind, because their goals for developing Africa were not simply to exploit Africa. Sure, exploitation occurs in that process. Of course it does. But their primary goal there was to develop a secondary market if the United States of America inevitably fucking tried to decouple trade from China by force. And that's precisely what they've done. And they would never have been able to get away with this if it wasn't for the 400 years of colonial exploitation plus the continued economic domination by IMF and the World Bank. Of course, they would go and work with China instead, especially considering that the Chinese empire had no previous history of colonial exploitation in these areas. So there it is. This is a reality that American economists also recognize as well, even by simply looking at one aspect of global domination, the IMF and the World Bank. They wrote articles a couple years ago, all of them in unison, wrote articles a couple years ago being like, Chinese loans are better than ours. They don't have conditions. We have to get better at offering competitive loans in comparison to China, because if we don't do that, then they're going to fucking steal our lunch money. And that's precisely what China did. They already did it. That's why they have a damn near monopoly on the rare minerals necessary for the next next evolution of energy, renewable energies. They dominate the battery. They dominate the battery market. They dominate the technology on that front, and they have almost complete control over the raw earth, or rather rare earth minerals necessary for the production of such technologies. China has better loans. U.S. had better aid. China was making some moves towards improving their aid to compete with USA, but now I guess they don't need to do that. I mean, U.S. aid is going to be back. It's not like the Supreme Court already stopped that. That was one of the things that they immediately stopped, that the Trump administration did. I'm sure that they'll still restrict U.S. aid whichever way they can, which seemingly, I don't understand why. But also remember, U.S. aid is still a destabilizing force, because U.S. aid, aside from generating goodwill and being a soft power initiative in many of its expenditures, is also a destabilizing force in places like Somalia, where deliberately pumping the market with free agricultural output that serves the interests of our farmers here in the United States of America, which works as a secondary subsidy for American farmers, is also directly costing these other nations their sovereignty. Because if you can get it for fucking free, then there is no reason to try and develop your own agricultural output. This is a major destabilizing force. It reminds me of the Sankara quote. Why don't they reject the aid? Because they're desperate. Let me off Mr. Hassan's wild ride? No. You're getting shook. Yes. U.S. aid, in that regard, creates dependency. It creates dependence on American grain, American agricultural output. Which creates economic instability in these countries. These countries already have the natural resources to be able to develop themselves. But if they're getting it for free, why the fuck would they ever spend the limited amount of dollars or the limited amount of power that they have on developing their own agricultural products? Let's see what Jesse Waters is saying about Howard Lutnick.
American workers are not going to be screwing in little screws to iPhones. He's saying the future is robotics. He's saying the future is AI, automation, and robotics. So you're going to have these massive...
You know what the irony here is? They're not technically wrong in terms of automation and AI for manufacturing. But the problem is, even then, America is not going to be able to uplift its working class. There is still going to be even more economic instability in the United States of America, because technological improvements under capitalist organizations of the economy are a mechanism to displace the existing labor force. It is not a mechanism to lift the burden of the labor force. It is not a mechanism that allows the existing labor force to make more while doing less work and make more money in the process, because the profits are not given back to the workers. under any of these circumstances. Profits go to the capital owners. Profits in this process imply that you can make 2 guys do the work of 10 guys. So you don't end up making 10 guys do the work, or you don't evenly distribute the less work now amongst the 10. You just fire 8 and make the 2 do the rest of the work. That is what has happened through the classic graph that leftists love to show, which is productivity skyrocketing since the 80s while wages remaining stagnant. And in that process, profits have also increased steadily, despite the fact that automation is supposed to make profit margins slimmer and slimmer. That's it. That's the problem. So even if we were to somehow magically bring back manufacturing here and build these factories and, ironically enough, rely on foreign capital to spend trillions of dollars on U.S. soil for some reason, instead of just like trying to wait out this administration, wait its collapse, and then continue doing global trade in the ways that they used to, they're just going to go, okay, oops, we have to now build fucking manufacturing hubs in the United States of America by using our money, our foreign capital in the U.S., and then those factories are going to be all automated, a technology that like is improving but still doesn't fucking fully exist. And in the process, none of that wealth and none of those resources are going to go back to the fucking workers. How do you think this is a system? How do you think this is a system that can continue? It's not. That's the major difference between China and the United States of America, because they don't have the same attitude towards redistributing the bounties of becoming a manufacturing hub on the world. That's a major difference. You might think China is not really a transitional socialist state or not, but it doesn't matter. The proof is in the process. The proof is in the Chinese development that has taken place over the course of the past couple of decades. That's it. And that is the reason why China is so dominant. Because if you look at it in reductive terms and compare foreign capital going to a destabilized, formerly colonized nation, and that nation moving in the direction of neoliberalism versus that nation moving in the direction of a transitional socialist state with Chinese characteristics, you can make this reductive comparison between China and India. One country has engaged in even development and has a long-term stable agenda of growth and can react to the market shocks that take place, okay, while still operating as though it's a capitalist country with billionaires and corporations, okay? Whereas the other is a neoliberal nation. There is no even development, and income inequality and wealth disparity skyrockets in the process, and it can't make these long-term plans. It can't set these long-term plans in motion and develop in the same way. That's it.
High-tech manufacturing sector that's going to be building cars, airplanes, data centers, and you're going to need American blue-collar workers to service these robots, build the robots, and maintain them and operate them. If we're going to have ships, if we're going to have new weapons for the next century, that's the game. Take a breath.
You have a crazy distracting echo going on? No, I do not. Remember when Elon praises Chinese workers, says Americans trying to avoid work. I mean, this is a classic. This was also reflected in the famous Obama documentary. What was it called? Was it called The Factory or something? I remember. Where Americans destabilized its own domestic labor so much that a Chinese company could come back to America and open up a facility, and just for like the good nature, just for the marketing bonuses, they could open up a facility in the United States of America. Oh, the The documentary was called American Factory. Now, of course, that didn't work out, right? But in that process, they said the exact same things. They were like, the Chinese workers work so hard. American workers don't want to work hard. That could have never happened if it wasn't for rapid urbanization and even development in China. That would have never happened, even for marketing purposes, even as a demonstration of good faith. The idea that like a Chinese company would come and open up a facility to hire American workers to do manufacturing in the United States of America is unheard of, is unimaginable 30, 40 years ago. So people that point to other things, people that point to other reasons are failing to comprehend what the major difference here is. The major difference here is that they have a very different method of approaching capitalism. They'll use capitalism, they'll use global trade as a mechanism to advance their own personal domestic agendas, their own personal international agendas. China will. But what they do with that capital is very different than what America does with that capital. And it goes back to the same thing I say all the time. America, the American government is incredibly powerful, but the American government works at the behest of corporations. The Chinese government is also very powerful, but in China, the corporations work at the behest of the government. That's it. And as far as like, wasn't China able to, well, what is it? Yeah, wasn't a lot of China's infrastructure built upon unpaid and child labor? That's a great question. The answer is both yes and no, okay? But it's ironic because that's every fucking economy. What do you think chattel slavery was? What do you think colonial exploitation was? For centuries. China had a brief period of development recognizing the benefits of utilizing its manpower for a couple decades and then taking all of that foreign capital and rebuilding itself. The only difference here is that China, as a developing nation, had a plan. China, as a developing nation, had a plan to do something with the capital that came in, with central planning. That's why I compared it to India, because comparing China to the United States of America is really funny in that process. Obviously, one is like a hyper-exploitative nation. The other one is a hyper-exploited nation. That is the major difference here. You know, BYD is working on a huge factory an hour east of you in the desert. I worked on their plans. Nice. Amazing. It's also ironic because America used Chinese labor initially to build the skeleton of the infrastructure that we still use, like the railroads. You know what I mean? There is not a group of people on this planet that we have not exploited, including Chinese labor. So, you know. Tim Cook has talked about this before. It's not just about lower wages in China. Tim Cook has said he would make it in China. Tim Cook has said he would make it in China still, even with the same American wages. China has an infrastructure that allows efficiency in manufacturing. China has a huge, highly educated workforce. Americans just assume they are the best at everything and think of all other countries as just do dumping and child slave labor. Exactly. The memes about Chinese manufacturing being dog shit are like a 90s reference. Okay? It is no different right now than thinking about ghost cities and saying, well, China has ghost cities. They just like build ghost cities with tofu dregs, and those things are unstable. Like, yeah, dude, you're operating on 90s propaganda. You're operating on things that may have had some semblance of truth in the past, but is certainly not the case now. China is interesting because the same exact factory is capable of giving you $1 t-shirts and capable of giving you $40 t-shirts. That's what China does. They don't give a fuck. You want a $1 t-shirt? We'll give you the dog shit $1 t-shirt. You want a $40 t-shirt that's like hand sewn? We'll give you that. It doesn't matter. Same with electronics. Same with every commodity. But in that process, they were able to build this manufacturing hub. And that takes years and years and years. This is also correct. That's why I said it's reductive, Arun. The India versus China analogy begins to break down because the thing is, India as a whole has never afforded the opportunity to engage in manufacturing to the same degree as China has been afforded. On top of that, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh was devastated by the UK far more than... Yes, this is also absolutely correct. That they were far more devastated than China ever was. There is some fault to be placed on the Indian government for sure, but the starting point for both countries is very different. Yes, that's why I also acknowledge that this is a reductive comparison. So you are absolutely correct on that. However, you know, China also overcame a great, not to say that it was to the same degree as India, but, you know, it's not like China's starting point was good either. But you're absolutely correct that, yes, there are other reasons as to why India and China did not develop in the same exact ways. But I think ultimately, that's why I recognize that it's a reductive statement, but it is a comparison nonetheless because what I think would have happened if India was also a command economy that had the ideological background and the initiative. Like if India was like a Maoist country, ironically enough, I think that it would have developed very differently. India also has internal issues in comparison to China, whereas like China is a nation of Han Chinese individuals. It's comprised of the Han Chinese. That is a ethno-nationalist association slapped on to an incredibly diverse group of people. Where people go, I'm Chinese, I'm Han Chinese. You're in fucking Taiwan, you're still Han Chinese. You say you're Taiwanese, but you still understand that you're Han Chinese. As opposed to in India, there's an incredible amount of diversity, and dare I say, warring factions. And on top of that, a caste system too. Agree, when the USSR collapsed, India was put in a position where they were forced to be a service sector economy for the West. Yeah. India also has a highly educated workforce as well. Chinese people are less diverse than Indians. That's not true. The difference between China and India in that regard is, like I said, Han Chinese as a designation is a broad identifier over a group of incredibly diverse people that speak virtually different languages, have different cultural customs, have literally different racial traits in terms of like height disparities. If you look at the northern Chinese population, they're significantly taller than the southern Chinese population. And yet every single person is considered Han Chinese. Different cuisines, different customs, different cultural signifiers, and yet it's all Han Chinese. So from the outside, we look at that and we go, well, that's fucking, this 90% of China is Han Chinese. What are you talking about? But like the Han Chinese is ginormous and has many differences. Like myself, a white Chinese man. Dude, come on. North Indians are completely different than South Indians, or different complexion, different language, different people. No, I know, dude. I don't think the ethno-linguistic diversity of India has anything to do with its economic position compared to China. That position is idiotic Hindu nationalist take. No, I know. I'm not saying that like Modi's Hindification initiatives are actually a good thing. Because one is done through dominance. The other one is through a national identity that was developed. An ethno-national identity that was developed. Where it's not like Han Chinese in the North are oppressed by the Han Chinese in the South. It's more so that it's a it's basically like American differences between Irish Americans and German Americans, if that makes sense. They're all white, but they're all white Americans, but they have different cultural customs, and ultimately it's a distinction without a difference. It doesn't mean anything. That's simply what I'm saying. Han Chinese like saying white in Europe or white in America. Yeah. The greatest period of growth in China, build the largest HSR network, high-speed rail network on Earth. My state is an example of how the U.S. deploys capital development. We took billions in oil subsidies and built prisons for cheap/free labor for corporations, and all we have to show is ranking 50th in the economy. Good luck explaining this to anyone. I think it's a decent comparison. It's not like my suggestion is not like a forcible Hinduification of India in the and like Modi's desire to do so. That's not what I'm saying, because that's like obviously incredibly violent and incredibly oppressive. I did a paper on comparison of India and China for my BA undergrad honors thesis. Ultimately, it came down to the political economy of China, which was more conducive to development than Indian political economy. Indian political economy struggled competition within intrastate borders, unlike China. The drive that central government in China could initiate was simply not present in India. Yeah, I think also, yes, land reforms worked in favor of that. I think that one of the important distinctions within Maoist thought is eroding all of the other distinctions in favor of the class distinction. This plays a big role in unifying people, in helping people recognize that they are united on the same class boundaries. That's it. That plays a major role. It's like developing. That's why I always try to instill class consciousness amongst the working class in the United States of America, because then they are no longer divided along other boundaries, but instead simply divided along a materialist framework in which they recognize their class position and choose to reorient society in a way that favors the working class. A dictatorship of the proletariat rather than the dictatorship of the bourgeois capital owners. Indians hate communists, though. That's such a funny thing to say when you think about one of the most robust and one of the largest communist political systems on the planet. Western liberals will turn around and be like, Indians hate communism, bro. What are you talking about? Like, that's so stupid. Like, yeah, dude, what kind of communist party do you have in America? What kind of motion does your communist party have? What kind of workers' movement do we have in America talking about how India hates communists? It's hilarious. Anyway, let's hear what this dingus had to say about Vietnam.
A number of countries reportedly reaching out to negotiate tariffs with President Trump over the weekend. Joining us now with the latest, President Trump's senior trade and manufacturing advisor, Peter Navarro. And given the backdrop, Peter, of what we've seen, the tumult in the markets, and the S&P could theoretically be in bear market territory. And I know you make the distinction between Main Street and Wall Street, but obviously they're interconnected. So to get the real story on how many countries are calling and on whether the president is actually agreeable is important, because we've heard all these countries are making the phone call, but then we hear that maybe the president isn't interested at this point. Can you clear that up?
Sure, Joe, but let me first take you back in a time capsule, because this feels a lot like the day after the election in 2016. And I don't know if you remember that day, but I was on the set with you. The futures were dead red down. And I made the prediction that the Dow would hit 25,000. And Andrew's head exploded. It's like, well, but you correctly pointed out that wasn't that heavy a lift. And we did hit that, not in 4 years, but in less than 2 years. And what I'm seeing, Joe, is a beautiful situation where we will hit 50,000 on the Dow. And we're going to have a broad-based recovery in the S&P 500. The market's trying to find its bottom now. The thing I would say to retail investors.
Yeah. You don't understand. They're just trying to find the bottom. It could. Yeah, that's all it is. Because when you hit the bottom, the only place you can go from there is up. It's simple. You see, it's simple. Okay? It's all about finding the bottom. It's all about getting to a place where the only place you can go is up from that point on. You know? Thank you.
Is don't get panicked out by all of this.
I love that they're also, like, Trump is trying to reinstill confidence in the market. And stop people from, like, panic selling. But because of how unstable his administration is, they can't even come out and demonstrate the messaging discipline necessary to make sure that people have confidence in them and therefore the market. Come on, guys. Everything's going to be good. Trust me. Yeah, you know what would be really good? When you make short selling illegal. Yeah, we're going to listen. This is not a circuit breaker, okay? What I'm describing to you is actually simply not being patriotic. Because what is more patriotic than demonstrating diamond hands on the blossoming American economy, which is why we have now made it illegal to sell. The moment that we hit that point is the moment where we're in 2008 territory. We're not there yet somehow. But that's where this is like, it's over. It's the point of no return. And I think what may have caused a stay of execution, here, unironically, is the one random guy being like, yeah, they're putting a pause on the tariffs, and the immediate breathing room that it gave a lot of these retail and institutional investors.
And what the president could have added to that fine truth was the fact that the biggest tax cut in American history, the broadest base tax cut in American history, is coming within a matter of months. So any discussion of recession seems silly when you factor that in. Plus, the Fed is not going to do its job, but the long bond is doing it. We're lowering our oil prices, which is just amazing. Right. And here's the one other thing I want to say macro-wise, Joe, because look, this is all about people worried about global recession. That's what they're worried about. The restructuring that's going to happen, Joe, globally is going to start with China and Vietnam and Germany, heavily export-dependent countries. They're going to have to engage significant fiscal stimulus to reorient their economy. So that thing is going to go on. In the meantime, we're going to boom here.
I think they're much bigger than most people thought. And I think from policy institutes on both sides of the aisle, the methodology that was used has been universally derided as being non-serious. I don't know whether you know exactly who came up with the formula, but it allowed you to at least characterize most of these countries as being.
He's like, I didn't come up with the formula. A very famous economist by the name of, what was his name? Ron Anavar or something? What's the meme about this fucking asshole who basically did an anagram for his name in his books and constantly pointed to some other guy whose work he was relying on, and it turns out Ron Vera, Peter Navarro, came up with a fake guy named Ron Vera, which is an anagram of his name, and heavily relied on this other person to prove his theories. The other person did not exist. The other person was himself, which is hilarious because, one, he didn't even try to make up like a totally different name. Ron Vera is just a direct anagram. And two, that's exactly what Donald Trump did as well in the past. Donald Trump famously would make phone calls as someone entirely different when it was him behind the fucking phone. These guys are so funny, dude. They do alter ego shit. It's awesome. The other person existed. He just wasn't an economist. I thought Ron Vera was a made up guy. Yeah, Trump's alter ego was John Barron, right? Yeah.
Their tariffs well above the reality of the situation, so that when you say that we're going to do half on them, it was much higher than anyone anticipated. And I think you'd have to concede that this was not the market reaction you were looking for. There's a way of maybe incrementally trying to accomplish some of the things that the president wants to do in a reasonable, serious way. And this just almost across the board has caused what you're seeing in the stock.
A publishing company plans to add an advisory note to future copies of a book written by White House advisor Peter Navarro after it was revealed that Navarro fabricated one of the people he quoted. The character Ron Vera appears in Navarro's 2011 book, Death by China, offering dire warnings about Chinese imports. Only the Chinese can turn a leather sofa into an acid bath, a baby crib into a lethal weapon, and a cell phone battery into a heart-piercing shrapnel, Vera is quoted as saying. But while the book is not supposed to be fiction, Vera is a made-up character. Ron Vera is an anagram of Navarro, said Tom Bartlett, a journalist who exposed the ruse in the Chronicle of Higher Education. Vera appears in half of a dozen of Navarro's books dating to 2001. Navarro, who directs the White House Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy, defended the fabrication as a whimsical device. At no time was the character used improperly as a fact source, he wrote in an email. It's just a fun device. Bartlett grew curious about Vera after being alerted to the character by Tessa Morris Suzuki, a professor emeritus at the Australian National University. She's an Asia scholar and was working on an essay about the rather heated rhetoric of Peter Navarro towards China, Bartlett said. While Vera is described in one of the books as a doctoral student at Harvard, as Navarro himself had been, the school had no record of him. Eventually, Greg Autry, who co-authored Death by China, acknowledged that Navarro made the character up. It's refreshing that somebody finally figured out an inside joke that has been hiding in plain sight for years, Navarro wrote in his email. I was just memeing. Except his memeing ass that wrote these books are now directly guiding Trump's trade policy. And it actually played a formative role in Trump's trade policy in the first Trump term as well. This time, though, Trump has more power and has more means of enforcement. America's more destabilized and also, weirdly enough, more comfortable with a guy like Donald Trump. So now he's one of the figureheads of this whole process, this whole like tariff war shit. How awesome. As she puts it, the joke wears very thin when you get to certain statements about China and the Chinese people that are quite negative, Bartlett said. Ron Vera says things that are pretty over the top, and it's hard to construe them necessarily as whimsical. Navarro's publisher, Prentice Hall, and its parent company, Pearson, were also in the dark about the invented character until this week. Overland said Pearson plans to add a publisher's note to future editions. And as we already discussed, the episode is not likely to cause Navarro any grief with his boss. However, Donald Trump famously invented his own fictional spokesman, John Barron, in the 1980s. Internet wags have joked that perhaps Barron could offer some PR advice to the newly unmasked Vera. Amazing. White House aide Stephen Murren has an elaborate comparison for why the U.S. can force other countries to stomach the tariffs. He says to think of a property tax increase levied by a town. If you're a prospective buyer of a home in that town, maybe you can instead buy elsewhere. You have the leverage to escape the incidence of the new tax. By contrast, if you have someone who has to sell a home, you're inflexible. You have to eat the cost of the higher property tax. Similarly, Mirren says China has trained its workers to sell to U.S. consumer markets. They can't go anywhere else, so they have to eat the cost of our tariffs on them, Mirren said. Except even if China eats some of the cost of the tariffs, the Americans will have to pay for the rest of the cost of the tariffs. The American importers will pay the entry fee themselves. Then they will carry that cost on to the consumers, which will lead to a price increase. Mirren gave in bait on why Navarro and other White House advisors appear to be giving conflicting signals on the viability of negotiations. There are conflicting narratives because everyone's got an opinion. That's fine. Disagreement is how you can avoid groupthink, and I think that's very healthy. Amazing. Meanwhile, they need to demonstrate messaging discipline at the top because everyone is relying on their every word right now to see where things are going to head. So ironically enough, the instability demonstrated through a lack of messaging discipline at the administration is also further causing the markets to collapse. Incredible. Awesome. They have the wrong initiative, and they're also doing it in the most hilariously incompetent manner possible, which is further increasing the volatility. Good stuff, guys.
Stock market.
I feel liberated. Who needs money anyway, okay? Let's be real. You don't need to retire. You were never going to anyway. It's awesome. It's cool. It's fucking, dude, grind set is good, okay? It's just going to make you grind harder.
And a lot of head scratching and head shaking on whether anyone really knows what they're doing in this case, Peter.
Right, well,
can you at least acknowledge that?
Sure. No, I can't, because here's what I'm seeing. You're throwing a lot of stuff at me. First of all, the methodology was perfectly sound. It was done by the Council of Economic Advisors based on long-term studies that are in the academic literature. And the people taking pot shots at us are the same people that always take pot.
Don't you dare say you're tired of winning. Trump already accounted for that. He said, we're going to be winning so much. You're going to say, please, sir, no more winning. And I'll say, we're going to keep winning.
The American Enterprise Institute, Peter.
Of course. Joe, come on. The American Enterprise Institute has been against it.
Conservative, Larry Lindsay.
Let's not get buried down in those weeds now. You asked me a serious question. Was the president willing to negotiate? What we have here is a national emergency based on massive.
This chatter asks a very important question. He says, I don't get it. Did people think stonk go up forever? Capitalism dictates that, yes, stonk must go up forever. That's at the heart of one of these contradictions, one of these issues within capitalism. Yes, the answer to your question, Kaka Wizard, is yes. It's not correct, but yes, capitalism requires perma-profit and perma-growth. That is kind of at the heart of my disagreements with the way that we manage the economy, with the way that we operate currently. It's kind of the underpinning of virtually every policy decision that the American government makes. Virtually every decision that every other government makes. So yes, chatter arriving at incredibly important texts from a very long time ago on his own, going, this doesn't seem to be a stable way to do business.
Chronic trade deficit caused by systematically higher tariffs and non-tariff barriers. So when you ask if we're willing to negotiate, the president will always listen. But let's understand what the problem is. When you have a country like Vietnam, let's take Vietnam. When they come to us and say,
free Ukraine is right. That's what Trump is doing. Trump is freeing Ukraine from the treacherous nature of sovereignty. Just like Trump is liberating everybody from having to worry about finances or having money in their pocket, more money, more problems type shit. He's also liberating Ukraine from, having any semblance of sovereignty ever again. It's very cool how he's liberating everybody. Yeah, he's liberating Ukraine from the limited amount of resources that it already had. He's just creating stability this way.
We'll go to zero tariffs. That means nothing to us because it's the non-tariff cheating that matters. Let's do Vietnam, Joe. They sell us $15 for every $1 we sell them. About $5 of that 15 is China transshipping to Vietnam to evade their.
Yeah, see, he's saying exactly what I've been explaining to you. There's a reason why. There's a reason why you can't just put tariffs on China and then be like, and that's right, we did it. We did the damn thing. You have to also tariff the allies that have played an important role in trying to undermine China's regional power. Okay? Because China has moved manufacturing to those other countries, partially because they have developed too much and they can't have the same exploitative wages any longer. Okay, that's one of the reasons. The other is to avoid the sanctions war that Donald Trump wanted to implement against China. So now it has moved its manufacturing facilities elsewhere, so you got to fucking tariff those countries too.
Tariffs.
Why don't you just go after those shippers?
What does Vietnam do? They dump into our markets, killing our shrimpers, our people who make metal brackets, kitchen cabinets, agricultural products. They engage in intellectual property theft. They have the biggest number of cases aside from China at the Department of Commerce on the dumping. So the point is, anybody who wants to come to talk to us about lowering your non-tariff barriers. Vietnam has a 10% VAT. Europe has a 19% VAT. We can't compete against that. We have tried at the World Trade Organization to get, Andrew, let me just make this point. We have tried at the World Trade Organization since the 1970s to get VAT tax relief, and they've told us no every single time. We've won case after case at the World Trade Organization on things like our agricultural products, pork, beef, and other and corn,
Peter,
and they just blow us off.
Vietnam's 0% tariff offer is not enough. It's the non-tariff cheating that matters. What is the non-tariff cheating? I don't know. Just stuff. Yeah, reporter, the EU has said they offered 0 for 0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Is that not enough? Trump says, no, it's not.
The EU has said that they have offered 0 for 0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Is that not enough? Well, the EU...
Okay, so in the past, whenever a foreign corporation went to a new market, a smaller country that wanted to maintain some semblance of sovereignty over its own domestic affairs, and they wanted to dominate that marketplace, the country would sometimes take initiatives like, what's the famous case? Like Philip Morris, I believe. Was it with Vietnam or Philippines? Like, let's say you have a product and a country is like, yeah, your product is poisonous, even though, we'll allow it to be sold. We have to put like safety stickers on it or something, right? And hold on one second. Ne yaptın anlamadım ki bu ne? İyi peki eyvallah. Under normal circumstances, someone has to get in there and settle a trade dispute. I'm forgetting the actual there's a real one that I'm talking about, but I don't know exactly what it was. But Yok. Sıkıntı yok. Neli yaptın sosu? Peki. Who cooks for you? My billionaire father. Huh? Peki. What was I saying? What was I talking about? Oh, what America's basically trying to do in this situation is also violate other countries' sovereignty. Like, let's say that there is like restrictions on what kind of there's different sets of regulations. It's not universal around the planet. Like, for example, the European Union has a higher standard. Oh, it was Philip Morris suing the Australian government for warnings on cigarette packages. Thank you, chatter. VATs are not trade barriers. Exactly. It's not. They're applied to domestically produced goods and imports. This guy's a moron. I don't think he's a moron. I think he's just lying, for the record. I don't think these guys actually think VATs are... I think that they're just saying everything is a tariff because Donald Trump is fucking decided that like tariffs is the way that he is going to try to force other countries into purchasing their goods and even violate their own regulatory agencies. That's it. So I don't think it's because they're stupid and they think VAT is a fucking tariff. Especially because VAT is not even the reason why they made this calculation. The White House made it seem as though there were other unfair trade practices, currency manipulation, and other unfair trade practices that was the reason for their calculation. And then they revealed what their calculation was, and it wasn't any of those things at all. The foreign restriction, foreign barriers for trade was not even remotely a part of the calculation. The calculation simply was done on the boundaries of trade deficits. That's what's so funny about it. So they're not even lying in a decent way. They haven't even figured out what they're saying. They just simply say everything is tariffs. When in fact, it has nothing to do with tariffs and everything to do with trade deficits. So they want to violate other countries' sovereignties over their own regulatory agencies. Not only are we crippling our own regulatory bodies, we're by force and through threats trying to make it so that other countries don't have restrictions on what they serve their citizens. It is utterly ridiculous. One of the funniest examples of this would be to try to forcibly sell countries that simply could not sustain within their infrastructure American cars like F-150, the Ford F-150. Right now, there are Ford vehicles in the EU. They're just not the F-150, right? But an example of this would be to say, well, we have a lot of F-150 development capabilities, and we want you to purchase our F-150s as well. We want you to purchase fleets of our Ford F-150 trucks. The problem is those roads cannot fucking sustain Ford F-150s. They're just not big enough. In many European countries, the F-150 is a totally separate commercial vehicle because of its engine size. And it literally would not fit in the regular roads as well in an average European city. So imagine forcing them to purchase that. That would be a way to make up for the trade deficit. It's impossible. It's just something that they couldn't do.
No, it's not. The EU has been very tough over the years. I always say it was formed to really do damage to the United States in trade. That's the reason it was formed. It was formed with all of the countries from Europe, I guess most of them, not all of them, but most of them. And they formed together to create a little bit of a monopoly situation, to create a unified force against the United States for trade. So they have NATO, which is largely the same countries, and they took advantage of us dollar-wise and militarily until I got there. You know, I was able to get $600 billion from NATO.
Mr. President, you said it may take... The EU has said that they have offered 0 for 0.
Fantastic. Baba, kapıdan şey geldi. Bir paket geldi, verir misin? Sos çok güzel olmuş. Ama ben kokoreç tarzını tercih ediyorum. These 5 options, according to Steve Moran. White House aide Steve Moran outlines 5 potential responses for foreign nations could undertake in response to our problems, he says, are caused by U.S. dollar dominance. Foreign countries could accept tariffs without retaliation, giving U.S. revenue. Wait, hold on. I'm going to get to this in a second. Let's just watch this real quick, and I'll get to the 5. policies.
A strategy with no details. All these advisors seem to be talking past each other.
Look at his
CNN's
face.
Richard
His head
Quest.
buried in his hands, literally.
And it's only Monday.
There doesn't
Richard.
have to be a recession, says the US Treasury Secretary. He's right. There doesn't have to be a recession. The only problem is economic circumstances have now been put in place that most Wall Street economists of senior note say are likely to cause a recession. Goldman and others now say it's up to 60%. By the way, can we go back to the Dow Jones actual chart of the day, please? Just go back to that moment. Now, you see that green spike? That is where there was a rumor that the administration was going to pause by 90 days the tariffs. Well, it was just a rumor, and the market found it was a rumor and then promptly turned in the absolute opposite direction. But now let's forget rumors. Now we have a fact. Donald Trump says he's going to increase by 50% the tariffs on China tomorrow because they've had the temerity to retaliate with the 34% tit for tat that they did. So you want a trade war? This is what it looks like. And you remember Scott Bessent's words, there doesn't have to be a recession. By the way, all the rest, Howard Lutnick's comments, the economic advisors' comments, Navarro's comments, that's all just hyperbole. That's all just basically, it's going to be great, it's going to be marvelous, it's going to be fantastic, it's going to be wonderful, it's going to...
Also, you know what else is wonderful? Subscribing to the Hasanabi broadcast to show your support. This broadcast is sponsored by viewers like you for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Because no matter what the tariff war looks like, the price of a subscription is still the same. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Show kokoreç. It's not kokoreç. It's this is a different. He made köfte this time. At the top of the hour. Obviously, don't break the bank. If you don't have the capacity to do so, then yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, the Hasanabi public broadcast.
Boom, it's going to... But this is the reality. And at some point, ladies and gentlemen, at some point, there is so much disruption that the market simply can't take it. And jobs go,
Miss
investment
Taylora,
stops,
thank you for 25
the recession
subs.
happens.
Let's not forget, Richard, that this is an administration that inherited a rather robust economy where we were seeing inflation continue to go down, though not fast enough. We got a strong jobs report. Obviously, that is backward looking. But to have administration officials, specifically Stephen Miller, go out on the airwaves this weekend and justify these tariffs as a need for a global reset because this administration inherited a recession or near depression is outright fabrication.
No, it's lies. Simple. Let's just call it what it is. It's lies. It's not true. The economy that Joe Biden handed over to Donald Trump was in fine fettle. Interest rates were coming down, not as fast as they'd like. Unemployment was low. Growth was medium to strong, trend growth. The market was at record highs. It's quite simple. These are facts you cannot ignore. These policies, and it's not just, by the way, the policy of this.
No, this is fucking copium. And I hate it. It's my least favorite type of copium. This is only true because you're looking at the situation right now in front of us and going, well, it's a lot worse now. It's the same principle behind how like liberals will turn around and look back at like the Bush administration with rose-tinted glasses and say, well, you know, at least it wasn't as bad as Trump. That's not the case. The exact same economic anxieties that plagued the American working class in perpetuity that caused Donald Trump to win in 2016 were very much not addressed. Just because the economy seemingly was rebounding from the COVID shock doesn't change that reality. These guys come into power saying they're going to fix it and then don't do it. And then we only have the current administration's awfulness to compare to the past administration. Incorrect use of in perpetuity? Wait, what do you mean? Why is that an incorrect use? In a perpetual state. How is that an incorrect use? Wait, what the fuck?
Because workers won't be available. Companies are putting off decisions because they simply don't know the circumstance under which they will make. Now, is Donald Trump right in his policy prescription? Let's just, for the purpose of just my answer, let's assume it's a leap of faith. You have to say it is a leap of faith that he is right vis-a-vis all the conventional wisdom that says this is going to be bad for the growth. Now, if I tell you don't drive with blinkers on or don't drive with something over your eyes, you'd probably say it's not a good idea. But somebody says try it, you take your choice.
A leap of faith based on one man's convictions, right? Which he's held for decades.
But hang on. He held these convictions back in the 1980s. The global schemes and the global trading environment is very different to today than it was then. And it's not the policy that's wrong. You can even Ngozi at the WTO says that the US has legitimate concerns. It's the manufacture of the execution that's the difficulty. And the deeper this goes, the harder it's going to be to repair the damage. Simple as that.
No doubt. Richard Quest, thank you so much.
Thank you, Richard.
I do find it really strange that Trump's belligerent way of tackling this issue has, in a weird way, caused a lot of neoliberals to openly admit the impact of free trade agreements on domestic manufacturing, something that they would never readily admit. And their lack of recognition of that is unironically the reason why Donald Trump won in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. Why is it that this is what it took for people to be like, well, he is making the correct point. He's just going about it the wrong way. It's so frustrating.
A taste of what these White House and cabinet officials said on the Sunday shows, and today trying to defend what Trump is trying to do and trying to explain what he's trying to do.
I've seen some deals that are great, and President Trump is going to decide if they're great enough.
Listen, we've got 50 countries that are burning the phone lines into the White House up, and probably the president's cell phone as well.
There is no postponing. They are definitely going to stay in place for days and weeks.
So when you say to me, Ed, what do we want from them? We want fairness.
I mean, at the end of the day, the overriding theme is...
I mean, if that was your goal, you could have just said you're going to drop the fucking nuclear red button on the planet. I'm sure foreign leaders would call you in a panic then, too. Like, is that the takeaway here? The most annoying person in your class says publicly that they're going to fucking commit suicide, and then everybody starts calling them to be like, hey, don't do that, please. And it's like, haha, see, I did it. I just wanted attention from all of you. I'm glad that you're giving it to me. Like, that's the point here? Is that what we're doing? What an insanely childish way to go about business. It's so fucking stupid, man.
Just trust Trump.
Yes, though I will say we are starting to see a little bit of a division even among Trump officials. Obviously, there's nobody that speaks for the Trump administration that is going to outright criticize the president's overall strategy here. But I think in addition to the officials that are saying, look, you got to just trust that he knows what he's doing. We have to give this time. This is ultimately going to end up in a good place in the medium to long term. We're seeing an emphasis on the countries that are wanting to negotiate, essentially officials that are coming out and saying, it's not the worst idea. If you're interested in negotiating, the time is now. I think those are two distinctly different views. You talked about two camps existing in the Trump world. There's the idea that what Trump is doing right now is going to eventually course correct on its own. And then there's a separate idea that these negotiations need to happen in order for that to happen. I'm not sure exactly where President Trump falls right now. I don't think that most people know, and that's obviously the key thing. And I think it's also why we should be watching Netanyahu's visit to the White House really closely. Does he come out of there having effectively negotiated and gotten himself a better deal?
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's not just two camps existing in Trump world. Trump has said both things in different social media posts. You know, he'll say these tariffs are here to stay. We're going to reconfigure the U.S. economy. We're going to bring more manufacturing domestically. This is about a complete.
I love it. We're officially at the stage where liberal thinkers are also doing the, is this 5D chess? Everyone inevitably arrives at Trump 1. This is exactly what used to happen all the time, the sane washing of Trump. There's a coherent worldview there. I think in some ways that is what Trump is relying on, which is that these people have far too much to lose if the entire system collapses. So they have to maintain the notion that Donald Trump is actually still sane. And is, we just disagree with his methods or something.
Reset. But then in a different post, he'll say, look at all these countries coming to negotiate. My plan is working. So I think that's where the business leaders are saying, well, what can we trust when we don't quite know the plan, because it can't necessarily be both things. Are these tariffs a negotiating tool, which means they may be temporary and there will be pain, but it could pay off in the long term? Or are these tariffs about moving manufacturing into the U.S., which will be a long-term problem for a lot of these business leaders, and they don't necessarily want to hear that. I also think saying both allows some of these Republican leaders, it buys them time because they can say, hey, this is just a negotiating tool. We're going to wait it out.
I've talked to a lot of those business executives, some of whom are in touch directly with the White House about what this is going to look like. And they're saying, hey, we would rather pay or pass on to consumers $20 million in tariffs than spend $5 billion to build a new factory in a country with whom we don't know what relations are going to look like in the next administration or under the next party's leadership. And they are very frustrated because during Trump's first term, where he was primarily targeting China, a lot of them moved their factories to Vietnam. And they're saying, hey, wait a second, we did this for you in 2019, and now Vietnam's getting hit with the 46% tariff. What are we supposed to do? We're just going to ride this out.
And, meantime, there's the optics of all this, right? Trump is always concerned about how he's viewed in the media and the like. And the message that they wanted to send, this was a decision by Trump and his team, is to tell folks about his golf game this weekend.
How was the golf tournament?
Very good, because I won. It's good to win. You heard I won, right? Did you hear I won? Just to back it up, you were there, I won.
And then on Saturday, as these tariffs were going out, they decided, the White House put out a statement saying that the president won his second round matchup of the Senior Club Championship today in Jupiter, Florida, and advances to the championship round tomorrow. Sometimes presidents, if they're in the middle of economic turmoil, maybe they would go to a factory or something or try to make their case publicly. Trump he's doing what he's doing.
That does go hand in hand with a strategy. If there was a coherent strategy we all understood, that would fit with it. Having the president be completely unbothered, not going on TV to calm the markets, saying, no, the markets are going to figure out what I'm doing sooner or later. It's everything else that you were just talking about. He is going golfing while we are figuring out if this is worth investing in, if we're willing to plan for 4 years ahead or not.
Friend of the show, Dave Weigel on CNN.
I don't think that is necessarily a bad look for what he's trying to do. The lack of clarity is on what he's trying to do.
中国政府针对美方滥施关税，已经阐明了严正的立场。美国以各种借口宣布对包括中
Talk to him. Talk to him, Lin Xian. He's spitting.
中国在内的所有贸易伙伴滥施关税，严重侵犯了各国的正当权益。严重违反了世界贸易组织的规则，严重损害了以规则为基础的多边贸易体制，严重冲击全球的经济秩序稳定。中国政府对此强烈谴责，坚决反对。美国的有关做法是典型的单边主义、保护主义和经济霸凌行径，损人害己。
China this time hit back quite fast and strong, imposing the same 34% tariff rate on all U.S. products entering the country. And on top of that, it also put 7 more rare earth minerals into its export control list. So those minerals are used in all sorts of high-tech applications, including in the defense sector. So China this time around really showed that we wanted to match the U.S. Strength in imposing these tariffs and other trade measures.
Brendan, I was surprised. I mean, the president definitely doubled down, right, yesterday. I mean, I would have thought that with the global market rout that we saw on Friday, and actually I think the markets lost some $5 trillion last week, he would kind of pause. But yesterday he basically said, stop thinking about the markets for 2 hot seconds.
Exactly, and he had his top economic officials out, saying the same thing. Basically, I think we heard President Trump many times say that trade wars are good and easy to win, and I think what we're seeing from the financial markets perspective is trade wars are hard and they aren't easy to win. China, as Alan mentioned, hit back at those rare earth minerals. That will really hurt American companies that are making batteries and high-tech medical devices. That will really leave a mark on the innovative side of the economy, and we'll have to see what Europe does now. Does Europe throw fuel on the fire, or do they let this burn on its own?
Alan, how much more aggressive can China be? And actually, if you look at the Chinese market reaction today, what does it tell us?
Well, the Chinese market reaction tells us that people are panic selling. In terms of China's countermeasures to U.S. measures, I think that's about it for now. But the tariffs haven't kicked in yet, so there's still room for either side to do more or pull back. It's noteworthy that China has already imposed those tariffs on all U.S. imports, and based on the current tariffs already announced, that our economists expect trade between the two countries to basically slow to a halt. So what more can China do in this regard? It remains to be seen. But what we've also seen from China is that they've signaled to the domestic audience that it's digging in. In the front page editorial in the People's Daily, party mouthpiece, China said that don't panic, and we've got your back, basically promising to support the domestic economy by stimulating consumption. It also floated previously mentioned measures such as cutting rates and lowering the reserve requirement for banks to support lending. All those measures, they are more likely now because of the market reaction and also because of potential weakness in the economy because of the hit to China's exports.
The mouthpiece of the state, more like the voice of the people, as the name implies. The party itself is the voice of the people. It represents the wishes of the proletariat. How dare you belittle it and reduce it to something as childish as the regime-sponsored, supposedly private institution that is Fox News. Did I get it right? You really want to go to China, huh? I do. I really do. Bro, I was talking to it's so funny. I was talking to like Adam and Brace and Felix and Noah and all them, and we were talking about speed, and everyone made fun of me. They're like, bro, speed clears you. He's living your dream. And it's true. He's living out my dream. But honestly, considering that it moves the needle in a direction that I think is good, I could not have asked for a better vessel, a better vehicle to showcase a different side of China, Chinese development, everyday Chinese existence than a guy like I Show Speed. Why can't you go? I can. Bro, dude flew the first ever autonomous flying vehicle, dude. Are you kidding me? I think he quite literally is the first non-Chinese person to very publicly and very openly fly the Chinese autonomous aerial vehicle. Is crazy.
Yeah, interesting. And Brendan, I was also having a conversation with Ban Boejo of UBS, and China can't change their business model on a dime. So if they can't export to the U.S., they'll probably export to other countries, and then they will be tariffed more from the U.S. So it's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can see President Xi Jinping reaching out to countries in South Asia to try to shore up some of those relationships. Countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, where the U.S. The higher tariffs kick in on Wednesday, and as Alan mentioned, there's a very short window for that to happen. So we'll have to see if another day of a punishing market response turns the attitude in the White House. We heard Elon Musk over the weekend talking about a free trade zone between the U.S. and Europe. So perhaps some of those voices will get louder and louder and somehow stop those tariffs from taking effect. But it doesn't look like it at the moment.
Brendan, do you have a good understanding? Because I've been glued, all weekend with the equation, and of course there are memes, and it's quite funny that the penguins got tariffs and tax. But at the end of the day, who does President Trump listen to? Is it just himself because he's held this belief for a long time? Is it Peter Navarro? Is it someone else?
It sounds like the sort of more hawkish wing of the economic team that he's listening to. Howard Lutnick, Scott Bessent. He was also on the airwaves yesterday. Look, at the end of the day, Liberation Day is going to turn into litigation day. The courts are really the only thing that look like they have a chance of stopping this. A challenge to the companies will challenge the authority that he's used to impose these tariffs, and that we could see a whole new kind of fight through the courts.
Another day, another bell on the New York Stock Exchange, and smiles over substance. The real picture here, again, was jaw-dropping. Donald Trump had a Monday morning date with the LA Dodgers baseball team, World Series winners.
You did a big number.
As world markets fell yet further.
He's so awesome. You did a big number. That's right.
The president wasn't for turning.
I love the
In a
Dodgers.
Truth Social post, he threatened China that if it didn't withdraw its 34% retaliation tariffs, the United States will...
He's like, listen up, China. I'm kidnapping Otani. He's one of yours, right? I asked him, What kind of Chinese are you? He didn't have his translator with him, so he's now arrested. Until you sign off on Ford F-150s being purchased in raw numbers, I will not be releasing Shohei Ohtani. Everything is Tesla.
Impose additional tariffs on China of 50%.
Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, you know, I think that the president is going
Market volatility was writ large when this interview was written up, as Donald Trump considering a 90-day pause on tariffs, only for the White House to dismiss it as fake news. In the markets, the picture brightened briefly. In this colour by numbers, the numbers coloured it red, then green, then red again. If that was the stock market as a spectator sport, so, in part, was this. Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu was the first world leader to visit the White House since the tariff announcement.
Mr. President, will you discuss tariffs on Israel?
For his country, it's 17%. What price a reduction?
We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to also eliminate trade barriers, a variety of trade barriers that have been put up unnecessarily.
We've been ripped off and taken advantage of by many countries over the years, and can't do it anymore. Just can't do it anymore. We can't be the stupid people anymore.
In all of this, there are the politics. Republicans in Congress have voiced concern at where a Republican president is taking them. And Bill Ackman, a billionaire who helped to fund the Trump campaign, has called for a pause in tariffs, warning of what he calls a self-induced economic nuclear winter. And then there's the first buddy, Elon Musk, who has appeared to part ways with the presidential line.
But I think it comes from some minds in South America.
He posted this on X, having given an interview supporting a free trade zone between Europe and North America.
The operation of the free market is so essential, not only to promote productive efficiency, but even more, to foster harmony and peace among the peoples of the world.
I think we're doing a great job.
Donald Trump used this encounter to confirm he wasn't considering a pause in tariffs. For many, it is a hard reality over reassurance. James Matthews, Sky News, in Washington.
These tariffs come first and foremost at immense costs for US consumers and businesses, but at the same time they have a massive impact on the global economy. Especially hard hit are the developing countries. And this is a major turning point for the United States. Nonetheless, we stand ready to negotiate with the United States. Indeed, we have offered 0 for 0.
Famously, the European Union famously cares a lot about developing nations. Famously, they care about developing nations or the American consumer. It's just lip service, but it's so funny.
Tariffs for industrial goods, as we have successfully done with many other trading partners, because Europe is always ready for a good deal, so we keep it on the table. But we are also prepared to respond through countermeasures and defend our interests. And in addition, we will also protect ourselves against indirect effects through trade diversion. And for this purpose, we will set up an import surveillance task force. We will work with industry to make sure...
God, the fucking Europe, the Eurocucks love their bureaucracy, huh? They love their fucking bureaucratic apparatus. God damn, just be like, we're going to China. We're going to goddamn China. the Democratic Party is so Eurofied, it's kind of funny to think because, like, it's the exact same thing that they're doing, which is like we're thinking about what kind of initiatives we could engage in for a more prosperous future, and we're going to do a task force.
We have the necessary evidence base for our policy measures, and we will stay in very close contact to minimize effects of our actions on each other. We're discussing the response to the United States, but also the...
Listen, guys, I love a good bureaucracy. They're just using bureaucracy as a hurdle to make fast decisions because they still, I think, are holding out to this notion that America will concede. That's the only reason why I'm saying, like, they love a good bureaucratic process.
The other two pillars of our strategy, the one is strengthening our single market, so getting rid of remaining barriers. And the other pillar is diversifying our trade relations, specifically further diversifying our trade relations is very critical for us because this broadens the market opportunities and is crucial for our companies. So we will focus like a laser beam on the 83% of global trade that is beyond the United States, vast opportunities. And this is why we're deepening our relations with our trading partners. You know the deals that we've done with Mexico, Mercosur, and Switzerland. We're working on India, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many others. By that, we want to be very clear.
Who are the others? I feel like there's another country that I feel like you're just not really mentioning. I mean, you mentioned some of their biggest trade partners, but I wonder why European leaders won't just say that. Like, even if it's a threat, even if it's just a threat, why don't you just say you're going to do it? Just as a way to flex, even if you have no ambition to do so.
Europe stands together for our businesses and with our businesses for all Europeans in the European Union and beyond.
And just hours ago, the European Union announced that they are already coming to the table.
We stand ready to negotiate with the United States. Indeed, we have offered 0 for 0 tariffs for industrial goods, as we have successfully done with many other trading partners, because Europe is always ready for a good deal, so we keep it on the table.
So as suspected, this was always a grand negotiation. Come on, he wrote The Art of the Deal. After all, Brian, Eric Trump put out a tweet last week, and who knows President Trump better than family? I get he's not in the administration, but I think this is spot on. Eric Trump said this: I wouldn't want to be the last country that tries to negotiate a trade deal with Trump. The first to negotiate will win. The last will absolutely lose. I've seen this movie my entire life, and I think we are watching this movie play out.
Yeah, interesting because Vietnam was the first. And seemingly the administration's response to that was, fuck you. We're still going to do fucking deficit. We're still going to do all the tariffs that we wanted to slap on. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Vietnam literally was the first country which was like, why you say fuck me for? Why you say fuck me for? You already fucked me. You used Agent Orange. You did a fucking genocide on me. And we still love your ass. Why you say fuck me for? And then America was like, nah. Nope. What's her ass? She kind of forbidden Xena stepmom hot. Oh my God, you're talking about former Trump's press secretary in the first term. Gross, chatter. Keep it in your friggin' pants. Some of y'all really do need Allah. Some of y'all really do need the Quran. Stop Googling.
I'm just curious to see, because the president was asked a number of times directly, are you looking to negotiate? Are you looking to get countries to deal with you? And he said, we want to talk to people. He was almost vague. And then I watched Lutnick and I watched Bessent and I watched, and then this morning you see Kevin Hassett. They don't just come out and say, we're looking for the best deal possible with as many countries as we can. And I don't know if that's President Trump saying, I'm going to wait on the sale. I'm going to let people think so the deal gets better and their initial offer gets better. Because so far, really promising things. Italy, for example, says, I want to de-escalate. I'd like to deal. Japan.
Oh, so funny. Amazing. Yeah. He's just probably holding out for something even better. Even though he has not really mentioned what that is. Weirdly enough.
And they spoke this morning over the weekend, indications from the foreign minister. They want to do a deal and renegotiate. The EU is new to me. I didn't know that just came through. But the French also say it could cost us 0.5% of our GDP. So we want a deal. You had Cambodia and Vietnam. Now, you might think small countries. They do a lot of textile work for us. So I think this is huge if the president wants to do it, because I think a part of him says, if I do a deal too quick, I don't know if I'm going to bring manufacturing back. And if I do a deal too quick, I'm not going to get the tariff revenue, which I was hoping to use to de-emphasize the income tax. So I'm just watching this. I'm in the audience. I don't think anybody knows except the president what he's doing next.
Wow, this sure seems like a sustainable and reliable way to do foreign policy at the global stage as the most powerful nation on the planet, who also is the consumption engine of the planet. Seems like it's a great way to do stuff. Let's just buckle up and enjoy the ride, everybody. Yeah, maybe he'll cut income tax in the process. Amazing. When will the winning stop? When will the fucking winning stop? Is too much winning.
Stock market soaring post-election. It reached an all-time high today, 82,000. Optimism everywhere. Just ignore the sky is falling reports in the regime press. Tune out the breathless reporting about market gyrations.
I'm excited about the economy. Look at the stock market. Our rocket ship is getting ready to take off in our economy with President Trump. We were probably overbloated with the stock market here for a while. We went up quite a bit.
You guys want to start with good news? The market's up 25% since you won. You tweeted this out that nobody in the media brings it up, so I said, you know what, I'm going to bring it up tonight. Forget the stock market for a second here, and I have said on this program for years, it's never been my indicator in terms of the health of the economy.
The market always...
Dude, everyone became a radical socialist, dude. Everyone became like, at the very least, like a progressive sock dem, you know what I mean, overnight.
Knows. So the market already started to kind of have this sort of rally, this sort of Trump rally. It's an energy, it's an electricity. We have to be very, very careful about all of this, and the notion that we have to react as Americans based on the market.
This is why you're saying, wait, what? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Scoop. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent flew down to Florida Sunday to urge Trump to focus his tariff messaging on winning trade deals. That's exactly the shift we saw from the president today. On the conflict with between Bessent announcing negotiations with Japan around the time Navarro's no negotiations op-ed published, a White House official told me Navarro wrote the op-ed with the best intentions, and it was written at a time when that was the message. Bessent's view was the markets will keep melting unless you shift, said a person familiar with the meeting between Bessent and Trump. You're not going to abandon the policy, but you have to talk about negotiating and what the end game is. I can't believe that they just did not come out. I can't believe that they didn't have this already. Oh my God. In spectacular fashion, once again, the incompetent admin is still being incompetent. The incompetent admin is having a public feud over world-changing, global collapse, imminent ass trade policy. What the fuck? So it's not wrong for me to assume that these guys are also stupid and incompetent, because I normally don't like doing the, oh, they're just dumb and that's why they're doing this type of analysis, because I feel like it's silly. But I do think that they're dumb and incompetent, and that's why they're moving in the ways they're moving. Very annoying. Yeah. Admitting to lying to calm the markets with no serious intention to follow through. No, I think it's not a lie to calm the markets. Like, I think that is the ultimate goal to a certain degree. The ultimate goal is to force these countries to like purchase more American products that are made in the United States of America, and to get these foreign manufacturing jobs to come back to the United States of America as well. They dumb is shallow analysis. I know, but this is part of the problem. Ironically enough, them being dumb plays a formative role in how things are unfolding. Ay, ay, ay.
What the law says. Okay, what else?
Can you say, did you agree to lowering tariffs for any of the countries that you spoke to today? So we
What you understand, Jennifer, you have to understand this. We have massive surplus countries that we're dealing with. We have massive deficits. We've got to straighten that out, because you can't continue to be that way. It's been that way for years now, and it can't go on any longer. And we're the piggy bank. We have all the advantages. Forget markets for a second. We have all the advantages. We're going to straighten out. We're going to become a wealthy nation again, wealthy like never before. And we're not going to let other nations that have been ripping us off, whether it's China or the European Union, with all of the European nations that have just made, it's been like a feast. Look, the European Union was formed for one reason. You know what that was? To rip off the United States. So put that in your bonnet. I hope you had a good flight. Have a good time.
Thank
you. Should be.
Is there a Trump put though? Is there pain in the market at some point? You're unwilling to tolerate this idea of a Trump put. Is there a threshold?
I think your question is so stupid. I mean, I think it's I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. And we have such a horrible, we have been treated so badly by other countries because we had stupid leadership that allowed this to happen. They took our businesses, they took our money, they took our jobs, they moved it to Mexico, they moved it to Canada, they moved a lot of it to China. And it's not sustainable. We're not going to do it. Now we have hundreds of billions of dollars is pouring into our country on a monthly basis. It's pouring. It's already started because they put tariffs on. And eventually it's going to straighten out and our country will be solid and strong again.
Elon Musk has said he hopes for zero tariffs between the U.S. and Europe. Is that a place you'd like to also get to?
Well, the problem is that Europe has made a fortune with us. You know, Europe also has had a tremendous surplus with the United States. Europe has treated us, it's a little smaller, but they've treated us very, very badly. China has, but Europe has also. Europe has been very, very bad to us. Europe has taken our leaders for a ride. They don't take our cars, they don't take our food products, they don't take anything. And we take their cars, Mercedes, Volkswagen, BMW. You know, we take their millions of cars. They take no cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. Europe's treated us very badly. We put a big tariff on Europe. They are coming to the table. They want to talk. But there's no talk unless they pay us a lot of money on a yearly basis. Number one for present, but also for past. Because they've taken a lot of our wealth away, and we're not going to allow it to happen.
Sir, have you
from China?
On the idea of crashing the markets on purpose, there's been some speculation, partly because of the video that was posted on Truth Social, that there was some sort of deliberate effort on your part to have the market sell off. Can you talk about that?
No, that's not so. But I do want to solve the deficit problem that we have with China, with the European Union, and other nations. And they're going to have to do that. And if they want to talk about that, I'm open to talking. But otherwise, why would I want to talk? And as you know, because of the...
This racist Turk keeps attacking Comrade Trump, who is building the Chinese century. A xenophobe like you should visit Taiwan instead. They love your kind. This is how you know Top G is not a real Chinese person. Okay? Because he keeps referring to Chinese Taipei as Taiwan. And that's how you know he's a fucking LARPer, dude. That's how you know he's a fake Iowan white Maoist and not a real Chinese individual using a VPN to watch me. I, on the other hand, am real white Chinese. I, on the other hand, have never been to Idaho. To be fair, Xi loves Iowa. And in an effort to better understand Xi Jinping, I must visit Iowa. Not Idaho, though, just Iowa. Much like the glorious leader did as well.
Tariffs, we have $7 trillion already committed to be invested in the United States, building auto plants, building chip companies, and all sorts of companies are coming into our country at levels that we've never seen before. Biden had nothing coming in. This was a dead country with Biden. He didn't know what he was doing, and that's now been proven at least.
This morning,
Wait, let's watch. My Republican mom answers where the stock market's crashing.
Stock market, mother.
It's plummeting.
Why?
Because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
How?
Because they've got our country in shit shape. And now Donald Trump.
What do you think about the stock market, mother?
It's plummeting.
Why?
Yeah. Donald Pump. He's going to pump the stock market after he pumps me. Okay, I wish he would pump me. My dead Brussy is quivering thinking about Donald Pump. Thinking about Donald's pump. Now, that's a man right there. Unlike your deadbeat dad who left us. Right in the dead Brussy. White House aide Stephen Moran outlines 5 potential responses foreign nations can undertake in response to the problems he says are caused by the U.S. dollar dominance. 1, foreign countries can accept tariffs without retaliation, giving U.S. revenue. 2, they can stop unfair/harmful trading practices and buying more from the U.S. That's the one that I keep. That's the one I keep repeating. 3, boost defense spending and procurement from the U.S. 4, invest and install factories in the U.S. And 5, they can write checks to the U.S. Treasury. Incredible. Moran, the president is famous for his ability to create deals nobody else thinks is possible. On Mar-a-Lago Accord paper he wrote, it's not important. It does not reflect administration policy. Oh, my mom is watching, bro. I know. That's actually a lot of people's moms watch me, which is crazy. Anytime I go outside in the wild and I see a Hasanabi head with their parents and they're like, oh, we watch you together, I forget all the heinous things I say on a regular basis. I feel bad. What a sales pitch for international investors. You have no choice but to give us money. Give up now. I mean, yeah, that's what America's doing.
President Trump says his tariffs are working and he is not backing down. But hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman, who endorsed Donald Trump for...
But Netanyahu offered ending the trade barriers and Trump said no relief. Because, as we saw in the 5-point plan, it's not about ending trade barriers. It's about giving America money. Money, money, money, money, money, money. It's about buying American. They want these countries to fix the trade deficit in a way where there's some kind of trade parity, where they buy more American products. And we are threatening them to do so, even if they have no use for the American products, even if they don't have the money to purchase these American products. We're basically putting a gun to their heads and a gun to ours, ironically, in the same process. It's no different than saying, like, no, this is, I have the button right here. I will slap it. I will slap the nuke the planet button right now. Do you plan to reduce tariffs your country put on Israeli goods 70%? We're not. We're talking about a whole new trade. Maybe not. Maybe not. Don't forget, we help Israel a lot. What is this? Who is this person? It's kind of funny that Donald Trump is talking about Israel in this way, but like, Israel is the one fucking country that actually does take so much from America and gives very little in return. Like the way he talks about China, the way he talks about all these other fucking countries is so ironic. Like he thinks every country but Israel is doing Israel shit. And the one country that is Israel doing Israel shit, he loves and will give unlimited funds to. It's so funny. He's just like, all these countries, they're stealing from us. They're taking so many billions. They're taking so many billions. It's like, dude, Israel, what are you talking about? You're saying that sitting next to the #1 welfare queen of all time. It's hilarious, too, because, like, with all of those fucking subsidies that they get from us, they get to have a robust healthcare system. They have socialized medicine. They have state-owned land, which they use to obviously enforce their colonial project and their colonialist desires. But ultimately, like, they have a higher degree of socialization than we do. It's so fucking annoying. And then the dudes that grow up there come here, go to our colleges, and yell at our citizens, yell at our fucking students and say, hey, I'm going to harass you. And also, I'm going to harass you so fucking hard. I'm going to brutalize you. I'm going to bully you. I'm going to try to get you fired from your fucking job. Like, what are we doing? Everything that Donald Trump demonstrates in terms of resentment for foreign countries, Israel does 1,000,000 times over. And then Israel sends their worst exports, like Canada, to the United States of America. Like fucking Shai Davide. None of the cool guys come here. Many of them already get exiled from Israel once they become cool anyway. But they go to like fucking Europe instead. Wrong. They sent us Natalie Portman. Okay, fair. Natalie Portman is one significant W. But for every Natalie Portman, there's like a Gal Gadot. You know what I mean? So there's a deficit. There's a trade deficit there as well. It evens itself out. Yeah, you got Natalie Portman, but then we also have Gal Gadot. Natalie Portman is a super bitch? No, she's not. Shut up. Yeah. Yeah, Natalie Portman is Israeli. And yeah, the reason why you don't know that Natalie Portman is Israeli is, and perhaps this is going to come as no surprise to you, is because she's not a fucking Zionist. Or even if she was, she is not very outspoken. And I know that she has like outwardly criticized Israel on numerous occasions. So that's the reason why you're like, what? Natalie Portman is not Israeli? That's why I said the cool ones come usually not here. But yeah, she's either she's a liberal Zionist, but I don't think she is, or she's an anti-Zionist. But even if she was a liberal Zionist, like she never talks about it. And the only time I've ever heard her speak on stuff is is in favor of Palestine and Palestinians. Yeah, she called Gaza a concentration camp in 2021. Yeah. Also, she's not even here. She lives in France. She cooked.
The problem with America.
What is this? We know you only say that because you like Leon the Professional. Leon the Professional is such a strange movie because I think it's such a good movie, but it's so perverted at the same time. And luckily for everyone that watched the movie, it was only salvaged by what's his face, Gerard Depardieu's initiative to basically combat against Luc Besson's, or Jean Reno, not Gerard Depardieu, sorry, Jean Reno's personal initiative to basically make himself, like make his character be autistic deliberately so that fucking Luc Besson could not make the script as pedophilic as he wanted to. This is real, by the way. I'm not even joking. Like, for those of you who don't know, Leon the Professional is an amazing movie. It really is. It truly is an amazing movie. It's a story about a hitman that takes a very young girl under his wing. The young girl is played by Natalie Portman. The director is, unfortunately, a fairly prolific director that has definitely fallen out of favor and doesn't make good movies anymore, but also happens to be a pedophile. Because he's, I mean, he is. He's just straight. He's French, okay? Luc Besson. And from what I understand, he wanted to make the relationship between Jean Reno's character and Natalie Portman's character. Natalie Portman's like 14 or something, or even younger in the movie. A romantic one. And I remember reading, it was 12 years old, even younger. I remember reading something about how after reading the script, Jean Reno thought that was so insane to do that he basically portrayed the character as like a neurodivergent person, specifically to not offer any. Like, he looked at the script and he was like, this is gross. I'm going to literally make my character autistic so that it just doesn't look like he's doing this like pedophilic act. Gary Oldman's fucking incredible in that movie. One of his best roles, no questions about it. It's a great movie. That makes sense. Is he did The Fifth Element, an infantized girl taken care of an older man? Yeah. Also on the background, he quite literally dated what's her face, who was underage in the process of making that movie. Not Uma Thurman. What was her name? Mia Jovovich. Yeah. So, who he met when she was 15. He based it on his own groomed wife. Oh, Leon the Professional? Yeah. Yeah, he's just Frenchman activities. All right, let's move on. All right, let's get to Bill A. Pac-Man, Bill Smoke Crackman. And what he had to say about Donald Trump with the tariffs.
For the first time this election, disagrees.
The investor warning, the president has an opportunity to...
Also, here it is, by the way. Actress Natalie Portman is pulled out of a major awards ceremony in Israel, citing her distress of recent events in her country. Over the past 3 weeks, at least 30 Palestinians have been killed by Israel's military during peaceful demonstrations in the Gaza Strip. That was during the Great March of Return.
To call a 90-day timeout, negotiate, and resolve unfair asymmetric tariff deals we're heading for a self-induced economic nuclear winter, and we should start hunkering down.
Yeah, it goes on for pages, but you get the theme. Joining us now from the White House, North Lawn, Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hasan. Kevin, great to see you.
Good morning, guys.
You're great at explaining these things, but your response to an ally, Ken Ackman, saying that. Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, I think that the president is going to decide what the president's going to decide. There are more than 50 countries in negotiation with the president. We've got the Prime Minister of Israel coming today. We've had a reach out overnight from Taiwan. And but I would urge everyone, especially Bill, to ease off the rhetoric a little bit. The fact is that say 10% baseline tariff is on 14% of GDP. That's about how much trade we have, how many imports. And so 86% of GDP is affected by the deregulation and the tax cuts and everything else. And even if you think, and I think a lot of us at the White House think that these economic responses are exaggerated by critics, even if you think that there will be some negative effect from the trade side, that's still a small share of GDP. And so the idea that it's going to be a nuclear winter or something like that is completely irresponsible rhetoric.
So obviously, these are all things that President Trump ran an election on and won an election talking about, and he's been talking about it for a long time. And it's not a surprise that the markets have tumbled in response to this. But is there a point at which President Trump looks at the markets and says, "Oh my gosh, we're at 35,000 on the Dow. This is too painful"?
The president has made it clear that this policy, he believes, will help American workers. And there's a reason why he believes that, because policies like this...
Because he's fucking stupid. Because he's just a stupid guy. In the process, as far as I understand, and I don't know if this is like a TikTok story or not, and I haven't checked, so I'm asking you guys. China has made a statement about IP as well. Let's look it up real quick. China IP release. There was an update to the Chinese IP law. United States Trade Representative 2025 National Trade Estimates reports on foreign trade barriers. China needs to increase damages and criminal penalties for IP infringement. That was a statement from ChinaLawUpdate.com. That's not what I'm looking for. Hold on. This is also from a month prior. No, not Israel, Palestine, or Beijing review. Intellectual property protection faces new challenges in the AI era. No, that's not what I was looking for either. I'm a company commander in the army of Ukraine. Let's talk. Wait, really? The fuck? For real? If you're actually serious, I will fucking guest star you right now. Bro's checking the user card, but it's their first message. Yeah. Yeah, we already talked about the Chinese rare earth metals ban. China unveils rule to counter discriminatory measures in international IP disputes. The regulation aimed at striking back against external contaminant suppression appears to target the U.S. and EU without naming them. Unveiled a new weapon that it says is to fight discrimination against the citizens or organizations in international intellectual property disputes. Ryan Ruth in the chat. I mean, it could be. Ukraine is a very online nation. I can believe this. This is not the same as someone saying they're fucking Donald Trump, Jack. Calm down. I am on duty now. Let's do it sometime. Okay, you need to put your phone number for Twitch, though, in order for me to be able to guest star you. I'm a Nigerian prince, bro. Guys, the likelihood of that person being an actual commander of I don't know, like or being in the Ukrainian army at least is significantly higher than it being a scam, like a Nigerian prince. I'm the king of Belgium. Let's talk, bro. It could be bait. I mean, it maybe is, but I talk to someone who's in the Ukrainian forces to see what the fuck is going on the ground, and to see what their attitude is overall about Trump and about the future of the conflict.
This, in his last term, did help American workers. After really 2 decades of no real wage growth in the U.S., we got more than $6,000 per family after we had tariffs and tax cuts and deregulation. And so he's doubling down on something that he knows works. And he's going to continue to do that, but he is also going to listen to our trading partners. And if they come to us with really great deals that advantage American manufacturing and American farmers, I'm sure he'll listen. But in the end, it's President Trump that's going to decide when a deal is good enough. And I think it's interesting that so many countries are lining up. The final thing I'd like to say is that there's so many people that keep saying, oh, it's the American consumer that's going to bear this tariff, is going to make inflation go up and so on. But if you think about it, President Trump's view is it's these countries that are sending inelastic supply to the country, and so they're going to bear the brunt of the tariffs. And if that were false, then if they didn't bear the brunt.
If you're actually you, follow me on Instagram right now. If you are who you say you are, chatter, I got your Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. No, I don't think he's lying, but he hasn't followed me on Instagram. Andy 2K. How did you find me? God. I feel like he's going to be like, I hate you. You hate Ukraine. I heard you're a Vladdy Poof defender. You love Adolf Putler. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I'm going to dunk on you. He's just a crypto bro. I mean, he is. This is legit. This looks legit. Did he follow you? No, he has not followed me. He likes anime, though. I'm looking at his stories. Oh, my God. Dude, Blue Lock Season 2 was ass, though, King. So fucking ass. Couldn't even finish it. A few secs. I have. Apparently he followed you. Check again. Oh, he did. Wait, he followed me and then unfollowed me? What the fuck? Oh, no, he did. I don't know why it's not showing up, but you did. It says follow back and then it says follow. Bro, season 1 was impossible to get through. No, season 1 of Blue Lock was great. Season 2 was ass. Season 2, like the first half of season 2 is just ass. I could not fucking watch it. Oh yeah, we got the deportation stuff that we're gonna talk about, obviously, because that's a major story as well. You watch Solo Leveling? Hell yeah, I do. Heck yeah, I do. And Megaphonics, I can't confirm whether or not someone followed me by looking at my notifications, because I get a fuck ton literally every minute. So it's impossible for me. The anime story says, I like that in this war you can be in a fight, then go back to base and connect to Starlink and talk to your friends about your favorite anime. I watched a little bit of Freyren. I will get back into Freyren. Don't worry. I scaled back. Okay, let's skip this. Design to Cheetahs, I already talked about Navarro. I talked about all of that. Let's see what Johnson
I think
saying.
you got to give the president the latitude, the runway to do what it is he was elected to do, and that is get this economy going again and get our trade properly balanced with other countries. So I think most of the American people understand the necessity of that. Listen, we had a $1.2 trillion trade deficit in the country. I don't think that's fair to the country. I think the American people understand that, and I think this president is engaging in trying to fix that. So we're going to get.
It's so funny that the Republicans that created this process, or played a very big role in the creation of this process, alongside the Democrats that also played a role in this process, are now turning around and making it seem like how could this have happened? I can't believe the global trade that we designed to create these outcomes is harming us in the long run. And it's not even harming us in the way that it like harms capital or anything. It's not actually harming us in a way that we care about, because clearly if we cared about the ways in which it harms us, the Republicans alongside the Democrats would have taken the initiative to build manufacturing in this country before engaging in this kind of trade protectionist action. What the fuck?
House committees the next couple of days. What would be your question to Greer about these tariffs?
The Trump tariffs, which are a tax on the American people, are so reckless, so unstrategic, so lacking in any sophistication, that the only conclusion that one can draw is that Donald Trump and Republicans are intentionally tanking the economy. Is it because, as Donald Trump has indicated, that during tough economic times, the rich get richer and it's a buying opportunity? Those are Trump's words. Can you confirm?
But what's your question?
He killed it.
So, folks, all of this has America's top executives really on edge. That is not our opinion. That is according to a new CNBC CEO Council survey that is out right now. Of the CEOs that we surveyed, about 1/3 say it's too early to tell whether tariffs will ultimately be a negative or a positive for their business. Of course, a lot of that's going to have to do with what they do. When asked how long it might take to bring manufacturing back to the United States, most said about 3 years or more. The hard reality, a majority of CEOs that we surveyed expect a recession before the end of the year, with about half saying that a recession, if we get one, would be a little bit moderate. Our CEOs are split on if they are expecting to need job cuts from the tariff impact, with more than 1/3 saying, yeah, we will need to cut jobs, and about half saying no, or it's simply too early to know.
This is why I, on the one hand, laugh about like all these rich people having a hard time with their finances, or at least like experiencing a moment of crisis. But it's hard for me to celebrate these decisions because I see what is yet to come. I see what the broader implications on the working class will look like in the very near term.
When asked how much prices will go up, the top answers were they weren't sure, up to about 20%. Of course, some might argue tariffs ultimately might be deflationary. They might bring prices down because demand would go with it. We obviously cannot identify the CEOs that we surveyed, but here are some of their quotes. All right, CEOs we surveyed said this. One said it's going to be a wild ride. Another worried about stagflation. One quote called this, quote, disproportionately stupid and illogical. Their words, not ours. Another warned of a so-called Trump recession.
There's a ton of news in the automotive.
Some automakers haul shipments to the U.S. for April while they assess tariffs response. I deflated my body by losing a leg. Yeah.
Supply chain. Jaguar Land Rover responding to tariffs. Juliana Tottenbaum joins us with more from London. Morning, Juliana.
Good
Good morning, guys. That's right. We heard from the UK luxury car maker Jaguar Land Rover over the weekend that they're going to be halting shipments of their cars to the United States for the month of April. The company says this is a short-term action while they assess their medium and long-term plans. JLR, which is owned by Tata Motors, is highly exposed to the U.S. market. It generates 1/4 of its sales in the U.S. but has no manufacturing capabilities here. So JLR is poised to be impacted very severely by these new tariffs, and we're seeing similar lines of thinking from other automakers in Europe as they try to assess the impact here. Just this afternoon,
She can't even say it right. That's how fucked up she is.
we heard that Volkswagen's Audi is holding back cars that arrived in the U.S. ports after April 2nd, again, while they assess what to do medium long term.
Juliana, thank you. That's a big piece of the ongoing list, Jim, of collateral damage. We mentioned Nintendo on Friday, the Klarna IPO, Land Rover, Volkswagen, Audi today.
Well, you're describing a situation where everything's frozen, and I think that that's right. And I think one of the reasons that we're struggling so.
In 2023, roughly 62% of all American vehicle sales were assembled in the U.S. Source one. It's a made-up issue. No, he's talking about other countries not buying our vehicles. That's what he's talking about. Yeah, the number one, the most popular vehicle in the United States of America in the domestic market is still a Ford F-150, with one exception this past year when RAV4 actually outflanked Ford F-150. That's it. Maybe that's the reason why he's pissed. But overall, it is certainly not about we're buying too many like foreign cars or anything. It is about other countries not buying enough of our cars. It would be akin to getting mad at like a trade deficit specifically with Japan on the issue of consoles. Why are they not buying Xbox 360s, but we're buying PlayStation 3s? We are not letting you enter the American market without paying a significant cost because we want you to buy Xbox 360s. I just figured out a fucking perfect way to explain it to gamers. Oh my God. That's it. PS3 old ass? No, I'm using that because like, what is the new fucking Xbox? You know what I mean? At a time when there was competition and there was a domestic manufacturer of like a entertainment console, like a video game console. It's the same fucking shit.
Is that we're on the eve of earnings season, and we have to expect that almost all guidance is pulled.
When I win the election, we will immediately begin a brand new Trump economic boom. Vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your net worth will skyrocket. Groceries, cars, everything. We're going to get the prices down.
President Trump made a lot of promises on the campaign trail, but he didn't talk to voters or warn them that their 401ks would take a nosedive.
It's also ironic because I don't even think the Xboxes are not even made in America. So that fucking analogy doesn't even work. Imagine if Xboxes were made in America. Are they even assembled in America? Are Xboxes assembled in America? Never mind. Oh my God. I can't even use. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's no analog. There's nothing because we don't do anything here. We don't do anything here. What are we protecting? What manufacturing are we protecting? Does everyone have to eat American meat? Is that what it is? American poultry only. American meat only. American Ford F-150s only. That's it. There's nothing else. Or weapons, ironically enough. And that's what Donald Trump wants as well. He keeps saying, you got to buy more of our weapons.
And that tariffs would make almost everything more expensive. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enten, is joining us now. Hello, Harry. You're going to run the numbers for us. I am very curious to see what you found out about all of this. So let's start first with how unique the drop in the market is under Trump? Because I have heard from some Republicans that say this is pretty normal stuff.
Yeah, if this is pretty normal stuff, I'd like to know what not normal stuff is. If this is a boom, I'd like to know what a bust is. I mean, my goodness gracious. We'll talk about it. I mean, talk about the S&P 500. It's dropped 15% under Donald Trump's presidency. The S&P 500.
The other irony, of course, is that, like, America can't even make its weapons without Chinese manufacturing. So that's like, every part of the story is so stupid, because in order for America to increase its manufacturing output in the areas that we do manufacture shit, we still rely on China. None of this makes sense. Holy fuck.
Has been collecting data essentially since 1957. It's been an index. I went back and I looked for drops of 15% with a president who was inheriting a bull market. There's only one dude on your screen. It's Donald John Trump. He is the only one to see a drop of 15% this soon into his presidency in the S&P 500 after inheriting a bull market. In fact, there's only one other president who has seen a drop of 15% this early on in his presidency, and that was George W. Bush back in 2001. But of course, he was in fact inheriting the dot-com bubble bust. And so this is truly unique, where you come in with a bull market and then boom, right through the floor, Donald Trump, the S&P 500 dropping already 15%, Jessica.
And so there's the market, but then there's the chance of broader economic problems. And that chance is right. That possibility is rising, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. A chance of a recession, something none of us want to see. And what's the chance of a recession? I mean, J.P. Morgan, look at this, now up to 60%. It was 40% in early March. How about Goldman Sachs? It was 20% in early March. We're now up to 35%. Basically, at this point, you average all these different companies together who put forecasts out on the chance of a recession. It's about 50-50, way up from where we were at the beginning of this year. Poly market, where you can trade, was, I think, a 30% chance at the beginning of the year. Now it's 60%. No bueno. What stays in the stock market, what happens in the stock market may not stay in the stock market, Jessica.
And Americans do seem to be having an issue with how Trump is handling the economy right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these numbers, you wouldn't be surprised to see Donald Trump's net approval rating. Compare it now to where it was at this point in the first term. In the first term, he was above water at plus 5 points. Where is he now? He's way underwater. He is swimming with the fishes. Look at this. He is the worst ever for a president at this point in a term on
Holy Toledo.
record at minus 12 points. I just never thought I would see the day, because as we were hinting at the beginning, Trump promised an economic boom. Voters bought into it, but so far they ain't liking what they're seeing.
Jimmy Carter's probably the best example of a president getting taken down by the economy recently. How long did it take 39th president to go into negative?
Whose base doesn't give a shit? They don't have stocks. It don't matter. The wealthy in this country have a fairly significant amount of control over the media. They will make you care. That's number one. Even if you don't have stocks right now, even though many people do have stocks, they have retirement accounts. And also, this is not just about stocks. They're not talking about stocks. They're talking about what is about to happen to the American economy. Notice how this entire conversation is not about stonks, but instead about J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs' assessment on whether or not a recession can occur. J.P. Morgan believes that the most dire impact will be felt by Q2 and into Q3, where that is when they will have that is when America will experience a recession. It's not like, oh my God, my stock performance is tanking. My stocks are not performing because of the market instabilities. No, the real problem is not the stonks. The real problem is not for the retail and institutional traders. That's just short-term issues. The real problem is what comes next.
Negative territory on the economy.
Yeah, always when you think of economic bust, you think of Jimmy Carter, the recession that occurred under him, right? How long did it take him to get a negative net approval rating on the economy? It took him 11 months. It took him all the way until December 77, January of 78. Donald Trump already has a net negative approval rating only 2 months 2 months into this term, he is the fastest on record to go negative. And comparing to Carter, I mean, you don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 2 is a lower number than 11. Carter took a while. Trump, right on in. The voters have turned right against him.
I also want to talk about the protests that we saw across the country yesterday. Those protests were protesting the Trump administration. They generated a lot of interest online. What did you find?
Yeah, so, when we entered the Trump presidency the second time around, there really wasn't that resistance, right? Not what we saw in January of 2017. Well, now we're starting to see what we saw in January of 2017. Look at this, Jessica. This is Google searches for protests. Get this, up 1,200% versus a year ago. It was the highest level on Saturday, and I went back into the record books. You know I like to do that, Jessica Dean. And what did we see? We see that the number of folks who are searching for protests, interested in going out in those protests, is finally matching what we saw in January of 2017, if not exceeding it. If the Democratic resistance seemed to be nowhere at the start of this Trump presidency, with approval ratings for Democrats down at their lowest level ever, all of a sudden Donald Trump has supercharged it, and the protests and the resistance is on.
All right, Harry.
The funniest part about it is that those protests are not even because of the tariffs. Like, those protests.
All right, guys.
What is this? Watch 600,000 protest MAGA. Hasan Piker decimates Trump, defends Gaza. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, Kyle. Okay, Kyle. What was I going to say? The protest that took place over the weekend, which I talked about already and attended myself. I was one of the people at the protest, and I know many of you were there as well, and in your own states, in your own cities. Those protests were not even about the fucking tariffs. They were designed before the tariffs regime, which means that there is going to be even more protests now because more people are going to be frustrated with Donald Trump and the way that he's managing the situation.
Because, there were many things that...
Yeah, the girls are fighting. I don't know if I care about this as much, but after this, we're going to get to the deportation stuff.
we knew would happen. Many things. I'm not here to say I told you so.
Oh, God, I don't like her at all. I can't stand her. I'm not here to say I told you so. Ha, ha, ha, ha, ha, ha. The country's on fire because of your inability to fucking read the goddamn room. Because you wanted to literally do Scissor Sisters with Liz Cheney parading a fucking war criminal's reactionary daughter around. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't fucking stand these monstrous scumbags, dude. It's crazy. Like they loved the death and destruction that Israel put on top of the Palestinian people. No matter how unpopular it was, across the political spectrum, across the political fucking spectrum, they were like, nah, we love genocide. Sorry. We like it more than we like defending. We like defending the future of American democracy, you know? How could this have happened? We couldn't Brad Summer our way out of this? It's crazy.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, Colonel Putty, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Back with a little I told you so this week as President Trump's tariffs are setting off global shockwaves. So what does Harris's former running mate think? Well,
she's the front runner for 48% for 2028. Yeah, I think the Democrats are cooked, honestly. They really are. They don't learn. They don't understand. They will never understand. I will not lose hope. I will continue to try to actively educate liberals who have this kind of idiotic assessment and think that like Kamala Harris was a perfect vessel and the people failed her and that she didn't fail the American people. Okay. People say you got to break away and create a third party, but what you don't understand is this is where the motion is. This means that this low key kind of means that the liberals are a little bit off base as well. Do you understand? This means that the liberals themselves, at least right now, do not have an appetite for a third party vote, let alone even a more progressive figure, dude. We have to re-examine the way we look at like the Democratic Party's base of support. This is terrifying. Yeah, also here, if the presidential election, according to Overton Insights, if the presidential election were held again today, who would you vote for? Trump 48 against Harris 45. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much, dude.
Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota has been on a national town hall tour through red.
Yeah, Tim's demonstrating a little bit of misogynoir for saying that small being Kamala Harris should take ownership over her mistakes.
Congressional districts from Iowa to Texas to Ohio, and he joins us now from Columbus, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. You're the governor of an agriculture-heavy state, one of the top 5 in the country, I believe. What's your reaction to what you just heard from the agriculture secretary?
Yeah, good morning, Jake. Well, I'm stunned. Your questions were spot on. It's very clear that she talked about the people she's listening to. That is not the agricultural community. It is certainly not producers. It's not folks like Cargill, CHS, General Mills, who are out in my district. Look, this is a really precarious time, and the flippant nature that we're just trying something new here is really dangerous. These markets took us years to develop, and we have to be dependable trading partners. They don't come back overnight. And everyone knows in the history of trade wars, agriculture gets hit the hardest. So I'm deeply concerned. It's our #1 export. Adding the tariffs, our 2 biggest export markets are Mexico and Canada. They're our great friends. This is just really, really terrifying. I would encourage, and I'll call the secretary, I'd encourage her to come to Minnesota and see everything that she said is not what's happening on the ground. So look, it's a precarious time.
So let me ask you, because another group you're in touch with, the United Auto Workers Union, you have a lot of that. They have supported you for years and years and years. They were excited to have you on the Democratic ticket. President Trump argues that these tariffs are needed to bring American manufacturing back and to help American workers left behind in places like Minnesota. He has support from the UAW. The UAW called his auto tariffs, quote, a long overdue shift away from a harmful economic framework that has devastated the working class. It signals a return to policies that prioritize the workers who build this country rather than the greed of ruthless corporations, unquote. I have to say, that sounds a lot like language you would use. What do you say to the UAW?
Yes. It is what I would use. And here's the thing that the Democrats have to figure out. Donald Trump's language around this, he's not wrong that we've had manufacturing gutted. He's not wrong that we saw an outshoring. People of my generation were told, there aren't going to be any manufacturing jobs, so you need to go to college and rack up student loan debt. The problem is Donald Trump's solution to this is not the solution. Now, UAW is right. Certain tariffs, if they're on to steel or if they're targeted correctly, do make a difference. That's not what we're dealing with here. So just...
Thank God, dude. Someone is fucking messaging this appropriately. Holy shit. It's not meh. He's right. He's right. Democrats should not be in favor of free trade. Democrats should be the first to acknowledge that free trade is what has gutted the American manufacturing capabilities, destroyed the American labor force, destroyed the countryside. He's a good messenger on this. Bad take? Why is that a bad take? Free trade is nice. Without free trade, or with free trade, you have no manufacturing. Without manufacturing, you have no labor force. Without the labor force, you have no labor power. Without labor power, you have no way to. Without labor power, you have no labor unions. Without labor unions, you have no way to increase wages. Without increasing your wages, you arrive at what America is doing currently, which is 23% underemployment, gig economy jobs galore, no protections whatsoever, no mechanism of pushback against the one party that's supposed to be against the right-wing reactionary forces, and you arrive at a nation with no health care, with no future, no retirement funds, a nation in disarray. All of it ties back to labor at the end of the day. Free trade is nice if you are not in the U.S., though. No, it's not. That's also incorrect. What are you talking about? Free trade is not nice. Do you believe the fucking WTO narrative that free trade has actually greatly improved the living standards of all these other countries? No, obviously it has not. That is not the case at all. The one country that has actually been able to dramatically improve itself in that process is China. And that is not because of the free trade. That is because of what they did with the foreign capital that came in. The only thing that free trade benefits is capital owners. That's why America did it for so many years. A lot of people say, we don't want free trade, we want fair trade. You can't have fair trade without dramatically improving the material circumstances of the global South. There's no wage parity. There is a gap for benefits. There's a gap for living standards. This also exists within the United States. In the United States, I'll tell you something, okay? I'll put you on game a little bit. In the United States, there's a concept called low-cost zones. Places like Oklahoma, states like Oklahoma are considered low-cost zones. And companies try to move to these low-cost zones. Why do they do that? Why is it considered a low-cost zone? Because less regulation around labor rights and also cheaper cost of living in general. Okay? It ultimately fails, though, because there is no initiative to improve these opportunity zones or these low-cost zones. So people don't want to fucking live there, and they inevitably leave. But the reason why they exist, the reason why such a concept even exists internally within the United States of America is because there are areas where you can get away with paying people less. Free trade is basically that on steroids. Low-cost zones also mean that a lot of the background employees that you hire are that you can pay even less. That doesn't end up improving the situation in these states anyway.
Last week, 650 taconite miners are laid off. Those taconite miners are mining the taconite to make the steel to build the automobiles. So I don't disagree where they're at, and I think this is the Democratic dilemma. Donald Trump talks about the things that are real in the angst of people's lives. He doesn't do a damn thing about it. In fact, he does just the opposite, and he pals around with the people that caused the problem, and we don't offer him a solution, so it looks like we're not hearing him. So I disagree with Sean Fain and UAW on this issue. I don't disagree with them on that we made decisions over the last 30 to 40 years that I don't think helped America, but this is not the solution to it. Isolating ourselves is not the solution. We need to make sure that we're focusing. And again, I would just end with this, Jake. Donald Trump has not once ever cared about workers. This is why you need to support unions across the board, support the ability to have a living wage.
So we heard your former running mate Kamala Harris say she's not here to say I told you so, although obviously that's what she was saying about all the Trump chaos. We're seeing, I have to say though, what does I told you so really mean here? I mean, people heard her message. They did not vote for her. She lost every battleground state. You yourself have criticized the Harris-Walz campaign for being too cautious. She may have told the American people, she may have warned the American people, but she didn't do it compellingly enough to win.
That is the absolute point. And look what.
Oh my. Wow. I can't believe I'm hearing this from a liberal mainstream institution. I can't believe I'm hearing this for the first time ever, now that it's not fucking Hillary Clinton, a post-election analysis that's coming fucking 4 or 5 months after the election, 6 months after the election. A post-election analysis that actually pits the blame successfully on the party that lost. Wow. If only there was someone who was saying that before the election, during the election, after the election, and hasn't stopped saying that. And yet people yell at me all the fucking time for it because of the lack of interest from mainstream institutions that actually brain warp all the liberals into believing that our public servants are not there to serve us. We are there to serve them. They do not fail us. We fail them by not voting hard enough, regardless of how bad their messaging is, regardless of how bad their fucking policies are.
When I criticize, I'm criticizing myself. I own this. I'm part of.
Can you elaborate on that more? I don't understand. I don't think I know what free trade is. You just kind of said a bunch of outcomes. Free trade agreements with other countries is lowering restrictions on how countries can trade with one another in an effort to allow capital owners to move manufacturing to other countries where labor costs are significantly lower. They're so low, as a matter of fact, that it is literally cheaper. It is cheaper for companies, American companies, to move their manufacturing there and then ship the supplies back to the United States of America and many other markets. Yes, it allows free flow of investment and capital to lower cost areas. And the argument there is that it's a mutually beneficial scenario. The argument is a lie, of course. It's beneficial because these countries that are poorer overall will be able to take the foreign capital that's coming in and greatly improve their living conditions. And yet, after multiple decades of free trade agreements with many of these nations, a lot of these countries have not been able to improve their material conditions. Because that's not the goal. The goal is not to magnanimously improve the conditions in, improve the living conditions of like the global South. As a matter of fact, it's to keep it poor to the best of your ability so that you can consistently extract higher profit margins. What the F are you saying? She lost because she was a woman and black. Just that simple.
The ticket, and somebody has to come up with a strategy. I think this is exactly right. This is the thing. Look, Democrats, it was a good night in Wisconsin. I was over there. We saw that happen. Donald Trump's doing this. Just to be clear, nobody on the Democratic side is celebrating this, and those folks in the street are not celebrating that Donald Trump's making all these errors. I think what the vice president's saying is that was pretty self-evident.
Also, the other side of this problem isn't necessarily the lack of manufacturing jobs. The other side of this problem is the reason why manufacturing jobs were desperately moved overseas. Because those jobs historically had better union participation and therefore more power to bargain for their salaries and demand better benefits. This made it an incredibly costly endeavor for capital owners. Once those jobs moved overseas and labor union participation plummeted, and labor power plummeted. There's also environmental regulations as well. You're right. There's a lot of stuff. Same with low-cost zones, even internally in the United States of America. But once that goes away, there's no more bargaining power overall, and wages consistently keep depressing. Pair that up with a steady flow of undocumented migrants that you keep undocumented in an effort to hyper-exploit people here domestically, and you arrive at the incredibly depressed wages of the American working class. No labor power, no power to fucking push back against even either party in the duopoly. And here we are.
That he was going to do that. I do think the challenge for Democrats, and this is, I think, a structural problem that's going to take a lot more thinking. Why, with all of that out there, did they not think we were any better than that, and they didn't. And I'm very concerned with the folks who stayed home. And these are folks that I'll say once again, Donald Trump has identified their angst. They can't buy a house. They can't afford to get a good education. They're concerned that their economic future is so precarious it could slip out from under them. Less than half of Americans have $1,000 in savings. And I think, why was
the reality is that the U.S. won't have the same manufacturing as the past. There needs to be an investment in education, including for university infrastructure investment. Yes. That's the other thing. Like, even if you weren't, here's the problem. We already have jobs. We have a fuck ton of jobs. The problem is not that we don't have jobs. The problem is we don't have good pay. This is what a lot of people don't understand. They're fucking dense. They think like manufacturing jobs coming back to the United States of America means like 1965 levels of economic freedom, a single earning two-parent household with a wife that can stay at home, with children that go to college and go to public get the best possible public education with like a 12-person classroom. That's what they think is going to happen, and they're fucking stupid. That's not what's going to happen. We already fucking have jobs. Because that's the argument, right? Oh, manufacturing comes back to the United States. All of a sudden, we have more opportunities to work in the factories. Like, bitch, your fat ass is not going to work in the fucking factory. Get out of here. We already have similar assembly line conditions anyway, and those jobs don't pay at all, like Amazon distribution facilities. You don't want to fucking sew t-shirts. Or rather, you would do that because you think that it's going to actually pay you more. Problem is, it doesn't. Because the existing jobs right now don't pay you enough. What makes you think that like manufacturing is going to actually pay you more? That's it. So, to me, sure, it's great. It's great to combat against offshoring. Fine. I like that. That's great. Bring manufacturing back into this country, and instead of making weapons, build shit that matters, that will improve people's lives. But it doesn't end there. It doesn't end with like manufacturing jobs coming back to the country. It has to be good paying union jobs with good benefits, where there's better distribution of profits back to the fucking labor force. That is the real issue. That is the real problem. That's precisely the reason why when these guys like Lutnick goes on television and says like, oh, we're going to bring these factories back to America. He literally says, and we're going to keep costs low because it's going to be automation. Okay. So the average American isn't going to get a job there. We're just fantasizing about factories and a technology that doesn't even exist in America yet, magically coming here, materializing out of fucking thin air. And it's not even going to be beneficial for the American labor force? What the fuck?
Was it not so compelling? It should have been a slam dunk for us to say, we're the party that cares about that. We're the party that's going to protect Social Security and Medicare. We're the party that thinks the ACA is a good start, but we need to do more on health care. And we didn't do that. So I'm concerned. Democrats do well in special elections and off-year elections, but the electorate that comes in presidential election years is different. When I was young, it was easy to know what a Democrat was. They stood with the working class and labor. Republicans were country club and for the rich.
I love how the answer from Libs is infrastructure investment, which employs temporary construction workers in effect, unless they're in the building trades, but not manufacturing, which creates more organized labor infrastructure historically. Yeah, that's the one benefit. But I think H. Bizzle, you would agree with me when I say this. The real goal of bringing back manufacturing in the United States of America, some people will say is a matter of national security. I don't necessarily care about that. But the real goal is because people fantasize about 1965 levels of living standards. Not for black people. I mean, like, just in general, everyone that's living on U.S. soil will have 1965 living standards. You get a fucking good paying job, 9 to 5, clock in, clock out, get to pay for both of your children, maybe your third child, for their education. Healthcare is no longer an issue. Infrastructure seemingly works. It's just like, that's the fantasy. And they think the only way that you can fucking do that is through manufacturing jobs. I'm saying I don't have an issue with that because manufacturing, as H. Bizzle also correctly pointed out, is one of the best possible ways of maintaining permanent, long-standing jobs. Okay, it's one of the most resilient parts of the labor force, because there's always need for fucking microwaves and shit. Okay, but the real reason why people want that is because of all the benefits that I'm mentioning, and you can't get those benefits without labor unions. You can't. Like if their goal is to bring back like sock factories and t-shirt factories and garment manufacturing to the United States of America, great. Except if they're not unionized, then those guys are not getting shit out of this. And if their goal is to inevitably automate all of that process through artificial intelligence and automation and robots and whatnot, then no worker ends up seeing the benefits of that anyway.
Today, you ask people, they don't. We have a 29% approval rating.
Yeah.
It doesn't help us any that Donald Trump ends up with a 25% approval rating. We have to get back to the core issues, that this is about making America prosperous and stable and innovative for everybody.
Well, what do you make of the criticism that one of the reasons why your party was so resoundingly rejected last November is because Democrats were gaslighting the country, saying that inflation was not a big deal, heralding Bidenomics. Not only Biden, but Kamala Harris was heralding Bidenomics, pretending that there wasn't a problem at the border. And then fundamentally, this idea that President Biden was up for another 4 years of the job, while Americans in poll after poll for year after year were saying he's too old to do the job.
Yeah. Who else wasn't calling that into question, though? Oh, that's right. You, bro. You and your lackeys.
Your party stood against all of those things.
Look, Joe Biden coming in and doing COVID and being a governor through COVID did a hell of a job. But I think one of the things that we didn't do is we assumed that we said, and it was true, that we were going to have a soft landing and our economy was better than the rest of the world. Better for who? Better for the working class who was saying groceries were too expensive, as they are now and going up. They got to see us talk about things. Again, I go back to this. Don't talk about food insecurity or housing type of issues. Talk about people being hungry and wondering where they're going to live, or about their children's future, about real security. And so I think your question is spot on. I think we got intellectualized on this. I think the fact of the matter is Joe Biden did soft land the economy. He did usher us through COVID. None of us are saying we should be soft on the border, but we allow a vacuum, and Donald Trump fills it, the 800-pound gorilla, and their narrative starts to stick, and we look weak. We look weak like we don't care. We look like look, Jake, I'm not going to say, we need to do is we need to just arrest people and ship them to El Salvador. No, we need to invest the money on border. We need to make sure that we have the judges necessary to adjudicate things faster. We need to make sure if you're going to be in this country here legally, and when you are, you're going to be uplifted, celebrated, and part of this great American tapestry. We didn't do that, and then it fills them. They'll find the example that is horrific, where you have someone who's not here legally and they commit a crime. That is horrific, but we don't do a good job of telling that.
Don't you think your party needs to acknowledge that President Biden was not up for the job of running for re-election, and that this was a major mistake by the
He made that decision.
I know, but you all went along with the idea that he was up for it, and he wasn't. And everybody saw it, and the country rejected it.
Yeah, well, look, history will tell us to go back.
What? The problem is there was no underlying counter-messaging infrastructure from the Democratic Party, no initiative and no interest in combating the misinformation, and no interest in actually changing policy when they had the power to do so. Look at what Donald Trump is doing with the executive office right now. Okay, he's running his dick through everything. Now imagine if Joe Brandon, or let's not say Joe Brandon, but any Democratic leadership that had Donald Trump's interest, or not interest, that had the same momentum that Donald Trump had or has right now, the initiative that Donald Trump is demonstrating right now to solve some of these fucking problems in the direction that they claimed they would, by saying, guess what? This is what democracy is. The people voted for me to do this. Donald Trump goes, guess what? This is democracy. The people voted for me to do this. I have the heavens mandate. Okay? I've been touched by God because of the victory that I secured over Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And look at what he's done in just 3 months. Now imagine if Democrats did do that. If they weren't so fearful to break things every now and then, but in the direction of a greater good. Just be stubborn and consistent and demonstrate your moral compass over and over again. Imagine if they did that. Like we were having a conversation about Brandon not being able to forgive student loan debt. Donald Trump quite literally has, 1, violated court orders, and 2, continues to violate court orders, erode due process, and he signed an executive, through executive authority, the right to abolish the Department of Education. What are we talking about? He has de facto abolished the Department of Education. It's ridiculous. Yeah, he has also dissolved labor unions at the federal level. He did that in 3 months. Yeah, he signed an executive order to amend the Constitution, the 14th Amendment. Now, some of those things he's not going to be able to get across. But it's clear that when someone has the initiative, when someone is stubborn enough, apparently, when they win the presidency, they have a tremendous amount of power.
Back on that very well could be the case, Jake. What I'm concerned about is learning from those lessons. I would hope we would never do it again, make a mistake, make sure we go through and get someone. But I don't know where it helps us going forward. I certainly am deeply concerned that Donald Trump is going to lead us down a horrific look. Thank God it's tariffs that he said. Donald Trump listens to no one. Remember, Donald Trump has statements about, I don't think nuclear war would be that bad. I guess we're lucky that he went after tariffs instead of that route. Yeah. We have an issue in this country that is going to impact us. And if there is not a loyal opposition, if there's not some soul searching on our side, if there's not reaching out to those folks who are in the streets, they're leading right now.
So quick question.
I would tell everybody, you better get with them. Yeah.
Quick question, because we got to go. But you said you're not going to run for the Senate seat there. Are you going to run for a third term for governor? Are you possibly going to run for president in 2028?
Well, I'm certainly thinking about running again in Minnesota if that's what they want. I am not thinking about running in 2028. And my advice to folks is if in this moment you're planning for 2028, you're going to get rolled by the people in the streets. You just need to be out there making sure you're helping and doing things like Cory Booker's doing things like Bernie Sanders, AOC, things that we see people out.
Why are you bringing Cory Booker up, bro? Yeah. Democrats should be doing what Cory Booker's doing, which is yapping for 25 hours and then using the power of the pen to give more weapons to Israel so they can do better genocide. Boo. Bernie Sanders, U.S. under Trump faces unprecedented level of danger. I'm going to skip that. Donald Trump also endorsed sending American citizens to the El Salvador prison. Also, fake Fapper has no leg to stand on here. The whole MSM waited too long to go after Biden's age.
Get better. So there is an opportunity every time he goes out, every time Joe Biden goes out.
Oof. Age is like a broken bone. Age is not like a broken bone. It doesn't get better. Oof. Damn, I'm kind of mad. That's a banger line. I'm mad I didn't think of it first. Like, I mean, I've been making this same exact fucking joke for a while, but that's like a way more poetic way to put it. You know? Damn, when they want to be, they can actually... When they want to be, the media can actually do their job, and it's fucking annoying.
It's so disconcerting that I've seen it happen in like a week. You know, like overnight. I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking? What have you been doing this entire time?
It's very, very frustrating that they didn't do this before. And only now are they attempting to do it. And it's like, where was this fucking energy in 2020, man? Yep. Far too late. Yes, I saw the new SCOTUS ruling. Don't worry, I'm going to get to it, okay? Tommy Vitor says Biden burned so much moral and political capital by supporting every single thing Netanyahu did, and now Bibi is just sitting there grinning ear to ear as Trump shits all over him. The hug Bibi strategy was one of the dumbest ideas ever spit out by a White House. Wait, Trump is not shitting all over him. Wait, what? Trump is literally eating Benjamin Netanyahu's shit. I wish he was fucking shitting all over him. Oh, shitting on Biden. Oh, I misunderstood. Okay. Yeah, Trump is shitting on Biden and he's smiling, grinning ear to ear. Yeah, Biden was a fucking fool. A decrepit old monster. All right. We're moving on to immigration because that is also an environment where clearly the Trump administration is doing a lot. Okay, sorry, I was looking at something.
Salvador, the president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas you're going to be discussing?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our 20-time wise guys that push people into subways and that hit people over the back of the head and that purposely run people over in cars, if he would take them, I'd be honored to give them. I don't know what the law says on that, but I can't imagine the law would say anything different. If they can house these horrible criminals for a lot less money than it costs us, I'm all for it, but I'd only do according to the law. But I have suggested that, why should it stop just at people that cross the border illegally? We have some horrible criminals, American grown and born, and if we have somebody that bops an old woman over the head, if we have somebody that is in jail 20 times and goes back and shoots people all over the place and then has a bad judge or a bad prosecutor that do nothing about him. All they worry about is politics. They don't worry about that. I think if we could.
Yeah. Notice how he's making this shit up. It's just completely made up. Yeah. What if a guy was just like, assassinating people 10 times a day? And then a judge was like, I'm gay and woke. Are you undocumented? Well, I can't send you to prison, nor can I deport you. And then he came out of that situation, came out of that detainment, and then started assassinating 20 people a day. What if that happened? You wouldn't want to deport that guy. It's like, okay, what if a guy had a nuke? Like, what do you mean? What if he had fucking superpowers? Like, what are you saying? So fucking stupid.
Could get El Salvador or somebody, but to take them, I'd be very happy with it. But I have to.
Yeah, he wants to send Americans there too. Anyway, Maryland reacts as Supreme Court halts man's return from mistaken deportation. Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court The U.S. Supreme Court allowed President Trump to enforce the Alien Enemies Act for rapid deportations for now, handing the White House a significant victory. And also undermining the fucking American Constitution and any sort of power that the judiciary had. Ironically enough, the Supreme Court, the highest form of the judiciary, not operating on the best interest of the separation of powers, has decided to basically allow the Trump administration to implement his Nazi shit, eroding precedent and scared. I'm invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 because we are being invaded and it's a war at this point, really. And Joe Biden, listen, Joe Biden, he did this. Well, it's awful Joe Biden did, blah, blah, blah. Simplified SCOTUS. This is totally normal. Just give the deportees a court date in Texas, and I think we'll just let things happen. Pay no attention to dissenters. Okay, I don't like simplified SCOTUS. What the fuck is this? Yeah, Supreme Court allows Trump to enforce the Alien Enemies Act for rapid deportations for now. This is a horrifying move. Obviously, it's probably the biggest thing that they did today, even in spite of all the tariffs. this is more significant than the tariffs and the economic hardships that they're going to cause. Straight up, this is the judiciary allowing for this administration to do Nazi shit. Remember what I told you? Like, the courts were seen as the only setback against this administration. We are now moving in the direction where the laws will be used against the people. Once you set the precedent, you then use the existing law. Now we move away from legality to the morality of the situation, because up until this moment, it was not legal. The Supreme Court has now made it legal. Before it was illegal and immoral. Now it is legal and immoral. Awful decision, but there's an extremely important caveat. SCOTUS says, but offers no way to require the government to do this, and we know this is largely toothless, that anyone subject to the law must get notice and time to file a habeas lawsuit. Innocents will be harmed. I mean, considering that they already caved to the administration on this, there's no reason that they will ever fucking follow up with this. Yeah, next decision that comes down the line will be like, okay, I guess there is no reason. There is no notice in time to file a habeas lawsuit. Fuck it. Do you think the conservative justices understand the historical weight of their decisions in a case like this, or do you think they just don't give a fuck? I think they don't give a fuck. I think they understand it and like it, or they understand it and don't give a fuck. Probably the first one, though. I think they understand the weight of the historical decisions that they're making, and they're fucking fascist monsters, and they like it. They like that they're moving the nation in this direction. Yeah. Here.
At 6, the U.S. Supreme Court hands the Trump administration a temporary victory, ruling that a Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador does not have to be returned to the United States.
Remember, this is a person that went through the American justice system and got a withholding, which has a higher standard, a higher burden, a higher standard to clear, in an effort to get a withholding of removal from this state, from this nation state. So when the Trump administration actually went out and removed him from this country and sent him directly to El Salvador, they violated the law. Not only did they violate the law, but they also admitted that they violated the law. They were like, oops, we fucked up. And their defense, no, he's not an illegal immigrant. No. A withholding of for a removal is an important part of being able to get legal permanent residency. It is illegal for him to be removed from the country unless he's done something like heinous, but he had not, obviously. We're talking about him like not specifically being here as an illegal immigrant or whatever. I'm talking like straight up. He went through the asylum process and was on his pathway to getting a citizenship. He has a legal right to be here. They just grabbed him. They deported him to El Salvador specifically and used a confidential informant that basically lied about him being an MS-13 gang member that was later looked at by another judge who was like, yeah, this has no bones. Like, this is just a fucking made-up thing. And the reason why it was a made-up thing is because that CI, or not CI, but like they did a random Home Depot dragnet where one of the dudes there was like, oh, this guy's actually MS-13 in New York. He had never been in New York. And a second judge that overlooked that case realized that it was just a ridiculous accusation. And on top of that, all of the other evidence that they compiled in the process showed that he had reason to not be removed from this country. And yet, the Department of Homeland Security still black-bagged him and shipped him to El Salvador. His wife didn't know that he was shipped to El Salvador. They didn't know where he was until the Salvadoran government posted a Twitter video where his wife literally saw his neck tattoo and was like, oh my God, that's my fucking husband that was kidnapped. In that process, the administration itself recognized that they had fucked up by deporting this person, but then they, one, lied and said, nah, he's MS-13, which was a fucking lie, straight up lie. Then they doubled down and said, not only is he MS-13, which is a lie, but also on top of that, we can't bring him back, which is also a lie. The idea that the American government has never actually wrongly deported someone and then never brought them back is wrong. The American government has wrongly deported people in the past. The American government has also, in that process, when found to be in the wrong, has brought back those people that they have falsely deported. But they claim that this government that we're paying $6 million to warehouse these undocumented migrants and documented legal permanent residents and potentially even American citizens in the future, we have no power over them. We have no power over bringing them back into the United States of America. It's bullshit. It's completely made up.
Hello, everybody. I'm Denise Koch, and welcome to WJZ's All Local News at 6. The pause on the deportees' return comes just hours before the midnight deadline to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to Maryland. WJZ investigator Mike Helgren stays on this story for us. He has more on the new order from the nation's highest court.
Earlier, Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife spoke directly to President Trump, saying she hoped her children would be reunited with their father tonight. That will not happen. The Chief Justice himself issued the order, saying he wants more arguments in the case. A victory for the Trump administration, a 3-sentence order from the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, ruling the government does not have to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States tonight.
The Supreme Court overturned a lower court's decision to bring this person who was illegally sent to El Salvador back. The Supreme Court looked at that and said, nah, they can do it. This is a major, major precedent. It is a major violation of the power of the judiciary because the nation's highest court is completely on board with the administration.
Weeks after immigration officials admitted mistakenly deporting him from Maryland to a violent Salvadoran prison. It goes against lower court rulings.
We have judges that try and protect these people, but they didn't protect us when the people were being let in. But to get them out is never easy with these people.
He is an MS-13.
My understanding is that, yes, he shouldn't be deported, but specifically he shouldn't be deported to El Salvador because he would be in a lot of danger. Like if they deport him, they have to do it somewhere else, anywhere else. Dude, if you're from El Salvador and you get a withholding to be deported to El Salvador, that means don't deport this person. You understand that, right? Where else is the government supposed to deport someone from El Salvador to? That's not how that works. Like, are we just deporting people randomly to other countries? I mean, we have done that in the past, and it's a horrific thing that we did. And it's also hilarious because, like, that means there is a higher standard for withholding than a straightforward asylum seeker claim. Like there is a higher standard to maintain a withholding, to develop a decision on withholding rather than give like someone a straightforward asylum claim.
gang member.
Attorney General Pam Bondi again called Abrego Garcia an MS-13 gang member, despite the government presenting no evidence in court, and defended putting the prosecutor who argued the case in Maryland Friday on administrative leave.
Yeah, they fucking fired, or you know, they also reprimanded the attorney, the government prosecutor that admitted basically to the mistake that they had made.
He shouldn't have taken the case. He shouldn't have argued it if that's what he was going to do.
The case has drawn outrage, with Abrego Garcia's supporters rallying around him. A Maryland federal judge blasted the government, calling the mistaken deportation a grievous error and ruling there were no legal.
By the way, the reason why they made this grievous error is because there was no due process either. Like, no judge. Like, even if they went to a fucking judge that is like incredibly reactionary, even the most right-wing judge probably would not have let this guy get deported. Maybe he would have let every other guy get deported, but not this dude. You see what I'm saying? Like, no matter how racist they are, this is a direct violation of a previous court ruling. There's too much evidence to suggest that this person should not be deported.
Legal grounds whatsoever for his arrest, detention, or removal. His detention appears wholly lawless. The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld that decision, writing, Abrego Garcia has no criminal history in this country or anywhere else and is a gainfully employed family man who lives a law-abiding and productive life. Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey.
But it should send a message, I hope, to the Trump administration that you can't just go around grabbing people, and once you realize that you've made a mistake, don't double down on it.
The Solicitor General wrote in a successful appeal to the Supreme Court, the United States does not control the sovereign nation of El Salvador, nor can it compel.
It didn't send that message to the Trump administration, because the Trump administration got the exact opposite message, because the Supreme Court is like, nah, you can do that.
El Salvador to follow a federal judge's bidding.
As a former prosecutor who's handled immigration cases, have you ever seen a case like this?
I don't think I've ever seen a scenario where the Department of Justice acknowledges it made a mistake.
Yeah, this is I believe this is the first time, as far as I understand. I was reading some immigration attorneys and like people that have successfully litigated matters like this. This is the first time where the administration recognizes they made a mistake and does not go back and return the wronged party to U.S. soil. Because, like, mistakes like this have happened, even with due process, of course. Even when someone goes through the court process and then they are found to be wrongfully deported from this country, even if they were initially deported, the government will go back and extract that person and bring that person back to U.S. soil. This has happened in immigration history in the United States of America. This is the first time where the government's like, yeah, we know he should not have been deported to El Salvador. It is literally illegal for us to deport him to El Salvador, and we're still not going to bring him back.
But then says there's nothing they can do to fix it. At a minimum, we should be able to get back a person who hasn't been proven guilty of anything, at least so far, that the government's alleged, so he can have his day in court.
The Chief Justice says lawyers haven't
not overturned yet. It's an administrative stay for more ruling time for the court. They can still allow him to come back or not. Everything I've read has said it's a stay, not an actual ruling on Garcia's case yet, I thought. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Like, oh, they're blocking the court order requiring his return in order to give more time to the courts to... In order to give...
until tomorrow at 5 p.m. to file further arguments in the case. In your corner downtown, Mike Helgren, WJZ.
All right, thank you, Mike. Now,
the article says that he deserves due process just in the state of Texas, not Washington. Hey. You're crazy. You're crazy. Okay, stop. You're riling her up. Let me see an article on it. Let me read it. I might have misunderstood it. Yeah. The other court decision that came down is this one is actually tied to the El Salvadoran people that are sorry, the Venezuelan people. This decision, that's what I'm mistaking it with. The Supreme Court overturned the lower court's block on Venezuelan deportations. This one is a much larger victory for the Trump administration. This is the other one that is far worse. The Supreme Court on Monday allowed President Donald Trump to enforce the Alien Enemies Act for now, handing the White House a significant victory that will let the immigration officials rely on a sweeping wartime authority to rapidly deport alleged gang members. The unsigned decision in the case, the most closely watched emergency appeal pending at the Supreme Court, lets Trump invoke the 1798 law to speed removals while litigation over the act's use plays out in lower courts. The court stressed that people deported going forward should receive notice that they are subject to the act and an opportunity to have their removal reviewed. The court's 3 liberal justices dissented from the decision, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, a member of the court's conservative wing, partially dissented. Trump framed his emergency appeal as a fight over judicial power, and specifically the U.S. District Judge James Boasberg's order that temporarily blocked the president from enforcing the Alien Enemies Act against 5 Venezuelans who sued and a broader class of people who might be affected. In other words, anyone else. This is a path of perfect lawlessness. Court condemns Trump over wrongful deportation. Chief Justice John Roberts put a temporary stay on a lower court order requiring the Trump administration to return a wrongfully deported Salvadoran immigrant to the U.S. by midnight Monday. Roberts' stay came hours after a 3-judge panel for the 4th U.S. Circuit District Court of Appeals unanimously rejected the Trump administration's request to overturn it. And then it went up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's administrative stay gives justices additional time to rule on the dispute. The United States government has no legal authority to snatch a person who is unlawfully present in the United States off the street and remove him from the country without due process, the court ruled. The government's contention otherwise, and its argument that the federal courts are powerless to intervene, are unconscionable. It is an administrative stay, as in they will have they will overlook the case. But considering this is how they ruled in favor, like they blocked the lower court, they overturned the lower court's block on Venezuelan deportations. The circuit court ruled that, not Supreme Court, is confusing in this article. Wait, what am I not understanding? President Donald Trump last month invoked the Alien Enemies Act. The U.S. government claimed that those deported members are Trinidad. This is 2 separate court cases. This is, okay, 2 separate court cases in front of us. Okay, 2 separate decisions. One is Judge Boasberg, I think I'm saying his name right, that said you are not allowed to deport these 5 Venezuelans without due process. The Trump administration says, sucks to suck, we already deported them. Okay? The Supreme Court looked at that decision and overturned the lower court's block on the deportations and said, you can deport these people. This one, on the other hand, also, why are people saying call Alex? Alex is not a fucking constitutional law scholar. Okay? God damn, you guys are so fucking stupid. Yeah, I am mad because you're dumb. Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, I'm mad. he's a fucking adult that does his own things. Like, he's not, on my whims. I can't just be like, hey, I'm gonna call you up. Hey, come on the stream right now. No, I'm not saying I'm the expert, you fucking dumbass. Shut up. Of course he knows a significant amount more than me. I'm saying I can't just randomly call him up. Why not? Okay. All right. I'm dishing out week-long bans. Let's continue. I'm so fucking tired. Why does any of this matter, though? If they send him to a sovereign nation, what power do they have to force them to hand over someone they willingly took into their prison? What do you mean? First of all, we're talking about America versus El Salvador. America has all the power in the world against El Salvador, considering that America is paying El Salvador to even house these people. But even if they weren't paying El Salvador, we could just say, hey, give us this person back. And El Salvador would be like, oh, of course. As a matter of fact, that is precisely what has happened in the past. People have been wrongfully deported from this country after they were found in a court to be eligible for deportation. And then they've successfully sued the government. And the government realized that they erroneously sent someone overseas, sent them or deported them, and have actually brought back those people to U.S. soil. It happens. This is the first instance where it's not happening. If the Trump admin doesn't want to take them back, though, they clearly don't care about the courts anyway. I know, but what do you want me to do? Not cover the story and not talk about how fucking insane this is? Okay, well, the Trump administration clearly doesn't care about the courts, so there's no reason to talk about the Supreme Court also in an effort to, I guess, maintain the strength of the institutions is voluntarily deciding on behalf of the administration so that there isn't a constitutional crisis. If the Trump administration doesn't follow through on the Supreme Court decision. Oh, did the Supreme Court just ignore the Constitution and federal law in order to help their own political faction? Who could have predicted this? Left-wing legal scholars. Abrego Garcia, Maryland resident working as a sheet metal apprentice, his wife and a 5-year-old child who are both U.S. citizens. He has never even been charged with a crime in the U.S., El Salvador, or any other country. ICE arrested him on March 12th. The Trump administration has repeatedly alleged without showing proof either in public or in the courts that he has ties to MS-13. A federal judge ordered the government last week to overturn Abrego Garcia to the U.S. by midnight Monday. The Trump admin mocked the court's order, claiming it couldn't return him and that the judge had no authority over his return, to order his return. It asked the Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to overturn the ruling. The federal appeals panel said it denied the Trump administration's order, in part because its actions have most assuredly violated the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. The government can and does return wrongfully removed migrants as a matter of course, the court said. Requiring the government to do so here is nothing less than exercising our duty to uphold the separation of powers. Before the Fourth, which is, again, 100% correct, okay? The Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals made the right decision following the separation of powers and following the pre-existing rules on this matter. This is what has happened historically when someone has been deported, someone has been falsely deported from the United States of America. The American government goes and returns them. There's never been a reason to defy this process. The Trump administration chose to defy the process And the Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals also was asked to basically stop the demand being made from the lower court, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. Before the Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals issued his ruling on Monday, the Trump administration appealed it to the Supreme Court. In the government's application to SCOTUS, Solicitor General Dean Sauer claimed that the U.S. should not have to return Abrego Garcia because he's a verified member of MS-13. No evidence whatsoever for this. As a matter of fact, only evidence to suggest he is not a member of MS-13. Remember, because he already has a withholding. The Fourth U.S. Circuit panel noted that the Department of Justice presented no evidence that Abrego Garcia was a member of the gang. It also noted that Abrego Garcia was accused of being a member of the gang's arm in New York, where he has never lived. They do a dragnet on Home Depot a couple of years ago, where one of the dudes falsely claims that Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 member from New York. Abrego Garcia has never been in New York. He's never been in New York. So it's just completely made up, which is precisely the reason why a court in the past overthrew that initial charge and offered him a withholding. The reason why they offered him a withholding, as we look through the court, the court case that decided to give him a withholding, was because he was being threatened by MS-13 because of his family's food stands. Him and his family were being threatened by MS-13, as in he should not be removed from the country, and especially not to El Salvador, because he is directly, according to the American justice system, the American justice system has established that his life would be in danger if he was sent back to El Salvador. There's no question the government screwed up here, Circuit Judge Harvey Wilkinson, who was appointed by the former President Ronald Reagan, wrote. The withholding of removal order was country-specific. It banned the government from removing Abrego to El Salvador and El Salvador only. Wilkinson said, granting the Trump admin's request would create a loophole through which it could whisk individuals to foreign prisons in violation of court orders and then contend, invoking its Article 2 powers, that it is no longer their custodian and there is nothing that can be done. It takes no small amount of imagination to understand that it is a path of perfect lawlessness, one that courts cannot condone, Wilkinson said. Do you understand? The El Salvador part of this process is even scarier than fucking Guantanamo Bay, because Guantanamo Bay is still, it's not on U.S. soil, so they can violate your laws or violate your habeas corpus and numerous other human rights laws. But because Guantanamo Bay is still managed by the American military, your lawyer can go there, your lawyer can talk to you, you can still you can still leave Guantanamo Bay. If the Trump administration just simply claims, once we deport you, it's over, it's even worse than Guantanamo Bay in the sense that now you're being sent to El Salvador, and the Trump administration is falsely claiming that they cannot extract these people back. They cannot bring these people back. This is insane. It is completely and utterly fucking insane. And the other decision is that the lower court had put a stay on the deportations of some of these Venezuelans that were sent to El Salvador. And the Trump administration asked the justice to weigh in after a federal judge paused the president's use of a wartime power law to deport Venezuelans accused of being gang members. And the Supreme Court ruled on Monday night that the Trump administration could continue to deport Venezuelan migrants based on a Wartime Powers Act for now, overturning a lower court that had put a temporary stop to the deportations. This is a major victory for the Nazi regime, a major victory for the fascists. It is the court system just basically shredding what remains of the separation of powers and what remains of their interest in following the letter of the law. It means that they are caving. It means that they're showing their bellies, or rather, they had all this appetite for this violence to begin with. And they're following through on this agenda. If they can do this, by the way, paired up with the other decision, they can basically do this for anybody with no interest in returning them either. American citizens. Remember, Donald Trump has said he wants to do this to American citizens as well. And now that we are maintaining that, like, once the person is out of our hands and in El Salvador, there's not anything that we can do, you can do that to an American citizen and basically make them not a citizen anymore. Make them a slave to the CCOT facility. The decision marks a victory for the Trump administration, although the ruling is narrow and focused on the proper venue for the cases, rather than on the administration's use of a centuries-old law to justify its decision to send plane loads of Venezuelans to El Salvador with little to no due process. This is cope. Okay? The narrow framework doesn't mean anything because they will serially keep violating it, and some judges will continue trying to stop this process, and slowly but surely, the Supreme Court will consistently give the administration everything it wants because this is a major violation, and the Supreme Court basically overturned it. The Supreme Court took away the power of the courts. The justices did not address the question of whether the Trump administration improperly categorized the Venezuelans as deportable under the Alien Enemies Act, finding the migrants had improperly challenged their deportations in Washington, D.C. The justices determined that the migrants should have raised the challenges in Texas where they were being held. It's just like such a fucking cowardly, annoying, process-focused way to, one, simultaneously save face, while two, allowing this administration to continue its deportation agenda. And the reason why they did that was because they did not want there to be a potential constitutional crisis. The detainees are confined in Texas, so venue is improper in the District of Columbia, according to the court's order, which was brief and unsigned, as is typical in such emergency applications. In a concurrence, Justice Brett Kavanaugh stressed that the justices were in agreement that the migrants should receive judicial review, but that they were divided over where the case should be heard. As the court stresses, the court's disagreement with the dissenters is not over whether the detainees receive judicial review for their transfers. All 9 members of the court agree that judicial review is available. The only question is where that judicial review should occur. They did this thing in the most cowardly way possible, where they wanted to come across like they are, because if they had supported the lower court's decision here, as is what was expected, right? Under normal circumstances, they should have. Then the Trump administration would find themselves in this constitutional crisis where they had to fucking admit that they made a mistake and go back and extract these people and put them through due process, in which you would most likely find out that they didn't even have any criminal charges. Maybe one of them only had criminal charges and was deportable, but the other ones weren't. You know what I mean? It would be a long, convoluted, drawn-out process that would make the administration look bad. There'd be media coverage on it. There'd be a lot of back and forth where the messaging would absolutely hammer these guys. It would put the fucking dangerous immigration agenda in the forefront of people's consciousness. So instead of allowing that to happen, the Supreme Court found a cowardly way. The Supreme Court found a cowardly way to say, we don't want to have a constitutional crisis here, and we don't want to embarrass the administration. So we're just going to find a process-centered way of just saying the lower court that gave this decision has no power over it. Okay? The institutionalists on the court just want this to run to the Fifth Circuit where they were being held, which ICE moved to have a better ruling. That fits the precedent on immigration issues as well. No, I'm saying that in and of itself is quite literally a way to pass the buck down and to ensure that they get out of this, they concede to the Trump agenda on deportations without triggering a constitutional crisis. That's what I'm saying. Texas courts or Louisiana courts, there's a reason why ICE rapidly will ship people after black bagging them to fucking Louisiana, because they know that the judges in Louisiana have this long, arduous process where they will either keep someone in detention for as long as they can, which is another way to torture these people, or expeditiously ship them out of the country and sign off on a deportation when most other judges would not. Problem here is that this was a federal immigration judge that intervened in the process and issued a court order, and the Trump administration refused to follow the court order. So the Supreme Court either was going to say, yeah, you have to listen to a fucking federal judge on immigration when they give you a court order, and then embarrass the Trump administration or even undermine their mass deportation agenda, or they could find a process-focused way to move, a process-focused way in which they're not saying like judicial review is gone, okay, but simply you did the wrong, like this judge didn't have power over this. Only the state where they were held, where do the federal judges have power over it. The administration has asked the justice to weigh in on its effort to use the Alien Enemies Act to deport more than 100 Venezuelans to a prison in El Salvador. The administration claims the migrants are all members of Tren de Agua, a violent street gang rooted in Venezuela, and that their removals are allowed under the act, which grants the president authority to detain or deport citizens of enemy nations. The president may invoke the law in times of declared war or when a foreign government invades the United States. I want to mention something here. Nazis in the United States of America during World War II did not have their due process violated. Nazis in the Nuremberg trials did not have their due process violated. Nazis during the Nuremberg trials deliberately were put through, and remember the documentary that we watched, not a mock trial in the same way that Stalin was engaging in, but instead a real liberal-ass fucking court where their death sentences were dished out after due process went through, after they went through the entire fucking court proceedings. So this means that random fucking gay Venezuelan barbers that are being called Tren de Agua, which is now considered a terror group, are unironically getting processed and deported and have a worse go in front of the law in 2025 than the fucking Nazis did in both Nuremberg and also prior to Nuremberg in the United States of America during World War II. That is crazy. And if anyone has no due process, that means no one has due process. Without due process, you have no way to maintain your innocence, which means without due process, if they can do this to people unjustifiably because they're, Venezuelan and previously on temporary protected status, under simply the suspicion that they are brown and can be called Tren de Agua, you can be called Tren de Agua as well. There's no due process, so it doesn't fucking matter. When there's no due process, that means anyone and everyone can be considered a Tren de Agua terrorist that can be expeditiously shipped out to a fucking slave labor camp without the government's, without any sort of extraction in the aftermath if we find out that we deported the wrong guy. Do you understand why these two court decisions play hand in hand and create an incredibly dangerous scenario for every American? So when you say this can't happen to me, understand that it very well can happen to you. No one is safe. This is the bright spot in a decision that, while not endorsing Trump's overreach, lets it play out for now, but it's a toothless argument. The Trump admin will either ignore it or give people 24 hours to have a chance to file a lawsuit, even if they don't have lawyers. Yeah. The Supreme Court effectively says this position by Stephen Miller is wrong. Detainees subject to removal orders under the AEA are entitled an opportunity to challenge their removal. The only question is which court will resolve that challenge. Thanks to today's decisions, there will be many more cases like this, requiring people to file individual habeas lawsuits in Texas that are appealed to the Fifth Circuit will simply not be possible for everyone to do. So people will again be illegally sent to El Salvador. So functionally, nothing changes. And worse, they actually basically give the legal background to the administration to do this kind of thing expeditiously. Do you understand? That's why I'm saying that they, in the most cowardly way possible, came down with these two decisions that allow them to fucking rip anyone they want out of their homes or in the street without any fucking due process whatsoever. And eventually this is going to happen to an American citizen. I promise you. Right now, the furthest they've gone is a green card recipient. That was the high-profile case of Mahmoud Khalil, unjustifiably removed. There's a separate legal standard for that, which is, again, in dispute right now. Does Marco Rubio, as the Secretary of State, have the unilateral power to decide without any fucking evidence whatsoever that a person is a risk to American national security and interests? Does he have the power to do this without showing his work? That is going to be another major Supreme Court case. But in terms of these mass deportations that have been taking place, now the Supreme Court is basically, in the most cowardly way, stating that they're going to play ball with the administration. Can they do this to tourists, you ask? They can do this to every single person, not just tourists. They can do this to American citizens as well, because once again, I'm going to stress this important thing. If someone doesn't have due process, then no one is a citizen. The idea that if non-citizens don't have due process, then no one has due process, because your citizenship status is not a matter of evidence, but instead your citizenship status is in the hands of the person detaining you. They are the judge, jury, and executioner in this process. Do you understand? No, not unless your cis white is wrong. Shut the fuck up. Stop doing this dumb shit, okay? Don't do this fucking thing. No, not unless you're cis white American. No, even then, okay? Even then. Yes, cis white American men will probably be the last on the deportation list. You're right about that, but that doesn't mean that they're not on the deportation list. I will stress the importance of this. Please, fucking understand something. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. They can do this to anyone they want to. It's a matter of time. It's not if, it's when, okay? It's a matter of when. How are people not understanding what I'm saying here? It's not because these guys are brown. Them being brown makes it more palatable and in line with the white nativist anti-immigrant agenda of this administration. But that's just opening up the door. Just like this administration doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semitism, they're just using the institutional appetite of Jewish advocacy groups that are actually pro-Israel advocacy groups to use their institutional muscle and their institutional power to enforce a dangerous agenda that violates the First Amendment. It is just a boundary-breaking, precedent-setting initiative. The goal is not simply to do this to brown people. The goal is to do it to everybody they want to do this to. They decide that you violated, you are a domestic terrorist because you fucking farted on a Tesla, you're a white guy, you're out. You're out. It's only a matter of time, okay? Maybe it's because my name is Hasan and I live in the United States of America in a post 9/11 world that I'm terrified of what is going on, because I've seen this already happen. I've seen how we got here, and many Americans were just, they had their fucking horse blinders on and they were oblivious to it. But if you think that this is not a serious escalation from the standard that was set in the post 9/11 world, I don't know what to tell you. This is how it happens. This could not have happened right now without the war on terror, without the surveillance state greatly expanding in the aftermath of 9/11. And this could not have happened if Democratic administrations severely rolled back these violations of civil liberties, but they didn't do that. Every administration expands upon or normalizes the previous administration's dangerous agenda. And we finally arrive at an administration that has the initiative, that has the interest of following through this incredible surveillance state and its deportation mechanisms to its logical conclusion. If you think being white or being straight is going to stop you, if you think that like some ICE guy is going to be nicer to you because you're a fucking white guy, you're delusional. Okay? No one is safe. You're literally operating on, you're doing the fucking first they came for the communist poem. You're Neum, whatever the fuck his name is, the German Lutheran priest. You're unironically in the post-World War II era doing the same thing. You're Nemoler. You're being a Nemoler. What the fuck? Tonight, we learned that it was indeed Andre, the gay man sent to El Salvador because his mom and dad tattoos, who an American journalist saw sobbing as guards slapped him repeatedly. He's an innocent. And Trump sent him to torture prison. Bring him back. This was the reason why he was considered El Salvador. A gay hairstylist and makeup artist. If they could do this to Andy, an innocent man who did nothing wrong, he came to a port of entry seeking asylum. Think what else they could do. He never saw a judge. They just threw him on a plane without even telling him where he was going. This is why due process matters. Andrea entered the U.S. legally at a port of entry to seek asylum after registering with the Customs and Border Patrol and waiting in Mexico for an appointment. But even if he had entered illegally, it would not justify being sold to a prison in El Salvador with no due process. If you hyper-focus on this dude's tattoos, you're also fucking stupid. It's not because he has tattoos. It's not because he's Venezuelan. It's because this administration wants to do this, and they know that this is the weakest link. They're recognizing the appetite that the broad majorities in American public have for the time being for enacting this dangerous deportation agenda, this white nativist immigration agenda. That's why they're starting with people that they're claiming falsely is Tren de Agua. She knows perfectly well that the guy with the autism awareness tattoo and the gay hairdresser are not heinous, violent foreign terrorists. Not sure how these people sleep at night, and they probably call themselves Christians too. Yeah, this is how the administration is defending the Supreme Court decision right now, by the way.
This is a massive legal victory, Jesse, a massive victory for law and order and for our constitutional republic and the sovereignty of the United States of America. We called on the Supreme Court to rein in these activist judges like Judge Boasberg, who was completely out of line in trying to say that the president didn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists off of our soil. We have always maintained the position at the White House that the president was well within his constitutional authority to do so. And this decision proves that President Trump and our administration have always.
Yeah, the dumbass Supreme Court handed this major W to the fucking Trump administration, and process perverted liberals will still look at this and be like, well, the focus is narrow. No, this is why they did it. So that Caroline Leavitt can go on fucking Jesse Waters and be like, yeah, that's right, we will deport you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And also, lo and behold, turns out even if we deport you falsely, okay, and you had a previous order to be here, whether you were an American citizen or you had a withholding, for example, we can violate that. We can violate that. We won't even take you back. Because guess what? Once it's out of our hands, it's out of our hands as a sovereign nation. How can people not understand this? It's fucking insane.
It's been right from the beginning. He will continue to utilize the Alien Enemies Act to remove foreign terrorists and Tren de Aragua members, vicious gang members from.
They're not. They're not fucking Trendaragua.
American communities, and because of this ruling, the United States of America is a much safer place. Our team
It's
will
not. It's the exact opposite. It is a less safe place. On March 14th, President Trump signed a proclamation that targeted members of Trendaragua. We already covered this. The same day, plane loads of deportees were sent to El Salvador, which entered an agreement with the Trump administration to take Venezuelans and detain them. A federal judge, James E. Boasberg, directed the administration to stop the flights. He subsequently issued a written order temporarily pausing the administration's plan while the court cases proceeded. The Trump administration appealed Judge Boasberg's temporary restraining order, and a divided panel of 3 appellate court judges in Washington sided with the migrants, keeping the pause in place. One judge wrote that the government's deportation plan had denied the Venezuelans an even gossamer thread of due process, which it did. At that point, the Trump admin asked the Supreme Court to weigh in, arguing in its application that the case presented fundamental questions about who decides how to conduct sensitive national security-related operations in this country. Lawyers for the migrants responded sharply, arguing that the temporary pause by Judge Boasberg was the only thing standing in the way of the government sending migrants to a prison in El Salvador, perhaps never ever to be seen again without any kind of procedural protection, much less judicial review. The ACLU and Democracy Forward, groups representing the Venezuelan migrants, said that the president had bent the law in an effort to shoehorn a criminal gang into a wartime law manner in a manner that was completely at odds with the limited delegation of wartime authority Congress chose to give him through the statute. Lawyers for the migrants said the migrants sent to El Salvador have been confined incommunicado in one of the most brutal prisons of the world, where torture and other human rights abuses are rampant. Why El Salvador? Because El Salvador is a nation that we can easily dominate, okay? It's run by fucking an autocratic monster by the name of Nayib Bukele, who, one, may or may not have also been dealing with MS-13 or cut separate deals with MS-13 gangs, leaders of MS-13, which, by the way, had their fucking court date in the United States of America, and our administration actually sent them to Nayib Bukele so that they couldn't snitch on Nayib Bukele about their dealings with Nayib Bukele, but that's a totally separate domestic issue for him. But the reason why we're doing this is because for $6 million, this guy who also personally may or may not have cut a side deal with MS-13 gets to process and warehouse people that are law-abiding on U.S. soil, sometimes legal permanent residents, and maybe even fucking citizens, for the low price of $6 million a year. They get to do slave labor in a slave labor camp with no fucking rights whatsoever. Source on that for the president of El Salvador: secret Bukele deal lies behind Trump's El Salvador deportations. U.S. President Donald Trump, El Salvador, and President Nayib Bukele have long presented themselves as crusaders of justice. The narrative hit a cinematic apogee earlier this month when Trump swept up a clutch of Venezuelans, he said, were hardened gangsters, paired them up with some alleged members of MS-13, and sent them down south to be detained in Bukele's terrorism prison. The truth turns out to be much messier. Not only did Trump deport Venezuelans who were likely completely innocent, but also specific MS-13 members who is emblematic of alleged corruption at the highest ranks of the Salvadoran government. A man called Grenas. The importance of Grenas, whose legal name is Cesar Humberto Lopez Larios, lies in what he knows. According to a federal indictment, as the leader of MS-13, Grenas was involved in a secret negotiation between the gang and Bukele's government aimed at lowering gang violence in exchange for political support. Bukele denies the negotiations ever took place, but has long sought to get a hold of high-ranking members of MS-13. Working to keep such figures out of the hands of the United States before they can have their day in open court. The Bukele government has also resisted extraditing a number of MS-13 leaders requested by the U.S. Let's hit the fix on the ingest. Maybe that'll work. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Oh, okay, I'm back. I'm back. What the fuck was that? Düzelttim. I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened. Yok lan, sen başladığın anda bozuldu da neden bilmiyorum. Seninle alakası yok. Hayır, iftira değil. If you don't see me. Yeah, I don't know what happened. That was very weird though. Was that your computer? No. My frame rate was fine. Everything was fine. But somewhere along the way, the ingest was fine on my cloud server. I don't think it was Twitch though. I think it was on my end. It was somewhere between my cloud server and Twitch where there was an issue. Because it fixed itself when I fixed the ingest. So I don't know what it is. This is what it looked like from our end. Requested by the US. Yeah, that's weird. I noticed that on my screen, it was just paused. Anyway. But yeah, for the chatter who was asking what happened with for the chatter who was asking with what happened to Nayib Bukele, this is the suspicion. This guy had dirt on this guy that initially had dirt about the relationship, the scheme. Every streamer effed? Wait, really? Huh. Maybe it's an AWS problem. I don't know. All right. Now, why did I talk about all this? What did you say in Turkish? Don't worry about it. Why did I talk about all this? Part of the reason why I talked about it is because here's some background. 60 Minutes did a video on what the records show about the migrants that were sent to the Salvadorian mega prison. One of the most damning pieces of evidence that they show in their findings, in their reporting, is that 75%. Now remember, the Trump administration said every single person that they were deporting was a violent rapist, terrorist, criminal, drug dealer, the worst kind of crime doer, right? 75% of the Venezuelans had no crimes, no criminal record whatsoever, no reason to be sent, no reason to be deported at all. Think about that. Of course, the Trump administration's attitude on this is that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, and that just because they don't have a criminal background at all doesn't mean that they're not violent criminals. That means they're actually extra bad criminals. That means they're very good at doing crimes and avoiding the authorities in the process. Like, that's unironically their argument, is that if you are innocent and if you have no previous brush with the law, that means you're even worse than like a regular criminal. You're just like really good at hiding your crimes. That's the fucking take. Stop sending me Bernie Sanders talking about Gaza right now. I'm covering something else, okay? Fuck. How do you counter this? One, crossing the border illegally is literally not a significant crime or a serious one. And every single person that knows that is every single person is aware of that reality. That's why they fucking lie about like these guys actually doing real fucking heinous violent crimes. If crossing the border in and of itself was such a severe violation, then obviously these dumb fucks wouldn't feel the need to then add additional reasons as to why they must be deported. That's number one. Number two, these guys are not crossing the border illegally. A lot of them are Venezuelan and got temporary protected status. Trump literally brought them to the country. Trump offered them protection to stay in the country. Trump then randomly revoked the temporary protected status from these people and then immediately subsequently started deporting them. It's psychotic. So no, these guys are not even like illegal. The idea, like a lot of people don't understand what an illegal immigrant is. They think it's like someone, ooh, dangerously is like, oh, I can't wait to do fucking crimes. Let me go cross the border illegally. No, a lot of these people actually are exercising their civil right. They're following through on the legal process. Okay? They're following through on the legal process that in order to get an asylum claim, in order to apply for an asylum claim, you have to step on U.S. soil. That's what these guys are doing. Then the Trump administration changed the rules and said you have to go to Mexico and stay in Mexico. They then started applying for asylum and then going to Mexico and waiting. A lot of these people, and I don't know if, depending on when they came into the country, virtually all those people followed those rules. So they were here legally until their status was removed erroneously. They did it the correct way. There's already a separate court case happening where the government is about to determine whether or not he's eligible to stay here fucking permanently. And instead of letting that run its course, they go after people that they know are here, people that they know have a court case. But because these are the people that are literally checking in with the federal government every step of the way, following the law every step of the way, the government is taking advantage of them and using them as a talking point. They're using the people that are following the fucking law and going through their legal asylum claim process because they're constantly telling the government where they're at. They're not going after violent criminals that are supposedly evading the law. They're going after people who have done no crime whatsoever. The very people that are playing along with the rules. Do you understand? Because they're lazy fucking pieces of shit. The only reason why they know where he was and could nab him off the fucking street is because he came here legally. He was going through the legal process. It's no different than like a person that came here on a fucking student visa or something and got married while they were on a student visa. And then, I don't know, fucking in the process of getting a green card, while their green card processing was happening, they actually no longer had their student visa. And before he could like leave the country and then come back after he gets his green card, the government grabs him and deports them to fucking El Salvador. That's what this is. Like, they're not even deported. They're sent to a slave labor prison where they have no rights. Well, hey, how about you come in with the legal route? You know how, like, conservatives say that all the time? Come in here the legal way. Ask those dumb fuck conservatives why the administration is clamping down on people that have done the legal route. These are people that did the legal route. No crimes. Law-abiding members, productive members of society, ripped away from their homes, the federal government using their naivete in thinking that as long as they follow the law, that the government is not going to just come after them. This is not some fucking banana republic, right? This is America, after all. What does the administration gain by doing this? A way to claim a victory over the campaign promises they made that they were going to do mass deportations. But because there's no real problem with criminal undocumented migrants, they're just fucking nabbing whoever they can to hit numbers. And just lying about these people being like violent rapists, drug dealer, criminals too in the process. It's so fucking gross. Anyone who cannot comprehend the inhumane treatment here straightforwardly does not realize that this can and maybe one day will happen to them. A government that starts off doing this process to a guy like Andre will inevitably do it to you too. Being white is not going to save your ass, okay? There is going to come a point, there's going to come a time when this government is doing something that you don't like and you're going to fucking protest against it because you're going to be like, enough is enough, guys. Come on. What the fuck are we doing? And then your ass is going to be sent to the fucking slave labor camp, okay? It is shocking that there are still people who don't understand it. They're like, I'm white. I'm a citizen. No, you're not. You're nothing. You're nothing. If there's no due process, you're not a fucking citizen. And I'm willing to bet that those 12 they already grabbed from prison. Do you understand? If there are any, if they're either accused or if they're convicted, they're already in prison. That is how they try to fucking pad the stats. That's why Tom Homan wanted to go to Rikers and engage in mass deportation from Rikers because they wanted to fucking go in and pad the stats on dangerous criminal migrants that are being deported. Because otherwise, this looks kind of bad, don't you think? Yeah, a not so fun fact for everyone: once a person, regardless of status, ends up in an immigration detainment center, the likelihood that they win any sort of case against the government is 3%, and that was before the government decided to ship them overseas. Yeah, many of the individuals that are counted as non-criminals are actually terrorists, human rights abusers, gangsters, and more. They just don't have a rap sheet in the U.S. Further, every single one of these individuals who committed a crime when they came into the country illegally. It is not an accurate description to say they are non-criminals. They literally did not. They did not. They are literally going through the asylum process. Some of them had temporary protected status to begin with. These guys are literally lying. That's the same principle behind claiming that the Haitians in Ohio were undocumented migrants. They were not undocumented migrants. They were documented migrants. But why was it that the administration kept calling them undocumented migrants? Think. Because they know the truth that we all know here. The difference between a documented migrant and an undocumented migrant is paperwork. And paperwork can be removed. Paperwork can be taken away. So there must be some other reason why these documented non-citizens were being considered undocumented non-citizens. It's because everyone that is a non-citizen that's on U.S. soil, regardless of documentation, in the eyes of this administration, is, especially if they're black or brown, undocumented. That's it. That's it. That is the whole, that's what's going on here. It's fucking, it's so over, dude. We've outsourced our concentration camps. Like, in a way that this also pairs alongside the administration stating their desire to set up concentration camps along the southern border on the Mexican side. so that they can basically, I don't think Claudio Scheinbaum would play ball, but also more student visas have been revoked. 13 international students at UW-Madison have had their visas terminated by the U.S. government. At least 13 international students, 6 current students, and 7 alumni on employment extensions at the University of Wisconsin-Madison have had their student exchange visitor information system records terminated by the U.S. government, according to the university. SEVIS termination generally requires individuals to leave the U.S. immediately. UW-Madison stated that it played no role in the terminations. The university has not seen any related federal law enforcement activity on campus and does not believe the terminations are linked to political activity or free speech events. However, the specific reasons behind the terminations remain unclear. It's insane. Here's another fun fact you'll like. Germany started doing this too now. Great. Apparently, deeply unsettling. Stanford, Berkeley students hit by mass visa revocation. At least 4 international students at both Stanford and UC Berkeley had their visas abruptly revoked. Officials of both universities confirmed this week. 4 current Stanford students and 2 recent graduates were among those impacted, the university said in a statement. Stanford discovered the cancellations during a routine check of the Federal Student Exchange Visitor Information System. According to the statement, as of now, federal authorities have not given any official reasons for the revocations. We understand that these developments may be deeply unsettling for our members of our community, the university said in a statement, directing students to resource available through the Bechtel International Center. Meanwhile, UC Berkeley confirmed to SF Gate that 6 members of its campus community also had their visas terminated. This is an opportunity for Governor Gavin Newsom to fucking step in and not allow ICE to operate inside of any of the fucking campuses inside of its state. Toker Joker, what did he say? I'm not American. I agree with that. Illegals should get deported and violent criminals who are citizens should go to American prisons. American taxpayers shouldn't be responsible. Okay, stop. Stop. Let me read the fucking thing he's saying. Okay, calm down. The real issue is that everyone deserves due process and most are not given that right. Snatching people up because they match a description aren't carrying proof of legal citizenship is outrageous. Ban me if you must. It's fucking so dumb. He's a due process guy. This is liberalism through and through. He's like, listen, I hate him. I'm not a citizen. I'm not an American, but fuck those people. Okay. While you're in the process of talking about people having their citizenship revoked for demonstrating free speech. Now, maybe you're Canadian and you don't understand this concept, but in the United States of America, none of those students had their student visas revoked for a good reason. As a matter of fact, it is illegal for the federal government to revoke their student visas for exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay? Maybe you don't understand that in the fucking communist nation state of Canada, where you guys don't have that thing. You guys don't have free speech. But we do here. At least, you know, the administration is working on removing that. At least 3 Penn students had visas revoked, ISSS says. My university already said they weren't going to do anything to stop ICE agents from entering buildings on campus. What the fuck? Dude, no one should come to college in America. If you're an international student, I swear, don't come to college here. Don't go to school here. This country does not deserve your brain power. Straight up. This is so insane. By the way, there's some analysis on this. 13% drop on foreigners coming into the country in the past couple of months. Like, there has been a major dip in the number of foreigner visitations. At least 50 international students at Arizona State had their visas revoked, with at least 3 facing detention. An attorney representing the students say all the students she has worked with are from India, China, or Muslim majority countries, leading her to believe that political activism, particularly related to the genocide in Gaza, may be a factor in the revocations. One student has been detained for over 10 days. Students were notified of the revocations via email and are described as really, really afraid and confused, unsure whether to continue attending classes or prepare for self-deportation. Many still believe the revocations were errors. ASU has reportedly been supportive, covering part of the consultation fees of the affected students. Deported over a speeding ticket. Dozens of U.S. students' visas abruptly revoked. Nearly 40 students report canceled visas over minor infractions as Trump intensifies crackdowns on universities. Lisa was eating takeout at a friend's place when the email from her university landed. She clicked on her inbox, skimmed the message. ISS informs you that your CVIS record was terminated. The wording felt unfamiliar. She read it again, but it still sounded like a scam, absurd but unreal. Lisa is an international student at University of Wisconsin-Madison, just 1 month away from graduation. She asked to use a pseudonym due to concerns about retaliation and an ongoing legal case. Before going to bed, she found someone posted a similar notice on social media. It was through these posts that Lisa understood what the email had actually meant. With her student exchange visitor information system record terminated, she was now considered out of status in the U.S. Staying could mean violating immigration laws. The DHS maintains the CVIS database that tracks international students and scholars on F, M, and J visas. Once the CVIS record is terminated, a student's legal status becomes immediately invalid. They must either leave the U.S. within a grace period, typically 15 days, or take steps to restore their status. Otherwise, they risk deportation and future visa restrictions. She dug through the comment section and joined group chats, searched for patterns. One emerged. Most of the affected students had been fingerprinted. Some had been cited for non-criminal offenses, but the messages they received said they had criminal records. That's when she remembered a year ago she was driving home when she got 2 speeding tickets, one for speeding and another for failing to stop. She hadn't seen the police car behind her until it was too late. To get the charges dismissed, she showed up in court where she was fingerprinted. Lisa is one of the several students across states who found their legal status revoked by the U.S. government on the 4th of April. Dude, it's so... The very fact that they are going after people with like the lowest level, the most minor shit implies the thing that I've been saying in perpetuity, which is that there is nothing. Undocumented migrants and documented migrants are so insanely law-abiding. Documented and undocumented non-citizens are insanely law-abiding, especially documented non-citizens. Like, there is data available for this. This is precisely the reason why they're trying to hit, like, anything they can, and the best they can do is, like, a fucking speeding ticket, dude. It is psychotic. Students from 50 universities reported their visas were canceled around April 4th, many noting that they had prior records, some limited citations, or non-criminal offenses like trespass. You know, you were drinking in an open container. You were drinking with an open container out in a place where you're not supposed to. Boom, deported. That is insane. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, German national U.S. permanent resident currently detained in Rhode Island without charges, lawyer alleges. Fabian Schmidt was hospitalized with the flu after allegedly being subjected to violent interrogation. This was a couple days ago, and I guess this is an update. Anyway. Literally broken window policing? No, this isn't even broken window policing. This is something even more dire than that. An American attorney representing student protesters was detained and questioned at the airport for 90 minutes upon returning from a spring break vacation. Lawyer for a UN protester detained at airport after spring break trip with family. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway. This is so insane. All right, this is all I got for today, Chad. I'm going to go spend time with my family. I'm fucking pissed off. I'm tired. Jesus Christ, this is fucked up. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully with some better news. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Love you guys. Be safe. Be kind to one another. And I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully we'll do the Spud stream with Phineas this week. So that's something fun to look forward to in all of this madness. And I'll see you. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming.